Recording in progress.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Before we get started this morning, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Burden for announcements. So, Merrick.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members. Let's see, per usual March and April schedule, folks are working diligently on salmon in the background and just taking a look at the day's agenda. What we're proposing to do is to work through G1 and G2, and then it sounds like salmon may need a little bit more time. So we are going to tee up folks to take H1 after we get through G2, and then sprinkle in salmon when it's ready. So that's the only agenda. Point of orientation this morning, Mr. Chairman. Back to you.
Okay, very good. I'd like to thank Jamie Diamond, ran for donuts for some member of her party, I believe. So thank you, Jamie. And so with that, Robin, turn to you to start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item G1, the International Pacific Halibut Commission Report. In 2024, the annual meeting of IPHC was held in Anchorage, Alaska. The meeting included reports on recent survey results, current stock status, consideration of the probabilities of risk and benefits involved with specific harvest choices, and discussions focused on harvest policy and methods for distributing coastwide yield to regulatory areas. The IPHC reached agreement for 2024 Pacific halibut catch limits, which include the Area 2A total catch exploitable yield and the resulting FCEY described in Attachment 1. Under this agenda item, we do have Dr. David Wilson here today, the Executive Director of IPHC, and he will provide an overview of the annual meeting, stock assessment, and plans for upcoming stock assessment surveys. We have some information there in their IPHC report, but most of the information will be provided in a PowerPoint. We also have the council's representative for IPHC, and I think Ms. Heather Hall is going to give that report to us under agenda item G1B. And then we have a national report from the United States submitted to IPHC, which includes the Area 2A harvest estimates for the 2023 season. That is provided in Attachment 2. And the full Area 2A enforcement report is provided in Attachment 3. Both of these attachments were included as part of the annual IPHC meeting material. Let's see, in addition to what I already mentioned as far as reference material, I do believe we have some advisory body reports. We have a gap report under this agenda item, and there was also public comment submitted under this agenda item as well. And that summarizes my report for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin on her overview? All right. Okay, we'll have IPHC report and Dr. David Wilson. Welcome, David.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Just while the PowerPoint gets brought up, I just wanted to thank you for allowing IPHC to come down and present to you at each of your meetings where halibut is a relevant topic. When I was booking the trip down, I realized that I haven't actually been to a council meeting in person since before COVID. So it's time slipped by during COVID, obviously, and we've only been attending remotely. And Dr. Hutchinson has come down and joined you on a number of occasions in replacement of myself. So it's good to be here again and see some familiar faces and also some faces that appear to have changed in that intervening period. So this morning, I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of some of the outcomes of the 100th session of the IPHC. And I understand you have a lot of smaller, bigger fish to fry. And so I will try and focus on what I think you are most interested in terms of the outcomes of the 100th session. So in terms of the presentation, if we just have the next slide, please. I don't know if I can operate it from up here. So as was pointed out, the commission held its 100th session in January of this year in Anchorage, noting that it was the 100th meeting of the IPHC. We did have a record attendance both in person and then also remotely as well, with some 241 attendees. And as you're very familiar with the IPHC process, I believe, the majority of those are the various stakeholders, whether they be harvesters, processors, or other interested groups who attend the meeting and actively engage in those activities. Next slide, please. Cutting to the chase in terms of what the primary decision was relevant for particularly IPHC regulatory area 2A stakeholders. The overall mortality limit that was adopted was just over 16,000 metric tons, with 748 for IPHC regulatory area 2A, which is a stable 1.65 million pounds for the last number of years. So we can just skip to the next slide. You'll see that those percentages up and down or stable, with IPHC regulatory area 2A being the only area that was maintained at its mortality limit from previous years. All other areas received a reduction, with an average of 4.57% reduction coast-wide. You can see that that also matches IPHC regulatory area 2B. And so the Commission made the decision to have a coast-wide reduction of 4.57%, equally for Canada and the US combined. The IPHC regulatory area 2A catch limit of 1.65 million pounds, again, this was championed by a number of very vocal, strong stakeholder groups. And I would just like to express my appreciation again for the very collaborative nature that the Macaw tribe has had with the IPHC in particular in reviewing the proposals that they put forward each year. And I believe that that was well received and understood and taken on board as part of a lack of conservation concern, specifically for the southernmost portion of the Pacific halibut range. Next slide, please. This is hard for me to read, so it must be hard for you to read as well. This is just the detailed projections by sector. And as you're well aware, this is populated for the various stakeholder groups based on the catch sharing plans. So again, no particular surprises there. It's just takes the catch sharing plan from this area and is applied to the overall mortality limit. Next slide, please. A few quick indicators that are worth highlighting, and if we look at the coast-wide fishery independent setline survey data trends, so again, this is coast-wide. You have numbers per skate down 2%, total pounds per skate down 4%, and O32, so legal Pacific halibut, down 3% coast-wide. And this is continuing the downward trend that we've seen for many years now. One of the interesting comparisons, I guess, and one of the important indicators for having a fishery independent survey of this nature is that the fishery trend was down 12% in comparison. And there are a number of reasons that could explain that difference. Obviously, we didn't survey in all areas in 2023. In addition, we have a standardized grid that we survey to try and ensure that we minimize bias or eliminate bias as much as possible as part of our fishery independent survey, versus the commercial sector, which is obviously going to try and find and fish those areas where there are more Pacific halibut of a suitable economic gradient. Next slide, please. When we look at the same trends for the fishery independent setline surveys, focusing down on O32, so those legal size fish, by a region. And if you recall, we have all of region 2, so it includes region IPHC regulatory area 2A, B, and C, is down 2% overall from 2022 to 2023. And you can see the others there, slightly up in the 2 region 4s. Next slide, please. Some other important data that are worth highlighting. There remain the 2012 year class, which represents and continues to represent the largest component of the fishery and fishery independent setline survey catches in 2023. And so this is that strong year class that we've been relying on for some time now, and it's remaining as the most important year class in the fishery and also coming up in the survey. Both for 2012 and 2014, those year classes are estimated to be smaller than those from 2005, with weak year classes from 2006 to 2011. And so again, it's just highlighting the importance of this 2012 year class to the fishery overall. Some positive signs are showing up, and again, it's very early days at this point, but there is going to be potentially a year class of some magnitude coming through, 2016 and 18 year classes, But at the moment, we're still sort of just tentatively waiting to see how that pans out and where they start to show up in the various sectors and also the surveys, whether it be trawl and then also in the IPHC setline survey. A little bit of good news, I guess, in terms of weighted age. It's something that we've been concerned about for many years, and it's still remaining stable over the last couple of years with potential signs that it may be increasing. Spawning biomass, we do unfortunately still have a very low spawning biomass relative to the last 30 years. At the moment, it's trending flat, and we're waiting to hopefully see some indicators that that may increase. And then the fishing intensity overall of F52 is the lowest that we've seen in recent years. Next slide, please. Looking at Dr. Stewart's projection work that he does as part of the annual stock assessment, the adopted coastwide mortality limit of 35.29 million pounds has an estimated 41% chance of a decrease in spawning biomass over the next 3 years. And so it's a pretty good chance that you're going to see a continued decline in overall spawning biomass. The projected trends rely heavily on the 2012 year class, as I was indicating previously. And we continue to see that year class maturing at very high historical rates. And so, for example, from 42% mature to 80% mature over the next 3 years. And so, again, just to highlight the fishery at the moment, and has been for a number of years and is likely to be for the next few years, still very heavily reliant on this particular year class. The biomass and productivity are currently low relative to the long-term average, and this is likely to persist in the near term. So there's not likely to be any particular radical change in that respect. Next slide, please. At the 100th session, there was probably 4 other decisions that the Commission made that are worth highlighting for the Council and Regulatory Area 2A stakeholders in particular. And I'm just going to step through those. One first was a statement on climate change, then to highlight the 2 regulatory proposals that were adopted on fishing periods and timings and in-season reallocation of recreational limits. And then also I'll also touch briefly on the 2024 Fishery Independent Setline Survey design. Next slide, please. So statements on climate change, as I'm sure you're aware, is becoming more important for various fisheries bodies, and regional fisheries management organizations are no exception. And so the Commission, in conjunction with the Secretariat, had been developing a particular statement on climate change and how we're going to take into consideration the various impacts of climate change into our work and also in particular the research that we're undertaking. So if we just jump to the next slide, you'll see that there were 4 key paragraphs that were adopted as part of the IPHC statement on climate change. And these all revolve around exactly what I was saying about how we're going to take the various implications of climate change into consideration as part of our activities. This includes obviously the research that we do, how we focus that research, how we try to incorporate various environmental changes into the work and the research that we're undertaking, how the subsidiary bodies of the Commission, such as the Scientific Review Board, and also the Secretariat itself, how we look to incorporate any changes in climate into the work that we're undertaking, and then more broadly, just in basic operations, what the Secretariat is actually doing to minimize our overall carbon footprint. So it is one of those motherhood statements, and the Commission was very clear, however, that they didn't want it just to sit on the website as something aspirational. And so as part of our annual reporting procedures through the Secretariat report, but then also the other activities that we undertake, our annual reporting, and then also the various subsidiary bodies, will be creating various tasks that we're going to be undertaking, deliverables and timelines, and keeping sort of track of how we're incorporating climate change research and climate change impacts into our activities. So it's something very much in development. We don't have a specific formula in place, but it's something that we'll be developing over the coming months. So just stay tuned. Next slide, please. In terms of the commercial fishing periods for 2024, again, no particular surprises here with an opening on the 15th of March and a closure on the 17th of December. The main change, however, was due to what we'll call very popular stakeholder input in terms of changing the actual starting and ending times. And so rather than having it as 12 noon local time, opening and closing, there was a very strong request from the conference board, so our harvesters, and also the processor advisory board. So our processors coastwide to change that to 0600 hours and 2359 for the closing. And we were very appreciative for the NOAA enforcement who weighed in for these discussions and indicated very strongly that they would have no issue with enforcing this change. So that was a good overall outcome. I do have a note there, and with the transition of management from IPHC for Regulatory Area 2A, non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery, I'm glad we've handed it over just because of the title, is that we will now no longer need to make those decisions at the annual meeting, and that it's just something that the council implements through your own fishery regulations. Next slide, please. The council, as you're acutely aware, adopted changes to the catch sharing plan that included allocations for regulatory area 2A, Pacific halibut catch limits, specifically related to an in-season process for reallocating or sharing, rather, the non-treaty sport allocation between states. And so that was incorporated into the IPHC fishery regulations and will be promulgated into the NOAA fishery regulations as well. Next slide, please. So probably the most interesting or most controversial or topic was the 2024 Fishery Independent Setline Survey design. And so the design that was put forward last year to the Scientific Review Board, put through our Research Advisory Board, and then presented at the various commission meetings in November and then also in January. Went through a number of modifications, and through our tendering process and intercessional discussion amongst the commissioners, they adopted a final design, which is shown on the screen, a little bit hard to see, but I'm sure we can make this available. This map is also available on the IPHC website. Involves sampling 525 of the total setline survey grid design, so 525 stations coastwide. And when I say coastwide, the focus is in area 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B. And then also the commission has given a green light for us to sample in area 4C, 4CDE South. Unfortunately, the original proposal to sample on the border between 4A and 4B was not able to be stood up for fiscal reasons, both in terms of the finances available at the Secretariat, but also in terms of the bids that we received for that area. So what does that mean? Well, it means that for Regulatory Area 2A, we won't be undertaking a survey this year. We did off the Washington coast last year, and rest assured that it will be in the Secretariat's proposal and also in the design that's going to be put forward by the Scientific Review Board for 2025. But as I'm sure you're aware, there's a lot of moving parts as part of any kind of survey of this nature, including base funding. And we have exhausted the reserve for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey this past year, primarily due to, well, there was a number of reasons. First of all, the lower than expected catch rates coastwide. So we caught less fish on the survey over the last 3 years. Fish price, while it went up initially during COVID, has also declined quite substantially. Our projections for 2024 is that the fish price will remain stable. So hopefully it will be proven incorrect in that regard, and the fish price will go up a little bit. But then also operating expenses have increased substantially since 2020. And by operating expenses, I mean the costs to charter a particular fishing vessel, the crew, the bait that we purchase, and fuel and the like. And so a combination of all those variables meant that we had exhausted the reserve fund for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. And just a reminder as well that the reserve fund for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey is completely separate from our overall operations at the IPHC Secretariat. And we've seen the general operating fund increase by 100% over the last year due to a number of budget savings that we've been put in place. which means that we have about a $3 million reserve to utilize in our general operating, and the Commission has agreed that should there be a shortfall in the 2024 FIS, that we'll be utilizing that general reserve for the first time. And so in that sense, the Commission itself is in a relatively healthy financial situation. The survey is not, and that's the biggest issue that we have. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, we have our Management Strategy Advisory Board meeting in May, and this is going to be a fully remote meeting. The Commission is going to make a concerted effort to have a number of intersessional meetings throughout the course of this year, and one of them will be specifically looking at the development of a harvest policy, an updated harvest policy for the IPHC, so for Pacific halibut. And the MSAB is expected to meet obviously in May, remotely, and then we'll be looking to have an in-person meeting of stakeholders and interested parties probably around October of this year in Seattle. The Scientific Review Board will have their first meeting in June, and they typically have a second meeting in September. And the June meeting is where they'll specifically be looking at the Fishery Independent Setline Survey design for 2025, 26, and 27, so a 3-year cycle. In terms of the annual meeting, the 101st session will be held in January of next year. The location will be in Vancouver, Canada, and the specific hotel should be announced, I think, this week. So next slide, please. So just as a final reminder, I guess, if you are interested in digging into the annual report itself, it was published on the last day of the meeting, and you can also access, if you really want to, the full audio recordings of the meeting if you've missed any particular deliberations of commissioners with stakeholders or any interventions that were made by interested parties. And so all of that is freely available on the website. And so if you are looking for particular clarification on an issue, I encourage you to do that. And then just a final slide. Next slide, please. And so, as I said, this is our 100th year. We officially turn 100 on the 21st of October in 2024. We've been holding a number of events to celebrate the IPHC's very long history and the various stakeholders who have contributed over that 100-year period. And so I guess just a reminder that come October, we officially turn 100, but we are holding a number of celebratory events, including this last week at the World Fisheries Congress, where we showcased 100 years of data collection, monitoring, and research. That's all I have. Thank you.
Wow, great report, David. Thank you. Questions for Dr. Wilson on the IPHC report? Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thanks, Chair Pettinger. Maybe just a simple biological question. Thanks for the presentation, informative. I don't know if we can go back to slide 8 on there. The 2012 year class, I believe you said has been contributing for several years, was a strong year class. 2016 year class, there's no clear information yet. Maybe the simplest question is there a point where you go from waiting for 2016 to show up to being worried that you're not seeing 2016, only 4 years of difference between 12 and 16?
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. There is, yes. What I can say is that the indications are that the 2016, 17, and 18 year classes are much smaller in magnitude than the 2012. And so while we're starting to see signs of that year class coming through, it's not going to be anywhere near the magnitude of the 2012. It also depends on where they're starting to show up in the fishery coastwide. And so depending on where that year class starts to show up and whether they start to show up in multiple regulatory areas will have a varied impact on the fishery coastwide. And so I guess the short answer is don't hang your hat too much on the 2016 year class. It's there. It's showing up, but it's much smaller than previous year classes of significance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. What else? All right. Oh, Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a word of thanks, Dr. Wilson. I know it's not easy to get to Fresno, and really appreciate the IPHC always, your willingness to always come and share the information with us. We really view that we've got a great partnership between the council and the Halibut Commission and you and your staff. And so just want to express that appreciation for you being here. Unfortunately, I missed a 100 meeting. My wife fell sick just a couple of days before the meeting started, so I had to cancel my travel plans. But I did listen online, and it was again a very well run meeting, as it always is. And I know we've got a number of challenges relative to the continuing to be able to monitor the resource with our set line surveys, and I think we are willing to do anything that we can on our end to try to help see that the resources continue to be monitored, because obviously the Halibut Commission has got a long history of really developing great science and understanding of the resource to inform your decisions. So again, just thanks very much for being here.
Thank you, Phil. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I'll keep it brief. I was just going to offer the very same appreciation that Phil just did. And thank you for being here, Dr. Wilson. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Heather. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Wilson, I recall at the annual meeting, there was some regulatory changes that occurred in relation to logbooks and what's required of those. I didn't see that mentioned here. What sort of outreach is the commission going to be doing to inform fishery participants of the change in the requirements so that they can comply and do what they're supposed to be doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you for the question. Most of the changes are relatively minor in terms of, for example, removing a logbook that's no longer in use, I think in Petersburg. Also allowing the use of electronic logbooks, particular types, and we are embarking upon a collaborative project with NIMS in Alaska to look at introducing electronic logbooks in Alaska, and so we're reaching out constantly with that particular portion or sector of the halibut fleet. And then also in terms of the reporting deadline, previously there was a open-ended requirement to submit the logbooks, and now there is a 30-day post-season essentially of reporting or providing the logbooks to the IPHC. The main way we're going to be undertaking research for stakeholders is primarily through our fisheries data specialists in port. And so we have the team in Seattle this past week going through various training and ensuring that they're acutely aware of what those changes are. And then when they're getting on the various vessels to pick up the logbooks or to query them, because we're still doing that in port, just reminding each of the captains and that of the new requirements. And so it's going to be a slow process. There's no particular enforcement requirement at this point as part of the IPHC elements. And so it's just going to be a slow process of getting out there, getting to the ports, getting to the vessels, and any similar meetings that we may have, particularly in 2A when the 2A fishery opens as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
And thank you. And again, thank you for being here to help answer questions.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, Josh, Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can make this brief also. I just also want to express appreciation for Mr. Wilson for being here, and also to take this opportunity to share some appreciation for his staff. There's a lot of coordination that occurs between the Alaska region and the West Coast region leading up to these annual meetings, during the annual meetings, along with coordination with the states and tribes and other partners, and just wanted to take this opportunity to express some appreciation to his staff also. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. All right. Well, Dr. Wilson, thank you. All right. Next comes the Council IPHC representative report, and look to Heather Hall. Heather?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. This report has been in the briefing book since the advanced briefing book deadline, so I won't read it word for word, and we'll just cover some of the key points. The 100th meeting of the IPHC meeting was held in Anchorage, Alaska, the week of January 22nd, 2024. Area 2A was represented by a broad contingent from the Coastal and Puget Sound Treaty Indian Tribes and the Northwest Indian Fish Commission, along with representatives from ODFW, WDFW, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the Council. We were fortunate to have several 2A stakeholders as part of our delegation: Tim Clausen from Eureka, Paul Moranti from Westport, and Larry Phillips representing American Sport Fishing Association attended the conference board in person, and several others attended virtually. The U.S. delegation met with all 3 U.S. commissioners during the meeting, in addition to an Area 2A meeting. During the first meeting, commissioners provided an update on the ongoing negotiations relative to a long-term allocation agreement between the U.S. and Canada. Commissioners were upfront that it appeared to be unlikely they would reach a multi-year agreement during this annual meeting, and during the closing remarks, commissioners from the U.S. and Canada shared that they did not reach that long-term agreement, but expressed commitment to continue to do that during ongoing discussions in 2024. We heard much of the update on the assessment from Dr. Wilson. The 2023 assessment represents an update of the full assessment completed in 2022. The 2012 and 2014 year classes are estimated to be smaller than the 2005 year class and are critically important to the short-term projections of stock and fishery dynamics. The fishery had been highly dependent on the 2005 year class, with some moderate year classes before that. The 2012 and potentially the 2014 year classes are now the most prominent year classes contributing to the fishery, with possible but currently uncertain 2016 and 2018 year classes detected in the data. While the stock assessment authors are not suggesting the resource is at imminent risk of being overfished, they continued to express the strong note of caution shared last year. Environmental conditions add to the uncertainty in the health of the halibut resource. In contrast to the coastwide condition of the stock, with the Gulf of Alaska area continuing to show the most prominent decline, Area 2A showed signs of stability. And then we also received the FIS plans for 2024 through 2028, which provides the trend information and biological data for use in the 2024 stock assessment. The proposed 2024 FIS includes 2 charter regions in Area 2B, 3 and 2C, 2 and 3A, and 1 in 3B, but no survey in 2A. Relative to the Area 2A allowable catch, the Makah tribe submitted a formal regulatory proposal to set the 2A TCEY at 1.65 million pounds. The IPHC Secretariat recommended this approach for bringing the 2A allocation forward, but commissioners chose to approve the 2A TCEY through the adoption of area allocations rather than permanent regulations. The value of 1.65 million pounds is a continuation of the value that was used in the 4-year agreement from 2019 through 2022, and the 23 agreement by the Commission that includes an allocation framework with a 2A TCEY of 1.65 million pounds. This all providing that there's no substantive conservation concern identified during the staff or by the staff. The agreement also had a formulaic approach to setting the 2B, which is Canada, allocation based on several factors, including the exploitable biomass and the discard mortality of fish in the Alaska Trawl Survey. The 2A TCEY agreed to value of 1.65 million pounds was again approved for 2024, accompanied by a fishery constant exploitation yield of 1.47 million pounds. During the course of the meeting, there was a lot of debate regarding the allocations to the catch areas in Alaska, with particular focus on Area 2C, which is Southeast Alaska, 3A, the Gulf of Alaska, and 2B, which is Canada. The conference board and the processor advisory board both had lengthy discussions about the need to decrease the coastwide overall harvest level, ranging from 5 to 15%. Ultimately, both advisory bodies ended up recommending a reduction of 4.5 to 5.5 to the TCEY. In the end, the commission was in favor of the values listed in the table in this report, which breaks out the the total coastwide allocation to the different areas. Due to increases in non-directed discard mortality, the 2A FCEY is 1.47 million pounds for 2024, which is slightly lower than the 2023 FCEY of 1.52 million pounds. While many of the sector allocations remain similar under the FCEY, per the terms of the Council's catch sharing plan, an FCEY below 1.5 million pounds will not allow the allocation to the primary stablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis to be 70,000 pounds for 2024. It will be 50,000 pounds. The commission also set the commercial season dates for Area 2A. And the commission approved the Council's catch sharing plan for 2024. Be happy to take any questions on the report.
Okay, questions for Heather on her report? Then Mattis.
Not a question. Appreciate Ms. Hall doing that report, and also wanted to acknowledge that some of our counterparts at CDFW participated and listened in remotely. They were not unable to attend in person, but were still paying attention and communicating with those of us that were there. So just wanted to acknowledge that they were part of the process as well.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, anyone else? All right, thanks, Lynn. All right, thanks, Heather. All right, I'll take us to the GAP report. Bob Alverson. Good morning, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Heather, if I may. So on the third page, the discussion about the increase in the discard mortality, 1.47 million pounds now for the 2A FCEY due, and I think we'll hear about this more in the GAP report. Since you've mentioned it here, I'm going to take the opportunity to ask you a few questions about that. I'm not sure if you're the appropriate expert on that, but I would like to learn more about it. Who made this decision? Is it?
Heather?
Thank you. Thanks, Marcy, for the question. This calculation of the discard mortality is done by the stock assessors. So it's done at the IPHC. This happened in 2022 as well. And myself, and I think Lynn, we had some email exchanges with Ian Stewart, the stock assessor, to help us understand how the calculation is done. I can't say that I still have a very clear understanding of it. And I think it is a good opportunity to maybe ask NIMS or someone to work with the IPHC to help us have more clarity around how that discard mortality estimate is derived. And as you can see, I mean, even the first time it happened, we don't round up to 1.5, but it has a pretty significant impact on the incidental allocation that goes to the stablefish fishery. So having a better understanding of that, I think, is really important. I'm sorry, I can't provide that. It's a good question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Marcy. Okay. And now we'll go to the gap report. Morning, Bob.
Good morning, council members. This is agenda item G1C Supplemental Gap Report 1, March 2024. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel appreciates the presentation from Pacific Fishery Management Council Staff Officer Ms. Robin Elke, and is grateful the International Pacific Halibut Commission agreed to the Macaw Tribe's regulatory proposal of a total constant exploitable yield for 2024 of 1.65 million pounds for Area 2A. The corresponding fishery constant exploitable yield was set at 1.47 million pounds, lower than the 2023 FCEY of 1.52 million pounds, largely due to an increase in directed discard mortality. While the GAP understands the IPHC did not agree to a long-term agreement for a TCEY of 1.65 million pounds for Area 2A, the GAP also appreciates the Macaw Tribe's continued proposals for a consistent Area 2A floor to keep the fisheries comparatively stable from one year to the next. The GAP voiced concerns about the difference between the 2023 commercial discard mortality of 50,000 pounds and the estimated assumed for 2024 of 110,000 pounds. This increase in assumed discard mortality results in a lower FCEY. However, there is no clear reason why or explanation of how those discard mortality rates were derived, which is concerning. NIMP's representatives in discussions with the GAP said the agency would look into the reporting of halibut discard mortality. We are interested in hearing more about this at a future meeting. We subsequently found out that the survey for 2023 had a large amount of juveniles in it, and with the observer data from the directed fishery off of Oregon, when that was extrapolated to the tribal fishery, that this generated the 110,000 pounds, but it was still unclear just how that math is conducted. So the GAP would like a report if that's available of detailing that number. Additionally, I would like to comment that we had all 13 tribal nations that have halibut rights present at the annual IPHC meeting, and that was really represented Area 2A very well and was a significant part of achieving the 1.65 or 4 million pound allocation for 2A. That's it.
Thank you, Bob. Questions of the GAP report? Marcy, you're up to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard Heather mention earlier that the reduction in the FCEY would in fact result in the lowering of the sablefish incidental allocation. I'm wondering if the GAP discussed the impacts of that reduction to that sector.
Through the chair, the GAP under the next agenda item G2A recommends a reduction to 130 pounds per 1,000 pounds of sablefish in that sablefish fishery north of Chehalis. A lot of that is going to be dependent upon the markets of sablefish. However, last year the processors stopped buying altogether about October 15th, 31st, and so a lot of whether or not that halibut will be harvested will be dependent upon sablefish markets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Phil Anderson.
Sure, we all recognize how fortunate we are to have Bob Alverson as one of the IPHC commissioners. He has gone out of his way to look after Area 2A during his tenure. He's always gracious and responds to my emails in the middle of the IPHC meeting. And I very much appreciate that. Thanks for all your hard work.
No problem.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Bob. All righty. That'll take us to public comment. I don't know if we have it or not. We do not. All right. That'll take us to council action, which is to provide guidance as appropriate. So I'll open the floor for that discussion if needed. Okay. I'm not seeing any hands, Robin. So, Josh Lindsay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Recognize the discussion on the discard mortality. I'm happy to provide a little bit of background if folks would appreciate that at this point in time, and also spend some time with the gap and recognize the request there to bring something back. But as Mr. Alvinson described, the primary driver from our understanding of the increase in that number from previous years is the high encounter rate that the FIS saw in sublegal fish. So that ratio that the FIS saw gets applied through math that I'm also not exactly sure how it happens, but it's a variety of factors that IPHC staff, the stock assessment scientists, including lost gear, discard estimates, this year data from the West Coast Observer Program. That's a 3-year average. That's how that goes into creating that value. And it's an estimation from actually a year ago, as I said, though, on the 3-year average. But in talking to IPHC staff yesterday, and appreciate them getting back to us quickly, as I said, the primary driver for that increase that the gap was concerned about was actually the encounter rates of sublegal fish by the FIS this year, which we'll see how that plays out. But and still happy to bring something back to the gap or to the council on some of that, or work with IPHC staff to provide a greater description of how that gets calculated each year. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Marcy Ripko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very interested in that. Thanks, Josh, for the offer. I guess I'm just struggling to understand. I'm hearing that the encounters were of smaller fish this year. I'm not hearing about the encounter rates so much, but it just is difficult to understand why a more than twofold increase in the poundage of bycatch discard mortality is now being assigned. So just interested in learning more. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. All right. Okay, Robin, I don't see any hands, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've worked through this agenda item and received some good information from the IPHC and heard from the GAP. No decisions to make here, but so I think that wraps up this agenda item.
All right, fantastic. And with that, we'll go to a G2, and I'll turn back to you to start us off on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item G2 is the incidental catch recommendations, the options for the salmon troll fishery, and then the final recommendations for the fixed gear sablefish fisheries. The regulations governing these incidental harvest of the halibut and the salmon troll and the fixed gear fishery north of Point Chehalis required the council to adopt halibut landing restrictions to allow incidental halibut while ensuring quotas are not exceeded. NIMS has been issuing permits for the Area 2A halibut fisheries since 2023, and the application submission requirements and deadlines can be found on their website. And there's a link there in the SITSUM for those that may need it. For the salmon troll fishery, the catch sharing plan for Area 2A allocates 15% of the non-tribal commercial halibut allocation to the salmon troll fishery as incidental catch. The primary management objective is to harvest the incidental quota during the April through June salmon troll fishery, with the secondary objective to harvest the remaining quota from July to through the rest of the salmon troll fishery. The council has been successful using landing ratios and trip limits to ensure that the manageable progression of the fishery manageable progression of the fishery in past years. A summary of the management information is provided under this agenda item as attachment 1. So in that you'll have a table 1 that just shows the catch of halibut, the allocation, the actual catch, and what the landing ratios limits were throughout the year since 2001. Unless revised, the incidental halibut landing restrictions in the salmon troll fishery adopted initially for the prior year before any in-season action will be in effect when the incidental halibut retention opens in April of this year. So that regulations would include no more than 1 halibut per 2 Chinook, except 1 halibut may be possessed or landed without meeting the ratio requirement, and no more than 35 halibut may be landed per trip. So under this agenda item, the council should confirm or recommend any in-season changes to those retention limits, which would remain in place until the new limits are adopted that would begin May 16 of this year. Also under this agenda item, the council should adopt for public review the range of incidental landing restrictions for that salmon troll fishery that would begin May 16 of 2024 and continue into April 1 through May 15 of 2025. Those restrictions should be consistent with the salmon management alternatives during the same timeframes. And the council is scheduled to take final action on those limits these limits at the upcoming council meeting. For the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, the total Area 2A halibut quota is large enough to provide for incidental halibut harvest in that fishery. The incidental fishery is allocated a portion of the Washington sport allocation in excess of 214,110 pounds, and provided an allocation that the portion of the Washington sport allocation, I already said that, I'm sorry, provided that there's at least a 10,000 pound available up to 50,000 pounds of halibut unless the Area 2A FCEY is 1.5 million pounds or more and the maximum of 70,000 pounds. In 2024, the FCEY is 1.47 million pounds, and therefore the fishery is allocated 50,000 pounds. The objective for the annual landing restrictions is to attain the halibut allocation at about the same time the fishery is scheduled to end or when halibut retention is closed under IPHC regulations, and also to ensure equitable sharing of the halibut landings among the fishers. In the past year, the council has successfully used landing restrictions to maintain harvest within the allocation. The summary of the management information for the incidental catch of the fisheries provided under this agenda item in attachment 1. And until revised, the landing limits would be consistent with those in place when the fishery last closed in 2023, which was a ratio of 150 pounds dressed weight of halibut for every 1,000 pounds dressed weight of sablefish landed, and up to 2 additional halibut in excess of the ratio requirement. So under this agenda item, the council should confirm or make recommendations to modify the incidental landing limits for the sablefish fishery beginning April 2024, noting that the IPHC regulations prohibit commercial halibut fishing after December 7, 2024. So as mentioned through the summary, the council action here is to recommend any in-season changes to the halibut landing restrictions for the salmon troll fishery this year, April 1 through May 15, as necessary, and then adopt for public review the 3 options for those landing limits in the salmon troll fishery that would begin May 16, and also for the April 1 through the May 15, 2025 period. And for the sablefish fishery, adopt the final landing restrictions for that fishery that begins April 1. And as noted, you have attachment 1, which gives you the information on both of those fisheries and what the allocations were. And you also have a report from the SAS and a report from the GAP. And that concludes my summary.
All right, thanks, Robin. Questions on Robin's overview? Okay, we'll go to the SAS and Ryan Johnson. Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. My name is Ryan Johnson. I'd like to provide the Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on incidental catch recommendations for the salmon troll fishery. The SAS recommends the following options for public review. All alternatives are for the time period of May 16, 2024 through the end of the 2024 salmon troll fishery and beginning April 1, 2025 until modified through in-season action or superseded by 2025 management measures. Alternative 1, status quo, license holders may land no more than 1 Pacific halibut per 2 Chinook, except 1 Pacific halibut may be landed without meeting the ratio requirement, and no more than 35 halibut per trip. So 1 + 1 per 2 to 35. Alternative 2 is 1 + 1 per 2 to 50 per trip. Alternative 3 is 1 + 1 per 2 to 25 halibut per trip. The incidental Pacific halibut catch regulations in the commercial salmon troll fishery may be modified through in-season action. The SAS recommends that the current catch regulations remain for the period April 1 through May 15, 2024, and could be subject to in-season action. The current limit is no more than 1 Pacific halibut, 2 Chinook, except 1 halibut may be possessed or landed without meeting the ratio requirement, and no more than 35 halibut may be landed per trip. The SAS also recommends that the council asks National Marine Fisheries to re-examine the permit application deadline for the directed halibut, incidental sablefish, and incidental salmon fisheries. Current deadlines require permit applications to be submitted before seasons are established and therefore do not allow licensees to apply for the ideal fishery license for that particular year. And that concludes our statement.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Questions on the SAS report? Marcy, you're up. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. I'm looking at alternative 2 and allowing up to a maximum of 50 halibut per trip. I have 2 questions for you. One, looking back over at least the last 3 years, the SAS has put forward alternatives that are 25, 30, and 35 as a maximum. So what is the reason for putting forward 50 as an allowable trip limit? I'll start there. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. On the water, we've seen more instances where the availability of Chinook and halibut at the same time in the same area is resulting in more halibut discards. And we would like the access and opportunity to bring those fish to market.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me understand that in a little more detail. You're saying that you're discarding halibut because there are instances where folks have attained their 35 fish incidental limit. I think that, well, wait, current limit's 35. I don't know if it's 30 or 35 right now, but you're telling me that folks have discarded halibut in excess of that amount while they are targeting salmon?
That's correct.
Thank you. And my next,
Thank you, Marcy.
Next question. So what is your thinking about an incidental fishery for halibut with regard to salmon, troll, and targeting salmon? I have some concerns with increasing authorizations on incidental salmon or incidental halibut. And I'm just trying to understand the circumstances under which you're operating in salmon that would result in so much incidental catch of halibut.
Thank you for the question. In the traditional salmon area grounds, there are large available biomasses of halibut. There are also anecdotal kind of halibut migration events that will come through And it's not uncommon on certain areas around canyons and flat spots and places where feed accumulates that salmon and halibut find themselves foraging on the same feed. And so we are fishing through that area, sometimes very deep, sometimes not as deep as you might think with your traditional halibut thinking. They can elevate in the water column. And we run into both species at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is your daily allowable limit on Chinook in this fishing activity you're speaking of?
In the commercial troll fisheries, we don't have a daily limit. We'd be regulated most of the time on a Chinook trip limit. Our Chinook trip limits are largely a product of the option package we have put forth for all 3 states right now, so they vary. Sometimes there is no Chinook possession and landing limit either.
Maybe I'd ask the state of Washington. I believe under some in-season actions that were taken, the Chinook fishery, I understood was limited on, I don't know if it was a weekly trip limit or a daily trip limit, but I recall a number of 10. Is that correct?
We had a period last June where we had 11 for that particular week at the end of a quota period and time cell where we were close to attaining our Chinook. And so that was correct. We had a trip limit of 11, which would be subject to the rates and limit the halibut in that particular week. Our common weekly limits would range from traditional values of 40 to 200.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Ryan? Okay, thanks, Ryan. Next up will be Bob Alverson, the GAP report. Welcome back, Bob.
Good morning again. This is the agenda item G2A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, regarding the incidental catch recommendation options for salmon troll and final action for fixed gear sablefish fisheries. We deferred to the SAS on the salmon troll bycatch amount. Regarding the preliminary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington, the Groundfish Advisory Panel recommends the incidental catch limit be set at 130 pounds of halibut per 1,000 pounds of dressed sablefish plus 2 halibut for 2024. So that's 2 plus 130 pounds per 1,000 pounds of net weight of sablefish. Last year, the landing limit was 150 pounds of halibut for every 1,000 pounds of sablefish, plus up to 2 additional halibut when the allocation was 70,000 pounds. It was the same for 2022 when the allocation was 50,000 pounds. The sablefish fishery exceeded its 50,000 pound allocation at that time. Therefore, the GAP suggests changing the ratio to 130 pounds of halibut per 1,000 pounds of dressed sablefish plus 2 halibut for 2024, which should be adequate. However, should this ratio be light, the council has an opportunity later this year to adjust this ratio during the in-season actions. That concludes our comments on this.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Questions on the GAP report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Bob. Okay, that concludes our reports. Takes the public comment. And we have one. All right, Steve Uber. Welcome, Steve.
Good morning. I hope you enjoyed the donuts because I got stuck with my cell phone on. So I'm here on the model that we're turning all rocks over. And one of the things that we're looking at in California is getting some of the excess discard mortality of the 50,000 pounds that's not used every year for the halibut. And that could definitely be broken up. I understand there's no framework to do this. It can be definitely moved into some of the commercial and shore fisheries and into the recreational fisheries. And so giving us some more opportunity for catching some more halibut in our area. The number's set, the number's not always used. And if it's not used, then it's not being utilized in the correct manner. And I would hope that we can develop a framework to help move that stuff along. I know we've looked at the end of the season on August 15th to take what's not caught and divide it up. But this is another part of that equation that's there. I just ask that we look at every avenue. Remember, we're running 2,600 recreational fishermen out of the Crescent City, Eureka area. There are chances to catch another halibut that's not being utilized in the right fashion. I think is a great opportunity to divide that up between the states and give everybody a little bit more halibut to catch, especially when it's not being used.
Thank you, Steve. Questions for Steve on his testimony? Okay, thanks, Steve. Okay, that concludes public comment and takes us to council action before us. So open the floor for discussion. Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. This isn't one of those 3 items listed, so hopefully it's appropriate for the discussion now. The SAS report requested NIMS look at the timing of licenses. I know the license application period for the commercial troll fishery was before this meeting even started. It was brought up last fall, and I'm hoping we can continue the discussion under our catch sharing plan agreement discussions this fall. However, the SAS isn't always at our fall meetings when we talk about catch sharing plan. So I'm just wondering if that's something NIMS is receptive to talking about this fall so that I can go back and tell the salmon folks in delegation, yeah, this is something we could look at, or it's completely off the table.
Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Ms. Mattis, is something that agency is willing to continue to look at. It's something we looked at internally this year, actually. We do have certain APA requirements we need to meet in terms of public notice and timing and getting that fishery open on time, but it's definitely something we're willing to explore and see if there's creative avenues.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Phil Anderson.
Are we under discussion? I just wanted to try to provide a little bit more information on the trip limits in our commercial troll fishery off Washington. So we have 3 areas off the Washington coast, and they sometimes have the same weekly trip limits, and sometimes they're a little bit different. So Queets North, Queets, which the Washington coast is about 130 miles. So Queets to Cape Flattery is about 60 of those miles. And then from Queets down to Ledbetter is our next area that we have trip limits. It's about 50 miles. And then from Ledbetter to the border is about 22 miles. And when we're setting these up and we're doing the modeling pre-season, we've got, oftentimes we're looking at the lower Columbia River Tule impacts. And so the more fish we put in the south, the higher those impacts. On the other end of the squeeze is Puget Sound stocks, and the more fish we put in the north, the more impacts there are on there. So that's a balancing act. So just to give you a sense of the trip limits. So in that first area from the Columbia River up to Ledbetter, we started off with a 90 fish Chinook landing limit per week in May. So that was for the first 10 days of May. And then it dropped to 60 in the middle of May. Went back up to 80 in the last part of May through the first part of June. And then at the very end of that first period, of the May-June time period, it dropped to 11 for the last week from June 24th to 29th. If you look at the Ledbetter to Queets area, it started with a 200 fish. Oh, let me just back up a half a sec. So that Ledbetter to the Columbia River area, there's a lot of sandy ground down there, and so there's not a lot of halibut down in that country. But as you move north, the availability of halibut gets greater and greater, just in a general sense. So in that area between Ledbetter and Queets, started off with 200. It went down to 150 in the middle of May, back up to 200 around from May 25th to June 7th. And then it too was down at 11 that last week of June before that May-June timeframe was up. And then north, so Queets north, and when we get up in an area we call the Prairie, that's, I mean, there's a lot of halibut up in that country. The vessel limits were 105 weekly limit in the first 10 days of May. And then it dropped down to 35 and then 40 for the balance of that May-June timeframe, because we allocated a smaller proportion of the troll quota up in that north area because of concerns over Puget Sound stocks. So this is what happened in 2023. When you have time and don't have anything else to do, you can look at page 300 of the review document, and that's where the 2023 information is that I'm referencing. And you can also look back at 22, 21, and go all the way back to 2015 and look at the history of the trip limits. And it varies from year to year, depending on how we split the May-June quota up between those north and south areas, depending on what the stock of concern was in that particular year.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. Oh, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Mr. Anderson for that recap, and just to note that we are learning from you with regard to use of trip limits in the directed troll fishery. So appreciate a bit of context here, and we will certainly be learning and watching how you adjust trip limits in response to impacts in various management areas. So understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Okay, Heather Hall.
Thank you. I have a bit to add to the discussion too, and kind of around the last comment about the pounds that haven't been harvested. And I wanted to start with because I wasn't sure which of these incidental fisheries was being referred to, but I did want to mention that for the sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington, that allocation that allows for that incidental retention north of Point Chehalis, Washington, comes through allocation with the Washington sport fishery. So it comes from that. And there's possibly last year when this came up, or the year before, there's a couple of WDFW reports that explain how that works. So when it's not taken in the sablefish fishery, it can be used by the sport fishery. And then as I was, and I'm thinking about the conversation too about the salmon troll fishery and what's kind of been unharvested, and thinking about how we manage for incidental allowances. And I think the explanation that Ryan gave and where our fishery occurs, particularly off the North Coast and the prairie where halibut and Chinook salmon can be found together quite often, is why we have the incidental allocation. But I also know it's linked to Chinook availability. So it's important that the allocation is there. I think it's also important that it's not targeted as a targeted fishery and recognized to be an incidental retention. But I'd also note too, in the 23 years of data that are shown on attachment 1 for the salmon troll fishery, it's really only in 17 of the 23 years that are shown on here, we've taken the majority of the allocation. So it's a allocation system that's working. And I recognize that in the last 4 years and maybe a couple of years other than that, it's not been as effective at matching the Chinook to the halibut. But I did want to point out that the majority, 74% of the years in this table, we have taken the halibut that's allowed as incidental retention. So just offering those up for thought.
Together. Okay. Further discussion? We'll look for a motion then. Heather?
Thank you. I do have a motion. Even though this is one agenda item, I did split the motions into two. So the first motion is for the salmon, incidental salmon retention.
Okay.
I move the council adopt for public review the alternatives presented in agenda item G2A, supplemental SAS report 1, March 2024, for halibut landing restrictions in the salmon troll fishery in 2024, beginning May 16th through the end of the salmon troll fishery and beginning April 1st, 2025, unless modified through in-season action.
Okay, is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Move for a second. Second by Butch Smith. Thank you, Butch. Please speak to your motion, Heather, as appropriate.
Yes, thank you. This motion confirms that there aren't any changes that are needed to the retention limits that are in place now through May 15th of this year, and then provides the range of alternatives that were in the SAS report for public review that are appropriate based on the salmon discussions that are underway now.
Okay. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Marcia Uremko?
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay.
And I will just read it aloud. I move that SAS alternative 2 be modified to a maximum per trip limit of 30 fish.
Okay, is that language accurate?
Yes, it is.
Second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. Please speak to your motion, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would reframe the range of alternatives provided by the SAS to reflect the traditional range that they have offered to us with regard to maximum allowances for incidental landings of Pacific halibut incidental to the commercial salmon troll fishery. I'm mindful, and I think the council should be mindful, that we are authorizing incidental catch limits as part of the allocation that's made to the directed salmon troll fishery. I'm not compelled by anything I've heard today that suggests that we need to consider a higher per trip limit beyond what we've ever considered before, or at least as far back in the record as I had time to look. The SAS has always brought us a range of alternatives that had not more than a 35 fish limit. And if you look at attachment 1 in the history of the maximums, we've been down as low as 12 fish and as high as 35. So in keeping with the intent of what the catch sharing plan authorizes, this is an incidental allowance. I'm concerned about somewhat of a blend that I might expect could happen where incidental, somehow starts turning more to directed activity. And I think we need to take steps to ensure that we safeguard against that. So that's my rationale. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Discussion on the motion? Okay, not seeing any hands. That being the case, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
No,
Abstentions.
abstain.
Okay. Roll call. Okay, let's do a roll call.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, I am calling this one the motion G2 number 1 amendment by Mr. Remco. The amendment is to move that SAS alternative 2 be modified to a maximum per trip limit of 30 fish. I'm paraphrasing a bit there. Okay, starting from the top here, Sharon Kiefer.
Aye.
Josh Lindsay.
Abstain.
Corey Ridings.
Aye.
Phil Anderson.
No.
Joe Oatman.
Aye.
Butch Smith.
No.
Heather Hall.
No.
Lynn Mattis.
No.
Robert Dooley.
Aye.
Mark Gorelnick.
Aye.
Pete Hassemer.
Aye.
Krista Svensson.
No.
Marcy Yaremko.
Aye.
Seven yes, 5 no, 1 abstention. So the amendment passes.
Okay, we've got a motion still on the floor. It's been amended. So discussion. All right, I don't see a hand, so I'll call for the question. Hold it here. Okay. Oh. I'll call for the question on the amended motion. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Heather, you have another motion?
Thank you. I move the council adopt a final trip limit ratio of 130 pounds of Pacific halibut per 1,000 pounds of sablefish, plus 2 additional Pacific halibut for the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington, as recommended in Supplemental GAP Report 1, March 2024.
Okay, Heather, is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes.
Very good. For a second. Let's go by Lynn Mattis. Thank you, Lynn. Please speak to your motion as appropriate.
Thank you. I think the GMT did, or the GAP did a good job of explaining the rationale for reducing the landing ratio down to 130. Last year, the allocation was 70,000 pounds and the landing ratio included 150 pounds per 1,000. And so this brings it down to a level that's more in line with the 50,000 pound allocation. And as noted in the GAP report as well, we can take action in season to adjust the landing limit one way or the other. It can go down or up just to make sure that the incidental allocation is not exceeded.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Questions for the motion maker? Okay, discussions on the motion? Okay, I'll call for the question then. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Heather, you have one more, right? You don't, okay, the first one incorporated 1 and 2. Okay, very good. All right, make sure. All right. With that, Robin, I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the incidental halibut retention in the salmon troll fishery. We've adopted 3 options for public review. We'll come back to those in April. And for the primary sablefish fishery, we've adopted the final landing limits for the upcoming season in 2024. So you have done your work under this agenda item. Thank you.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to acknowledge Josh's offer to bring us back information on that reduction to the 2023 FCEY due to the increase in the directed discard mortality. And just to note, that had implications for California. Our California quota amount was reduced because of that increase that's now assigned to the directed discard mortality. May not be a lot of pounds, but for us, every pound matters. So this is a significant issue, and we'd like to hear more about it. And I don't know who made the decision. I don't know on what basis. I don't know what discussions took place. I realize that this occurred in the IPHC arena, but I just want to note that it really had very real world implications for us. And once again, we're losing ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Okay. All right. I think that'll take us to a break, actually, where we'll take 10 minutes and we'll come back onto H1 and where Vice Chair Hassemer will have the gavel. All right.
All right, if we can move back to our seats, we can commence with our meeting here. And we will be taking up agenda item H1. All right, thank you all. Welcome back. This is agenda H1, and I will turn to Dr. Kit Dahl to give us an overview on this agenda item. Kit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So as most of you are familiar with, each year you receive an annual report on status and trends in the California current ecosystem. The California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team, which is composed of staff from NIMS Science Centers and Region, prepare this report. In this case, it's the 2023-24 Ecosystem Status Report. And Doctors Hunsaker and Lysing provided a presentation briefing on this on February 27th in a webinar, and they will give that presentation to you again today. The purpose of the report is to present information about the current status of the California current ecosystem in a succinct, straightforward format so that the council may take into account ecosystem variability in its decisions. The report synthesizes data to present key environmental, biological, and socioeconomic indicators, trends in physical, biological, and socioeconomic components of the ecosystem, taking into account the effects of fisheries and other human activities are thus highlighted. This meeting is also an opportunity for the council to select ecosystem science topics for SSC review. The CCI team submitted a supplemental memo report. That's CCIA team report 3 to the SSC with their proposed topics. And the SSC has considered that request and will make a recommendation to you on which topics it would review. And based on your guidance, the SSC's ecosystem subcommittee will schedule a meeting later this year for the purpose of that review. So just to go over the materials under this agenda item, I already mentioned that you'll receive a presentation overview of the report contents, and there is, I believe, the slides associated with that are available to you. And then there's the annual report itself and all of the appendices, but one were in the advanced briefing book, and then the appendix, a relatively new addition in the last few years, looking at information related to climate change, was submitted as a supplemental report by the CCIA team. So that's report 2 from them. I already mentioned report 3. That's that memo to the SSC with their projects they are requesting SSC review for. And then in terms of your advisory bodies, you have a report from the SSC, and then the EWG, the EAS, the Habitat Committee, and the GAP. And with that, just reading the council action to sum up is to review the California Current Ecosystem Status Report and consider ecosystem science review topics for 2024.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Dahl on the overview before we proceed? Not seeing any. I'd like to welcome up to the table Drs. Mary Hunsicker, Dr. Andrew Lysing, who are going to have a presentation covering the CCEA report. Good morning to both of you. I'll let you start whenever you get started there.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here. We really appreciate the opportunity to present this report. So we'll jump right into it. Oh, thank you. There you go. Before I actually get to the science in the report, I just want to take a moment to let you know about, we have this basically a core team. I have it listed here that basically gets together every year and spends quite a bit of time preparing the actual presentations and reports. But I'm remiss in if I did not mention that we have contributions in this report from greater than 90 people covering 23 different agencies and institutions. And many of these people, this isn't just a little bit of data, it's actually significant contributions in text and a lot of back and forth with our team in order to get our message right and present to you the information in the best possible form. So it really does take a village to create this thing. Oh, next slide, please. So just to get our key takeaways out of the way right off the bat, so you have this to take home with you, I'll go through this. We saw in 2023 that we basically had somewhat mixed conditions across the Pacific Ocean here and into our coastal regions. We started off the year with what we call the negative Pacific decadal oscillation. And typically that means that we would have cool and productive coastal waters. But as you all are probably aware, we then transitioned to an El Nino state during the fall and into the current time. On the land, we had atmospheric rivers, which added a lot of snowpack. If you'll remember, we were at this meeting last year and we were all reeling from the very recent and quite heavy snows. So that was really one of the biggest events on land in 2023. And that reduced some of the drought conditions, particularly in California, not as much in the Northwest. Our last big key takeaway here was that looking across all the different indicators we had, we really noticed that this year had a very diverse and productive prey community and assemblage out there. And we believe that this really put the system in a sort of positive preconditioning state ahead of the current El Nino. Next slide, please. So we also, though, had, somewhat, as usual, a sort of mixed bag of factors. So there were also some unfavorable conditions. One of them being that, again, year after year, we've been seeing these large marine heat waves, and this year had another large marine heat wave. In fact, it was the fourth largest we've seen since we've been looking at these things since 1982. I would note, however, that it's not quite as scary as it sounds because these recent heat waves are really not quite as strong as that big. If you remember the really big event 2014-15 that we call the blob, these more recent heat waves tend to not come into the coast as often, and they don't penetrate into the water column as deeply. So they tend to have less impacts. The next sort of, oh, sorry, not next slide. Thank you. But the next sort of rather unfavorable condition was, again, along with that big snowpack precipitation that actually unfortunately also brought a bit of flooding in 2023. One of the other notable things we had last year was we had quite a few HAB events that we'll talk a little bit more about in the rest of the presentation. This led to some closures and delays in certain fisheries, particularly shellfish, and there was some unusual deaths of marine mammals. We also note that there's been relatively poor habitat conditions for California salmon for the last several years. And lastly, we had declining overall catches in most sectors. And of course, there was also that closure of the California salmon fishery. Next slide, please. But then we did have quite a few mixed to positive indicators, one of which, even though the total amount of upwelling last year was below average for most areas of the coast, we did have periods of very intense local upwelling, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. One of our key indicators of the forage that's out there for the fish is these lipid-rich fatty copepods that are collected off of Oregon, and those were actually quite good all year long, or for most of the year. We also, again, this point that we had abundant forage, anchovies particularly, and there was quite a bit of juvenile groundfish out there. We had mixed indicators, but encouraging expectations for the Chinook salmon returns for 2024. We also had quite a few positive trends in productivity with seabirds and their density. And lastly, although some fisheries were down, there was an increase in crab landings last year. Next slide, please. And this is just a reminder, this little QR code you can scan in and go to, that we have this web page that actually presents this thing we call the infographic. It's kind of all these little symbols on the right-hand side. And you can go to that web page and click on any of those symbols and look at the exact indicator that's behind those symbols and sort of our reasoning for why we make some of our conclusions on our report. So I encourage you to check that out. Next slide, please. So I will now go through a sort of month by month review of mostly the physics. And then once I'm done with that, I'll hand it over to Mary to talk about more of the ecology. Next slide, please. So as we start off 2023, you'll see this figure on the left is showing you the sea surface temperature anomaly. And you'll notice right off the bat, we started the year already with quite a large heat wave over there in the Pacific Northwest and a sort of little secondary tongue of warm waters coming in kind of to the south through the region. We also started the year already with leftover HAB effect from the previous year where razor clams were closed, especially in Northern California there until about mid-2023. Next slide, please. Jumping ahead to February, you all remember this last year right before this meeting. This picture on the left is from Mammoth Lakes, which had an incredible amount of snowpack this year. In fact, I almost got snowed in and didn't make it to the meeting. And you'll notice this map on the right shows that snowpack from earlier in the year. And primarily, it's mostly concentrated down in the south in California and not as much in the Northwest. Next slide, please. So then moving along into the spring, this is what I alluded to earlier in that this graph on the left is showing you this sort of upwelling strength at two locations along the coast. And you'll notice the area I've highlighted is around March. And this big, huge bump in the signal there, that's extremely strong upwelling. And it was actually over a fairly long period of time. We don't always see that early in the season. We usually don't see it that strong either. It's above 1 standard deviation from the mean for that time. And that's usually a good thing because these upwelled waters will bring a lot of nutrients into the system. So we had a nice early sort of spring pulse there. And concomitantly, if you look at this figures on the right, it's showing what we call the habitat compression index. When that value is high, it indicates that there's actually a lot of cool water in the coastal region. So a high value there, we generally think of as being a good thing and that the habitat was doing well at that time. Next slide, please. Moving on into April, you'll notice, again, this picture on the left is sort of the springtime composite of sea surface temperature anomaly. And you'll notice, of course, that big red zone, that's the offshore heat wave. But fortunately, along the coast, we had plenty of upwelling and nice cool conditions. And we'll note that at that period, this figure on the right is showing these northern copepods sampled off of Oregon, and their abundance was, again, quite high. So signaling fairly good conditions in the system in the springtime. Next slide, please. So then we move on into June. One of the notable events here, you've probably were aware of it from the news. There was quite an unusual mortality event down off of sort of central Southern California. And you'll notice I've got a couple of different maps here. The one on the left is showing sea surface temperature. Normally, again, we had this little blip in warm water for a couple of weeks directly preceding this domoic acid event. And the map on the right is sort of the predictive model saying where there was a lot of domoic acid. And this resulted in deaths of marine mammals, including dolphins and sea lions. But it also ended up having an impact on the spiny crab, which is that little picture there. Next slide, please. As we move on into the later summer, again, I note the upwelling. It has this sort of sawtooth pattern, but we have periods of strong upwelling going to periods of weak, and then back to another period of strong upwelling, fortunately, during the middle of the summer here. And that's what I've highlighted on the left. And you'll notice the picture on the right, again, sea surface temperature anomalies, that giant heat wave is being held at bay just off the coast by this upwelling. You'll notice the nice blue, cool, nutrient-rich waters along the coastline there. So that's usually a positive thing. Next slide, please. But then, of course, this is sort of the cycle we've had for the last, now it's been almost 5 years in a row, that later in the summer, as the upwelling sort of slows down, shuts down, the heat wave will come to the coast. So we had the maximum size of the heat wave this year came at the end of August. Again, that's been fairly typical of the last few years. And you'll notice it's covering most of the Pacific in this map and almost the entire EEZ, which I've outlined in a little blue dots, if you can see that. The other thing of note we're looking into is other indicators of the beginning of El Nino in this region. We knew by this last summer that El Nino was on the way based on temperatures across the equatorial Pacific. And one index is this Southern California Temperature Index that we're showing on the right here. And that is simply an aggregation of subsurface temperatures down in the Southern California Bight region. And this index actually follows the El Nino index quite well, as you can see on this graph on the right. Next slide, please. Moving on into the fall. Again, the fall became dominated by the presence of the heat wave in most of the coastal region. And this is when we start to see habitat compression. So you'll notice this figure on the right showing the fall habitat compression index. The value is now low. When that index is low, it means that there's not much cool, productive water in the coastline. Next slide, please. And then moving on into the later fall, as has been the case for the last several years now, we tend to have the heat waves come in, and sometime after those heat waves, we often get these domoic acid events. Same story this year. It led to closures in razor clams and problems with the Dungeness crab. This year, the Dungeness crab closed partly because of meat quality, but also the potential elevated entanglement risks for marine mammals. Next slide, please. And then moving along to the most recent time period here in December, we've pretty much at this point, by the end of December, switched over to what I'd say is a very typical El Nino pattern. You'll notice gone is the giant red blob of water off the far coast. Instead, we have warm temperatures in this sort of narrower band, but now it is right on the coast going along the whole thing all the way from Alaska down to Mexico. And that is somewhat the typical pattern we see during El Ninos. Along with that, we saw another aspect we often see with El Ninos is these strong precipitation events that are noted in these two little blips on the right here. Next slide, please. So to summarize the sort of physical setting for last year, I would just say that even though we had some mixed signals in some of our indicators, one thing that's nice is that because of the nature of the system and the upwelling that we have, it provides quite a bit of resilience for our coastline. And this year was a very good example of that. So this figure in the middle really shows it where we've got this looming heat wave offshore, but we're buffered in our coastline by the strong upwelling that we had this year. Even though the total upwelling across the year was low, as long as we tend to have these peaks of fairly long and strong upwelling in the right places at the right time, it buffers the system. Next slide, please. And consistent with that, there are some things Mary's going to get to in a moment here. We had large number of krill still in that sort of central region. Next slide. And we had a decent abundance of quite a few other prey species across the system. So that's all consistent with the idea that this upwelling is providing resilience for our system. Next slide, please. And I will hand it over to Mary to talk more about the ecology.
Sandy, can you hear me okay? So I'm going to provide some information on the ecological conditions in the California current during 2023, and we'll connect some dots among different components of the food web and between the ecology and the physical conditions in the system over the past year. Next slide, please. And I'm going to start by providing some information on the forage community in the northern region of the California current. This figure here shows the results of a cluster analysis that was applied to data collected from the Juvenile Salmon and Ocean Ecosystem Survey that took place last June. The cluster analysis allows us to identify changes in the forage community over time. And on this figure, the colors represent the relative catch per unit effort of the prey species, where red indicates that the species is abundant, blue indicates that they're rare, and gray indicates that they're close to their average abundance. And a take-home message from one of the take-home messages from this figure is that the forage community has remained relatively similar over the past 6 or so years. In addition, the forage community was characterized by a high abundance of juvenile sablefish and some abundant juvenile salmon, including juvenile chum, yearling coho, and sub-yearling chinook. The system was also characterized by a low abundance of yearling chinook and juvenile sockeye salmon. Next slide, please. The catches of sablefish, the high catches of sablefish in the JSO survey align with catches of sablefish in the West Coast groundfish bottom trawl survey, as well as with the juvenile biomass index of sablefish. For example, this figure on the right here shows that 2023 may have been a good recruitment year for sablefish. And overall, the abundance index indicates that there have been multiple new abundant cohorts that may be entering the fishery in the next several years. Next slide, please. In addition, there was evidence of a high prevalence of juvenile rockfish in the JSO survey. Rockfish are collected in the survey, but not sampled quantitatively, and instead their prevalence is noted. And the survey team noted that the prevalence was above average this year and was the highest estimate since the survey started, second highest estimate since the survey started in 1998. In addition, we've seen above average juvenile rockfish in some seabird diets in Washington and Oregon. For example, this figure here shows the increase in juvenile rockfish in the diets of rhinoceros auklet chick diets at Destruction Island off the outer coast of Washington. Next slide. The mixed but variable ecological signals of the forage community in Northern California current are likely related to the physical conditions in the system. As Andy previously mentioned, there were periods of intermittent upwelling in the winter and spring that led to fairly productive conditions in the system. In addition, sea surface and subsea surface temperatures were relatively cool or neutral in the winter and spring and didn't warm up along the coast until midsummer. In addition, these lipid-rich northern copepods were relatively stable throughout the year, although their spring biomass anomalies were average, indicating that forage feeding conditions for the pelagic fishes off Oregon were also average in 2023. Next slide, please. This figure here now shows the results of the cluster analysis for the Central California current forage community, which is based on data from the core area of the Rockfish Recruitment and Ecosystem Assessment Survey. This region of the California current was characterized by a high abundance of adult anchovy. The anchovy had been abundant in the system for the past since about 2017. Also, we also increases in adult sardine, young of hake, and young of year rockfishes in the Central California current. And there were low abundances of young of year anchovy, young of year sardine, and krill. Next slide, please. And finally, in the Southern California current, where the forage community is sampled by the Cal Coffee program, there were high abundances of larval anchovy in the mesopelagic California smooth tongue. Again, both of these species have been highly abundant in this region over the past several years. Hake larval abundance was also above average and was at its highest estimate since 2011. Sardine larvae remained below their average despite recent increases of adult sardine in the nearshore waters of the Southern California Bight. Next slide, please. And again, similar to the Northern California current, the central and southern regions also experienced these periods of high upwelling in winter and spring that spiked productivity in these two regions. And also, again, this habitat compression index was high in the winter and spring, indicating that there's a lot of cool and productive habitat to support the forage communities in both of these regions in the late spring and summer when these surveys were out there sampling them. Next slide, please. The high production of anchovy observed in the Central California current was also observed during the Southwest Fishery Science Center's coastal pelagic species survey. The figure on the right here shows the distribution of the coastal pelagic species during the survey. And we see that samples south of Fort Bragg were mostly comprised of northern anchovy. Between the northern stock of sardine were caught between Cape Blanco and Cape Flattery, and the southern stock of sardine were caught in nearshore waters south of Morro Bay. The figure on the left shows the biomass estimates of the coastal pelagic species. And what we see is that northern anchovy reached about 2.75 million tons in 2021, and they've been highly abundant ever since then. Next slide, please. New to the report this year are coastwide estimates of krill that have been collected through the biennial joint US-Canada Pacific Hake Ecosystem and Acoustic Trawl Survey. As we know, krill are an important prey item in the California current for both protected and managed species. And until now, the only time series we had of krill have been from the Trinidad headline off Northern California. The map here on the right shows that krill were most abundant this past summer in Northern California and Oregon, and they were weren't found as much south of Cape Mendocino. The figure on the left shows the total estimates of krill within the California current. And what we see is that in 2023, the krill estimates were the second lowest since the time series started in 2007. This lower abundance could be related to mixed conditions in the ecosystem during the summer. For example, when the warm water reached the Washington coast towards the end of the survey, that could have had an impact on the krill in that region. In addition, predation on krill by Pacific hake and anchovies and other predators could also have an impact on their abundance. Next slide, please. The diets of highly migratory species and seabirds that have been collected by commercial and recreational fishermen and our other partners along the West Coast indicate that predators have been capitalizing on the diverse and abundant forage base throughout the California current. For example, the figure on the left shows the above average proportion of anchovy, sardine, and Pacific hake in the diets of bluefin, albacore, and swordfish in their diets over the past 2 years. And the figure on the right shows the high consumption of anchovy, sardine, and rockfish juveniles in the diets of seabirds, including rhinoceros autlets, common murres, and Brandt's cormorants in the Central California current. And I also want to mention that this diversity of prey in the California current system this year is different from what we've seen a few years ago when anchovy were really the single dominant prey item in the forage base. And this diversity of prey is really good and it helps strengthen the resilience of the ecosystem and helps buffer it from a potential decline in one of the major prey species. Next slide, please. The abundance of forage in the system has likely supported the high above average productivities and at-sea densities of seabirds in the northern and central regions of the California current. For example, right here on this slide, on the right, we see the above average and positive trends in the productivity anomalies of common murres and rhinoceros auklets in the Central California current. Also, the counts of sea lion pups in 2023 were among the highest counts in the time series, which indicates that there was a lot of food available to adult females during their pregnancy period, which started between November 2022 and extended through May 2023. We did see a decline in pup weight in 2023 from the past few years where the pup weight was above average. And this could potentially be related to a shift in the availability of high quality prey for adult females in their foraging area, which may have occurred over the summer. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to shift from talking about the forage community to updates on the salmon stoplight charts. This slide here shows the stoplight chart for the Northern California current, which summarizes both physical and biological data that helps support qualitative outlooks for Chinook salmon returning to the Columbia Basin and for smolt to adult survival of Oregon coast coho. The colors on these slides indicate a given year's indicator relative to the reference period, which in this case is 1998 to 2022. The green and blue colors indicate that the indicator is greater than 1 or 2 standard deviations above the mean. The orange and red indicate that the indicator is greater than 1 or 2 standard deviations below the mean. And the yellow indicator suggests that the indicator is within plus or minus 1 standard deviation of the mean. And the blue blocks and arrows are just there to highlight that Chinook salmon from smolt year 2022 and coho salmon from smolt year 2023 represent the dominant adult age classes returning to the Columbia Basin in 2024. And so overall, what we found is that most indicators are near average in 2023, suggesting that juvenile salmon experienced moderate ocean conditions this past year. The climate and atmospheric indicators were above average, which is aligns with the cool and productive conditions that typically favor juvenile salmon. However, the local physical indices were moderate or less favorable than those larger scale indices. Overall, the ocean conditions in 2023 suggest average survival for returning coho, and the conditions in 2022, which were also mixed, suggest near average returns to Chinook to the Columbia Basin in 2024. And I'll also mention that a quantitative model developed by Brian Burke that's based on these stoplight indicators estimates survival of Chinook salmon returning to the basin, Columbia Basin, as slightly above average, slightly above the 10-year average. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I'm presenting salmon stoplight tables for California Chinook salmon, including Klamath River Fall Chinook, Sacramento River Fall Chinook, and Central Valley Spring Chinook. These time series go back to the 1980s, but for the sake of the presentation, I have truncated them. And I've also plotted them all on the same figure because the habitat conditions for these three different stocks were relatively similar for the three stocks in 2023. Overall, the conditions were mixed, but improved from 2022. The adult spawning indicators and spawning temperatures were relatively poor for all three stocks. However, outmigration did improve due to that better snowpack that we had last year, which led to better flow and more favorable temperatures for the salmon. Overall, the freshwater conditions were near or above average, and marine conditions were near or below average due to unfavorable sea surface temperatures in the MPGO. And one of the key messages coming from these stoplight tables is that in terms of risk classification, based on the risk classification rubric as defined by the ecosystem work group, the ecosystem conditions experienced by salmon going to sea in 2023 are of substantially increased concerns. In addition, the habitat conditions for multiple life stages of salmon were relatively poor over the past 3 years or so. The information from these tables could be used to help inform discussions and decision-making around salmon abundance forecasts. For example, the ecosystem conditions from 2022 could have been used to help inform some of the discussions around salmon forecasts this year. And the conditions from ecosystem conditions for smolt year 2023 could be used for discussion and decision-making next year in 2025 around those salmon abundance forecasts. Next slide. So the last piece of ecological information that I'll present is on whale entanglements. The confirmed whale entanglement reports remain above the pre-2014 levels, but lower than peak years and slightly lower than 2022. Humpback whales continue to be the most common species reported, followed by gray whales. And since 2020, the confirmed entanglements of killer whales has increased to 1 to 2 per year. Next slide. I also want to present this nice new figure that was created by our colleague Chris Free for this year's ecosystem status report. This figure shows the spatial and temporal closures and management restrictions in the West Coast Dungeness crab fishery related to domoic acid concentration, whale entanglement risks, and other concerns. The horizontal bars indicate state borders, and the dashed line indicates the border between the Northern and Central California management zones. And the gray shading indicates the crab fishing seasons for these different regions. And so one of the take-home messages from this figure is that over the past several years, management actions that have impacted the crab fishery in California have been mostly related to whale entanglement risks, whereas management actions impacting the crab fishery in Oregon and Washington have mostly been related to domoic acid concentrations and poor body condition of crabs. Next slide. So now I'm going to highlight some pieces of the ESR that are related to the human activities and well-being. And I'll start with fishery landings and revenue. In 2023, coastwide total landings decreased by 20% from 2022. Oh, did I say it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Next slide, please.
Landings decreased, total coastwide landings decreased 20% from 2022, and landings decreased for most harvest groups. Two exceptions were the increase in crab landings, as well as an increase in landings for the CPS finfish fisheries. Over the past 5 years, whiting landings have remained high, above average, while CPS and HMS landings have remained below average. Salmon landings have also remained below average, and of note, the salmon fishery in California was closed in 2023. Recreational landings increased for the 3rd year in a row to their long-term average. Next slide, please. Fishery revenue decreased in 2023 for all harvest groups. Total revenue decreased by 30% from 2022. Crab revenue still remained high despite the decline in revenue from 2022, whereas non-whiting groundfish, CPS, and HMS revenue remained below average over the past few years. Next slide, please. One measure of human well-being that we've been presenting in the ESR report over the past few years is fishery diversification. The idea here is that by diversifying fishing across multiple fisheries and regions, vessel owners may increase their revenue and reduce the variability in the revenue and possibly buffer themselves against fishery shocks. The CCI team has been measuring multiple types of fishery diversification, including revenue diversification, which is a measure of how revenue is spread across groups. What we see in the figure on the right is there's been a decline in revenue diversification since the mid-1980s for fleets in Oregon, Washington, and California, which poses more risk for these vessel owners. However, we do note that California, Oregon, and Washington fleets did see small increases in revenue diversification in 2022 relative to 2021. Next slide, please. In this year's report, we also present information on non-fishing income diversification. As I've just mentioned, vessel owners can reduce their financial risk by diversifying their fishing portfolio, but they may be even more effective at reducing this risk by diversifying income from non-fishing occupations, which is also referred to as livelihood diversification. This type of diversification can reduce financial risk if the non-fishing income is unaffected by changes in the fishery, and if its income can increase when fishing income is low. Northwest Fisheries Science Center scientists surveyed vessel owners with commercial revenue in West Coast fisheries about their non-fishing income in 2016, 2019, and 2022. And some of the results from that survey are shown here on the right. So the top figure here shows a percentage of household income from fishing in 22 by the 3 different states on the West Coast. And what we see is that Washington vessel owners derive a higher percentage of household income from fishing than Oregon and California. The bottom figure shows the percentage of household income from fishing over the past few years, since 2016. And this figure indicates that since 2016, there's been a decrease in vessel owner households that are 100% dependent on fishing income. And there's been an increase in households deriving less than 50% of income from fishing. And this may be related, this shift in livelihood diversification may be related to that decline in revenue diversification that I showed on the previous page, which poses more financial risk to vessel owners. Next slide. The CCI team this year also updated social vulnerability scores for both the recreational and commercial fisheries in 5 different regions, including Washington, Oregon, Northern, Central, and Southern California. The figure here shows the social vulnerability scores plotted against the commercial fishing reliance for the 5 highest scoring communities for commercial fishing reliance. And these are plotted by region, which are grouped by these different colored polygons. So communities that are in the upper right quadrant are those with high social vulnerability and high commercial fishing reliance, which suggests that these communities might be especially vulnerable to downturns in commercial fishing. The communities in the lower left quadrant have low social vulnerability and low commercial fishing reliance, suggesting that they may be less vulnerable to downturns in commercial fishing. And on this slide, we see that the communities Port Orford, Oregon, Tokeland, Washington, and Westport, Washington had high commercial reliance and high social vulnerability. Next slide, please. This figure on the right shows similar information, but it's plotting social vulnerability scores against the recreational fishing reliance for the 5 highest scoring communities for recreational fishing. What we see here is that Bethel Island, California, Winchester Bay, Oregon, and Westport, Washington had high recreational reliance with the highest social vulnerability. Overall, we see that the communities, recreational and commercial fisheries in Washington and Oregon have more or higher social vulnerability than those communities in California. And I wanted to note that this geographic pattern in social vulnerability was also found in a recent study that anticipated potential climate impacts on groundfish fishing fleets in the California current. The study, which is highlighted in the climate change appendix this year, predicts that groundfish fishing fleets in the north may be more vulnerable and at higher risk due to climate change than those fishing fleets in the south. Next slide, please. And lastly, I'd like to present some new information that Northwest and Fishery Science Center's scientists and their partners have been doing to improve our understanding of the potential impacts of wind energy development on the West Coast. Last year, this team presented 7 fisheries indicators that describe the spatial variation groundfish trawling activities and areas that were under consideration for wind development. And this year, they have provided 6 ecosystem indicators that describe the spatial variation and oceanography and productivity in regions under consideration for offshore wind, but then they had a particular focus on Northern California. The team also combined these ecosystem indicators within a spatial suitability analysis in order to drive spatial suitability scores for offshore wind development. So in this figure here, the high scores, which are indicated in blue, indicate that those regions may be more suitable for offshore wind, whereas those areas that are colored in dark orange and red indicate that those areas may be less suitable for wind development, as they may be regions of high productivity and good habitat for juvenile groundfish. And one of the take-home messages from this slide is that ecosystem indicators may help inform marine planning efforts. So for example, in the near term, these ecosystem indicators may potentially be used to identify hotspots of productivity that can be used to inform siting analyses of offshore wind development. And over the long term, these indicators may provide some baseline conditions that may allow us to detect if and how wind farms are impacting the ecosystems off the West Coast. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to hand the presentation back to Andy, who's going to tell us a bit about what we can expect in 2024.
Great, thanks, Mary. Next slide, please. So I'll just try to be brief and give you a sense of what we're seeing sort of mostly with the physics for the next coming months. The map on the left, though, that is the most recent look at the snowpack across the West Coast. And it's from just a couple of days ago, fresh off the press. And again, you'll note a little bit similarly to last year, not quite as high a snowpack so far this year, but still a decent amount of snowpack, mostly in California, and not nearly as much snowpack. In fact, it's below the normal levels up there in the Pacific Northwest. And then I would note then the map on the right, this is the precipitation outlook going forward from this point. So essentially, we've already had quite a bit of rain, particularly as most people are aware down in California. But looking ahead to the rest of the season, the outlook for precipitation is essentially somewhat average for California, but below normal for the Northwest there. And this is somewhat consistent with the way El Nino tends to hit our area, where we will have somewhat wet conditions. We've already had a lot of the wet, but it also tends to be when we do have the precipitation, it's often warm, and so we won't get as much snowpack. Next slide, please. Then looking at what the CPC forecast is for the coming year in terms of El Nino, the red bars actually show the probability of maintaining the El Nino state. And you'll notice that they actually drop off quite rapidly as we get into the later spring and summer. So the forecast right now is that we essentially, at a fairly high likelihood, 50% or more, we will transition fairly rapidly back into a La Nina state. Now that's interesting. If you recall, we were in a La Nina state for 3 years in a row leading into this current El Nino. And so now we are flopping right back into a La Nina state following what was or currently is a relatively strong El Nino. So in essence, the El Nino was strong, but it looks like it will most likely be short-lived. I only caution you that most of these projections at this time of the year are not as accurate as the projections we'll get in like another month. So typically there's kind of this physical system that it's a little bit harder to predict as we move through the springtime. It settles down and the predictions are much more accurate, actually just in April. So another couple of weeks, you can check back with the CPC website to find out what the more stable forecast is. But right now, this is the forecast we've got. Next slide, please. Looking also then again at what are the ramifications of El Nino in our region. You'll note this map on the left is the sea surface temperature from just a week or two ago. And again, we're still in that typical El Nino pattern where we have warm sea surface temperatures, warmer than normal sea surface temperatures all along the coast. You'll note that already we have the sort of now annual heat wave brewing out in the far northwest region of this plot. So it's a very typical pattern. These maps on the right are a new feature that Mike Jaycox has worked on to look at the forecast for ocean heat, essentially, and heat waves over the next couple of months. And the charts on the left of that figure are the likelihood. The charts on the right are the anomaly. You'll note that it's a very high likelihood that we continue having these warm coastal sea surface temperatures warmer than normal coastal sea surface temperatures on through the beginning of the spring, mid-spring, but then those are going to kind of die off. We may return to more normal conditions, but we'll continue to have this offshore heat as we go on through the year into the summer. Next slide, please. One of the other things we have for a forecast is this model. It's the JScope model. It's a physical and biological coupled model. And again, they are able to forecast quite a few months into the future here. I'm only going to show two images of this. This one's the bottom oxygen. And we note that their model forecasts that the oxygen will be lower than previous years as we progress on into the summer, and that there will be actually likely more regions of hypoxia, and they may come earlier in the season than previous years. Again, similar to CPC and other forecast models, this is a model that they initialized in January. They do another run in April that is usually a little bit more accurate. So again, you can tune in to their website and see that the latest forecast come April to get a little bit more solid sense and certainty-wise of what the upcoming year will hold. Next slide, please. And then interestingly as well, this is the chlorophyll. So chlorophyll is sort of a proxy for productivity in the system. You'll note that their model right now is forecasting this red, and you'll notice that big band of red in March and April. That's saying there'll be quite a strong spring bloom, stronger than usual, they're predicting, but then this bloom will be short-lived and basically fade away. Particularly, you'll note the blues along the Oregon coastline in July, August. So not as much productivity for Oregon as we progress on into summer. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through this whole table, just I want to draw your attention to, as a team, we kind of put together this synopsis of what we sort of expect a typical El Nino would bring during the year and the impacts to some of our main indicators that we feature in the report. So I refer you to Appendix E if you want to dig into the details of that more. I just, again, would caution you that all El Ninos are usually a different flavor, but we have typical things that we see in most El Ninos, and that's what we're highlighting here. Next slide, please. And lastly, just to finish up on this section, again, this was sort of one of our key take-home messages from the whole report, was that conditions during 2023 leading into what is a strong El Nino were quite different than they were during the past strong El Nino. If you recall, the past strong El Nino we had was 2016, which was right on the heels of the unprecedented event we referred to as the blob, this giant marine heat wave. And so I've given you here these two plots comparing the similar time frame. So summer 2015, you'll note we had heat wave, warm waters, poor conditions up and down the entire coast for almost that entire year. Very unlike this year, where we had strong upwelling along the coast during the summer, which tended to keep that heat offshore and keep our system productive. So very different conditions we feel leading into this El Nino that puts us in a good place for getting through this El Nino with likely less impacts than you would say from that last strong El Nino. Okay, next slide. And I will hand it back to Mary for our conclusions.
Thanks, Andy. Next slide. So in summary, in 2023, the ecosystem conditions in the California current were mixed, but with many favorable signs. For example, there were periods of strong upwelling that provided cool and productive coastal waters to support diverse and abundant forage base for predators throughout the California current, including highly migratory species and seabirds. The favorable conditions leading up to the El Nino, as Andy was mentioning, may help buffer the system against some of the anticipated impacts of the El Nino conditions. But we also observed some concerning indicators in 2023. For example, there were multiple HAB events that led to marine mammal strandings and shellfish fisheries disruptions. Next slide, please. In addition, there were mixed trends in the human activities. For example, as we mentioned, commercial landings and revenue declined across most groups in 2023. Salmon fishery closures occurred in California in 2023, and the outlook for salmon returning to regions in California in 2024 is relatively poor. However, on a positive note, crab fishery landings significantly increased in 2023, and revenue in the crab fishery was high despite a decline from 2022. In addition, recreational landings increased back to their long-term averages, which is good news too. Next slide. And looking to the future, we're excited about the expansion of human well-being information in the ecosystem status report. Based on several years of data, we now are gaining a better understanding of which communities are more or less vulnerable along the U.S. West Coast, as well as which communities are more or less reliant on commercial and recreational fisheries. We're hoping to be able to combine the information between ecosystem conditions and these fishing communities so that we can provide insights about which communities might be most impacted by climate variability, which can then help them better mitigate or adapt to these potential impacts. Next slide. And lastly, the California current ecosystem has proven to be relatively robust to climate and ocean conditions in 2023 and in prior years as well. However, this resilience is not likely to be sustained indefinitely, especially in the face of climate change. The CCIA team is well positioned to support efforts aimed at better understanding the impacts of climate change on West Coast species and at quantifying the climate risks posed to West Coast fisheries and fishing communities. And this year's climate change appendix, we are excited to highlight some new research efforts along those lines. These research efforts are stemming from the Future Seas project and the Groundfish, Climate Change and Communities in the California Current project. They include new developments around seasonal forecasts of marine heat waves, climate projections of shifts in the distribution of groundfish and CPS, as well as in their abundance. And we also present research on the anticipated social and ecological vulnerability and a climate risk for groundfish and CPS fishing fleets. And to end, I just want to say that we're excited about the prospect of including more climate-related projects within the ESR that may stem from CEFI and IRA-funded projects, and that can help inform and support climate-ready fisheries along the West Coast. Next slide. With that, I want to thank you again for allowing the IEA team to present the ecosystem status report to the council once again this year, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much for that. Always very informative and interesting presentation and report. So I'm going to look around the table here to see if there are any questions, comments, and first hand is Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you for a great report. Couple of observations, questions, and a comment. I noticed the first part of your report, red was good, and about halfway down, red was bad. So that's a little bit confusing potentially for someone looking, because the first part of that day I'm looking like, where's this thing going? And then anyway, so just maybe for future reference, maybe keep that consistent. But I see you say Cloverdale as a port that is out identified. Is that California or the Oregon, or where? Those are both inland towns.
Yes, so at Cloverdale, it's in, I believe it's in, was it, or we can go back to that slide. Slide 43. And I believe it was, I believe it's in Oregon. I live in Oregon, but I'll just mention that the with this analysis, we're using census data that's reported at the community level rather than the port level. And so it might, some of the communities that are listed on here might not match up as well with the ports along the West Coast. So it's all based on census data and commercial fishing data that's aggregated at the community level.
Okay, because Cloverdale is just north of Bend, Oregon. So it's just kind of odd to see that.
Yes, yeah, it's something that we're still working on with this analysis to try to tie it better to the fishing communities.
And then also, if I could, I know she do with as far as landings. I think it's interesting that and value of the fishery. The market conditions of the fisheries have been pretty down the last couple of years. Horrible, actually, in a lot of ways. And so I don't know how much you're incorporating that as far as really find out what's happening at that level. But I think that's driving the landings and the value both down, just FYI. Upwellings, you notice it's kind of a big, I guess, the shock absorber for us. It gives a lot of buffer, as you pointed out, and which is good for us. But I have we have the wind energy projects that are talking about coming into play off our coast. And it sounds to me like you've identified the shock absorber aspect of the buffer that upwellings give us, that's going to be minimized potentially as those things come into play, and how crucial that is to the health of our West Coast. So it's good that you pointed that out. And anyway, just thank you for the report. I think we all love hearing this report each year, and it's really good to see what's going on in the ocean. And just thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
John Ugoritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for the report. I agree. It's always great to see this information and super helpful in kind of wrapping our brains around what's going on and what might come next. On this slide, I agree. Some work needs to be done to match up what appear to be community level census data with ports. I see Summerland there on the left graph. That's a very tiny town between Santa Barbara and Ventura. I suspect it's there because people live there, but the fishing port is the Santa Barbara port area, which includes Ventura and Santa Barbara. And, so that's it. If you link it to the way we describe port complexes, at least in California, that would work. And we have some established port complex areas that are defined. That might actually help you link it better.
Sorry.
Thank you for your comment.
Right. Thank you. Further comments, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. FYI, Cloverdale, Oregon is just between Pacific City and Tillamook on 101. It's a little bit inland, a little farm town. But I wanted to say thank you for how you all present this report. There's a lot of very complex information here, and you're presenting it in a way that is easy for somebody like myself to digest. I think it's pretty easy for a lot of people in this process to digest. And I appreciate that you all are the iterations that this comes back every year and you try to produce it, make it a little better. Wondering why y'all aren't wearing your t-shirts today.
Thank you for your comments.
All right. Any other hands here, comments? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Lysine and Dr. Hunsaker for this. I'll just keep echoing the compliments. Really great report, and it's presented really well. So appreciate that. A special thanks for the krill metric. That was nice to see. It's great that that's being actively tracked and communicated to the council. My question is, how does the report that the krill are somewhat down, I think that was slide 30, connect with the following slide that talked about the higher levels of forage and their diversity? So as we try to digest all this information at once, and that's kind of the point. So with just like a little more background on that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So the note here is that if you actually look into the bars in the figure on the left, you'll note that sort of that abundance. What I was trying to point out was that we still have a good abundance. It's similar to previous years in that sort of central region. So Northern California through Oregon, the abundance is actually still decent. The total abundance has gone down. So we have lower abundance sort of to the south and north of that core area. And that actually somewhat matches the upwelling pattern as well that we saw, where we had strong upwelling in that central region and less upwelling particularly to the north. Less upwelling and not as many of those strong pulses, and sort of average upwelling down in the south. The south had other things going on, some more heat coming in earlier in the year and things like that. So I guess that's why we point to the sort of, it's not just the krill, but the diversity of a lot of different prey. So we had high anchovy, for instance, in the south and things like that. So we've got rockfish young in other areas. So we're trying to look at it as the whole in our idea of a diverse and robust assemblage of prey. It's not just the krill, but it is interesting to note that the krill were a little bit more reduced down to this core area, but still at good abundance within that core area. So yeah, thank you for the question, Chair.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for the great presentation. Again, it's like others. It's for me, it's really interesting information. I was trying to look and see if there was a particular piece of data or information here that we had I think we had the lowest proportion of the whiting resource off Canada in the acoustic survey here this past year. I think it was 7%. The Canadians had like a 14% utilization rate of their total allowable catch. There doesn't seem to be anything that indicates that that's going to change, or at least from what I see here in 2024. So I was just curious if you had any thoughts about correlating any of the indicators that you've seen with that change in distribution of the hake resource.
I think some of the indicators that we have in the report would be a temperature. And I know we've looked at relationships between temperature and hake distribution throughout the California current and up into Canada. I think what we are now getting more data around, which is exciting, is more oxygen data, particularly in Oregon and Washington, and hopefully into Canada. And I think that would be a really good indicator for us to look at in relation to the hake distribution of hake and their abundance, and seeing if that might be having an impact on their distribution up into the more northern areas. So that's what we're pretty excited about, bringing more of that type of data into the report and relating it to groundfish species and whiting as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Any further questions, comments? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Andy and Mary. I had a question on slide 50. We don't have time up here to get into the weeds and details, except for the location of towns in Oregon, possibly. But one topic we've visited over the years is where the spatial distribution of where the data comes from. And for example, your upwelling indexes typically are taken from 45 degrees north latitude and shown for the whole Northern California current. And we've always been curious. So this slide caught my eye. And so I think it's a question for you, Andy. But you pointed to the March and April panel there, and where productivity is high almost everywhere. And then you noted that in July, August, it drops off and is low off of Oregon and Northern California. But if you look at that, it stays high off of Northern Washington. And can you explain why that is, why it stays? What is the dynamics going on there?
Sure. Thank you for the question through the chair. So again, you got to take these models at this point with a slight grain of salt, because there's a lot of things that happen dynamically in the system between now and basically just another month. So I would really tune more into their projections that they put out in April. But this particular one, this productivity here is the way this model works. This is going to be related to actually upwelling that's happening at that time period. So the model, for various reasons due to atmospheric forcing and source waters and a whole bunch of things that go into it, that's what's driving that productivity at that time of the year off of Washington. So it would essentially be saying that there is lower upwelling off of Oregon come summer than there would be off of Washington. That would be the approximate driving thing. I would say too, if you're thinking as well about, we're not looking at it right now, but if you looked at the oxygen map, the oxygen is going to also be tied into this story. So in the way these models tend to work is oxygen at the bottom is a combination of both this productivity in the surface waters, but also source waters. And you'll remember the story for oxygen was it was predicting lower oxygen, which in part will be a result of that anomalously large spring bloom that's happening kind of early here. Again, this is one of the forefronts and difficult things to predict this kind of information ahead. An unknown factor here too is we've got El Nino playing in, and we may have a switch to La Nina by the time this is projecting here. So this projection, again, based on what was happening in January, right? So this is already a little out of date, but it's just something that we kind of, honestly, we start using this already to think about next year, what we're kind of keying on to look in the system to see if these predictions bear out. Last year, I would note that the JScope model did a pretty good job of predicting the timing of some of the bottom oxygen. And particularly off of Oregon last year was one of the first times in several years where the Newport line sampling showed that there was not a big dip into a hypoxia, and the JScope model actually picked that out, that timing. So I would say one of the things to look at these kind of models is not necessarily the absolute values, but the spatial pattern and sort of the timing, okay, would be things to key in on that the models tend to do a little better on. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the answer, Andy. And I guess my I could have been more clear, but I think this is, for the future. But I was, there's this, the studies that say that the north is not as upwelling driven as the south, and it's the Strait of Juan de Fuca, the source water is coming from there, and the Columbia River that's contributing to productivity, even though the upwelling winds are lower up there. So we've questioned in the past whether just the upwelling indexes were really telling the story. And so I was wondering if that was going on here, but appreciate the answer. And we'll check the forecast next month for sure.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. Lysing, at one point you referred to a quote, now annual heat wave. That's a little scary to hear. I'm wondering if you can give us a little bit more thinking about just the science behind that and why you're seeing that and just what that might mean. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you for the question to the chair. So essentially, I think everyone by now is aware that we had this massive heat wave in 2014. And that seems to have been somewhat a shift in what's been happening. So since then, we've had now, I think it's 8 very large heat waves in the last essentially 10 years. And they typically form out in the far sort of northwest area. And it's something like 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers offshore. They tend to form in the early spring. They last through the summer, and then they tend to come into the coastline predominantly off of Washington, Oregon first, and then eventually to California. And that happens sometime in the fall as the upwelling shuts down. We've seen in previous years, not as much this year, but in previous years, we've also seen that if the heat wave happens to be close enough to the shore and we get these large upwelling relaxation events, we get heat wave impinging into the coast earlier, sometimes as early as June and July. And we actually saw that in 2022. As far as the larger scale climate dynamics that have led to us now having these sort of, it's almost become kind of commonplace to have these heat waves now every year. I can't comment too much about the longer scale climate variability, just to note that it's an area of active research as to what's causing this to happen year and year again. I would note again, though, one of the important things is that these sort of now regular sort of annual heat waves we've been having, again, they don't penetrate as deeply into the water column, not nearly as deep as the big blob event. So, and they tend to not stick around in the coastline for so long. So they're not having as large impacts as that large event that basically lasted for a year and a half in some ways. The impacts, whether there's repeated impacts, say for salmon or something that goes out and is out spending a significant period of its life out in the middle of these heat waves that are far out in the Pacific, I couldn't comment on that, but that's a potential to look for, is whether that's having an impact there. Again, these things could be linked to larger scale cyclical dynamics, like, we call them the PDO, stands for Pacific Decadal Oscillation. So are we looking at some other cycle that's also cycling, and we may be cycling through maybe a heat wave period, a non-heat wave period, a heat wave period, non-heat wave period over these larger time scales. And I just, cautionary thing, we only have similar data back to 82 to look for the heat waves in terms of surface expression. So it's 40 years. Maybe we haven't looked at it long enough to capture these cycles, but there definitely seems to have been a shift that happened around 2014.
Further questions, comments? Not seeing, oh, excuse me, Josh Lindsay.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. Sneak that in. I just wanted to acknowledge some of the positive comments provided by the council for the ESR and echo the thanks provided by Drs. Leising and Hunsinger. These ESRs are a national priority for the agency. They are a lot of work. I think Andy undersold that first slide of the amount of partners and agencies that go into this work. And so it's great to hear that the council still sees value in this, and going forward, that's something we can continue to refine and bring to the council and provide value to this process. So I just want to say thanks.
All right, thank you. With that, I'd like to, again, thank you very much for taking your time to be here with us today and present that information. With that, we've got a number of reports. I'd like to get started on those. So we will start with the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Jason Schaffler is here for that report. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, Council. I am Jason Schaffler, and I'm going to read Agenda Item H1B, Supplemental SSC Report 1, March 2024, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on California Current Ecosystem Status Report, into the record. The Scientific and Statistical Committee, SSC, met with representatives of the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment, CCIEA team, Andrew Leising and Mary Hunsiker. The SSC's discussion with the CCIEA team covered 3 documents. The first, the 2023-2024 California Current Ecosystem Status Report. Second, Appendix E, Developing Indicators of Climate Change and Variability. And 3, Potential Topics for SSC Ecosystem-Based Subcommittee, SSCES, CCIEA in September 2024. Review of the 2023-2024 CCIEA Ecosystem Status Report and Appendix E. The Ecosystem Status Report, ESR, provides important information on environmental, biological, social, and economic indicators on an ecosystem perspective on U.S. West Coast fish stocks, fisheries, and coastal communities for the Pacific Fishery Management Council process. The SSC commends the CCIEA team's openness and responsiveness to council and SSC questions and recommendations, and their continuing efforts to improve the ESR each year. Notable additions to the report this year include expanded information on forage species in the California current ecosystem, refinements to salmon stoplight tables and suite of indicators, expanded analyses and figures on human well-being components, and the addition of new topics to the climate change appendix. The SSC appreciates the progress toward incorporating estimates of uncertainty into the ESR. The SSC recommends that uncertainty and/or sample sizes continue to be added where possible. The SSC also recommends that a discussion of uncertainty using Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change language be incorporated into Table E1 on the potential impacts of the 2024 El Nino. The SSC highlights that care is needed in the treatment and discussion of uncertainty when mixing observations of historical conditions with forecasts and projections of future conditions. The SSC discussed the importance of the timing of the ESR agenda item with respect to council decisions that may benefit from information in the report. In particular, salmon stoplight tables could better inform council discussions around preseason forecasts, but the council does not schedule the ESR agenda item until after salmon forecast agenda item. More generally, the SSC recommends considering further coordination between the council and the CCIEA team to ensure that the delivery of the ESR is well-timed to support decision-making. Review of potential topics for SSCES, CCIEA in summer 2024. The CCIEA team proposed 3 topics for review by the SSC in summer 2024. The first, new prey indicators in the ESR. Second, best practices for salmon stoplight tables, and third, development of risk tables and their applications in support of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, which was suggested based on prior SSCES feedback. The SSC identified topics 1 and 3 as priorities for the summer 2024 meeting. The SSC recommends revisiting the potential scope of topic 3 after the March 2024 council meeting, which could be inclusive of topic 2 if the risk table approach was expanded beyond groundfish. The SSC identified offshore wind energy as an additional topic that could be considered during 2024 or a future review. The SSCES proposes to hold this review meeting in the summer of 2024 in time to submit the report for the review to the briefing book for the September council meeting. And that concludes the SSC statement.
Are there any questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. My question is on the last part of the document, the sentence, the SSC identified offshore wind energy as an additional topic that could be considered during 2024 or a future review. We just heard a little bit about offshore wind in the report we were just given. So I'm wondering if you could provide a little more details about what additional elements you would want to see as part of that review that are currently not in the report.
Thank you, Ms. Riding. I believe the SSC discussion with respect to that was just a greater understanding of the biological indicators, essentially a greater understanding of what the CCIEA team had reported and how that would impact offshore wind sightings.
Further questions? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My question is also on the line of the offshore wind. Does the SSC currently have the capacity to do any sort of review on offshore wind in addition to those already prioritized in your report?
Thank you, Ms. Mattis. That could, if something was developed in time for a summer 2024 review, that could be incorporated into the SSCES review process.
Further questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. It's just a question of elaboration, I guess. Well, first, something just occurred to me as you were giving the statement is we skipped it this last round to provide the IEA team some more time to work on things that had already been asked to do or had planned to work on. But we've typically had this review you've noted for this summer. We've had in time for the September agenda item, because that is when our other ecosystem agenda items come up. But also it gave time for the IEA team to take the feedback you all give them and work it into the next annual report. I guess that was the initial logic. So I'm just guessing, and maybe you didn't discuss this, but if the recommendation is to look at the risk tables, the timing of that isn't necessarily the same as needing to be put into the next annual ecosystem report. The risk tables are, like you guys are saying, for salmon, to feed, the hope is to feed it the information into the process at the right time for decision making and forecasting, all that. So that didn't really occur to me until just you were speaking to it, but wondering if you all discussed that time, the summer review timing, and whether that was just a convenient time or was yeah, I'll stop there to see if you get what I'm asking.
Thank you, Mr. Niles. Yeah, the discussion that the SSC had with regard to the timing of that review was to get a report out in the September briefing book. But if there are aspects of that do not necessarily need to come in September, the SSC could certainly have additional discussions about reviews later in the fall that would inform, say, the salmon process.
Follow-up,
Corey. Related follow-up. Yeah, on that, I know you spend most of your times thinking about salmon. I understand it. But could you, on that one sentence about if the council were to expand risk tables beyond groundfish, you could take that salmon stoplight topic and include it as part of the risk table discussion. Could you elaborate a little more on what that might look like?
Thank you, Mr. Niles. I do have some notes on that. Okay, the notes weren't what I thought they were. So we didn't discuss exactly what that would look like. It was more of this could be incorporated into that agenda item, depending on the council's needs. So I'm sorry, I don't have additional information for you.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Next, we have the Ecosystem Work Group report. Dr. Tommy Moore is here to deliver that. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, this morning I'll be delivering agenda item H1B Supplemental EWG Report 1, March 2024. Before I get started, I just want to note that our longstanding chair, Yvonne, has stepped down as chair of the EWG. She's still an active member. I just wanted to publicly thank her for her many years of work she put in as a chair. She was a very tireless leader. So this morning, read in Ecosystem Work Group report on the California Current Ecosystem Status Report. Dr. Mary Hunsaker, of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and Dr. Andrew Lysing of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center presented on the California Current Ecosystem Status Report in a public online webinar on February 27th, 2024, and during an Ecosystem Work Group meeting on March 7th. We thank them, the IEA team, and the many ESR contributors for another comprehensive and informative report. The EWG recommends that the council endorse the SSC's priorities in the review of potential topics for SSCES/CCIEA in summer 2024 section of H1B Supplemental SSC Report 1. We provide more detailed recommendations on the next steps for review of the risk tables in an EWG supplemental report under agenda item H2. Those recommendations do include the potential inclusion of the salmon stoplight approach within the scope of the review. Recommendations and comments on the ESR. We appreciate the application of the EWG use of the risk table framework to the salmon stoplight tables. In addition, the EWG supports the IEA team's use of automation tools and supports their expanded use in the future. The ESR is a culmination of a significant amount of work, and the EWG feels it is important to keep the IEA team's workload in mind when the council is reviewing and commenting on the ESR. The EWG continues to express its utmost support for the ESR and provides two recommendations which are intended to give council information that may contribute to on-the-ground management decisions. General comments on this year's ESRs and the presentation are provided at the end of this report. Each year, the IEA team discusses topics to include in the main body of the report, in an appendix, or not at all. We offer the following suggestions for the council consideration, providing guidance. Short-term forecasts are expected to become more developed and useful for decision-making. We therefore encourage future ESRs to consider including a broad overview of short-term forecasts in the main body of the report. An example of a short-term forecast might be fish year class strength. This would complement the look at the previous year with a discussion of expectations for the current year without removing any of the content currently in the main body of the report. Additional detail on the short-term forecast, as well as more strategic long-term forecasts, could continue to be included in an ESR appendix. Topics focusing on long-term projections or that are helpful for strategic planning, like offshore wind, could remain in the climate change appendix or be included as in a hot topics section of the ESR presentation as appropriate. The IEA team should use their discretion in how to present this information. And then we recommend that the ESR highlight additional elements such as El Nino, La Nina, marine heat waves as hot topics in future reports. We suggest forecasts be highlighted in the main report or housed in a hot topics section based on ESR authors' preferences. And then we provide additional kind of more general technical comments for the ESR, which I'm happy to read in the record or can stop here to save council time.
All right, thank you. Well, those comments are spelled out there for us. I'll look around and see if there are any questions on the ecosystem work group report. Not seeing any. We do have a question. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Moore, for presenting this. I think you just announced to us that Yvonne Duranier is stepping down as chair, and very much thank her for her years of service there as well. Was there a new chair elected?
Through the vice chair. Thank you, Ms. Ridings. Since we're an ad hoc working group, we are appointed through the executive director. So I've been serving as the vice chair and was, I guess we don't really do an election, but elected as chair with Jessica Watson from ODFW as the vice chair. But that awaits appointment by Merrick.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I would be looking to the gentleman on my left to clarify some of those appointments, but I think that congratulations are in order.
My apologies.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Don't see anything. Thank you. Next, we have the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report. Michelle Conrad is here for that. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and we also had our longstanding co-chair of the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, Ms. Gway Kirchner, has accepted a position with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I think has been with the EAS nearly since its inception. And we appreciate all of the hard work she has contributed to the EAS over the years. And as the first meeting without her, we can all say that she was sincerely missed. The EAS would like to commend the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team for another enlightening and powerful summary of the state of the California current ecosystem. We continue to be amazed with the village working behind the scenes to produce the Ecosystem Status Report, or the ESR. We note some highlights of the ESR that I'll quickly run through. They're not in any particular order, but we greatly appreciated the increasing foresight provided over both short-term for the upcoming year and long-term out to 2050 predictions that were included in Appendix E, also known as the Climate Change Appendix. The ESR is foundational for a multitude of items discussed in H2 and H3, and we think that underscores its increasing value to sustainable fisheries and fishing communities. We appreciate the incorporation of the Ocean Observatory Initiative node data, or IUCE, which leverages real-time data infrastructure that could be increasingly powerful to inform episodic or unpredicted environmental shifts. We also appreciate the inclusion of recreational fisheries in the societal impact section, and note the ESR is an important venue to consider mixed ocean uses, such as wind farm placement and potential impacts on the fishing fleets, such as what's described in section 4.2. We applaud the addition of cumulative estimated biomass for CPS and the continued inclusion of regional forage composition, and support the continued work to present seabird diet data and appreciate the efforts to connect seabird diets with marine environmental conditions and how seabird diets may illuminate productivity and the availability of forage within specific regions. And then finally, relative to the process, we appreciated having a preview of the ESR at the February 27 Ecosystem Work Group webinar, as well as the opportunity to discuss the ESR in person with Dr. Andy Leising, Dr. Mary Hunsaker, and Dr. Chris Harvey during our meeting this week. For our recommendations, we support the requests by the CCIEA team as described in their report 3, identifying future paths for the ESR, including the input from the SSC on potentially leveraging existing work on salmon stoplight tables by converting them into a risk table type format. We recommend creating an infographic similar to the ESR main report box 1.1 figure to provide a synoptic and approachable outlook for the upcoming year. So the figure currently is an infographic summary of what occurred in 2023. For example, we would appreciate a similar one that is more forecasting. We suggest including observations from the fishing fleet where appropriate that could provide powerful insight into the state of the ocean and can help explain episodic and difficult to predict model events. We highlight the work of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Sea Grant, and Oregon State University. Our understanding is they recently created an application for this purpose. We think that's an important step and hope that app can be widely adopted to provide the opportunity for increased inclusion of at-sea skipper observations. Finally, we suggest that the aggregations that were used in Figure 5.1 be evaluated for the potential to mask ports at higher risk that may be overlooked when viewed in aggregate, and note that the process for selecting specific communities within broader port areas may benefit from additional clarification, such as your discussion about Cloverdale. We also discussed the importance of timely data availability for decisions as part of adaptable fisheries management, which again is foundational to items that you will be discussing under H2 and H3. We note that NOAA currently supports a web-based IEA program dashboard providing a broad range of data, some of which is included as indicators in the ESR, in addition to data that's not included in the report. We would encourage continued refinement of this dashboard for improved visibility and usability by the public and the Council's advisory bodies. In addition, inclusion of other key data and short-term model predictions, such as what was provided in Appendix E, would increase the utility of the web-based dashboard. Expansions of data availability could result in near-term species distribution models, highlighting areas that may have increased bycatch during certain periods, and or if there are unexpected environmental conditions, such as warm blobs, that could expand or modify fishing opportunities. In summary, we appreciate the inclusion of many of our suggestions over the years into this year's ESR and the synoptic and forward-looking product that has been generated. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Conrad on the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Conrad, for the report and highlighting the work that ODFW and OSU are working on. Do want to clarify that that is still in a beta test process. It's not fully fleshed out. It's not fully available, but we're hoping to have so in the future. But appreciate that y'all are aware of that work of what we're doing. Thank you.
Further questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Michelle, for the report. Lynn must have been reading my brain a little bit. But my question was going to be on the same thing, which was just, we suggest including observations from the fishing fleet where appropriate that could provide powerful insights into the state of the ocean and can help explain episodic and difficult to predict and model events. I was going to ask about the ODF&W, Oregon Sea Grant, and OSU collaboration, if there's information there, but then also ask if there was anything else that the group discussed that might be relevant or the council would find interesting in terms of how to incorporate those fishermen observations.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ridings. We have a couple of fishermen who are members of the EAS that offered some of their observations over the years, much of which has been confirmed with what's in the ESR. And I think part of the discussion had been one, not having a clear way to communicate that information or get that input into the council process. And so we were especially pleased by hearing of the development of the app and thought that that could be a great way to facilitate collaboration with fishermen who are on the water. And not, as Ms. Mattis indicated, it's still in beta testing and not having a lot of detail about how exactly that could work. But we thought the ESR could also benefit by noting some of those skipper observations and reports that could potentially be corroborated with indicator information, and having a section of that in the ESR. We think that would go a long way to building trust with the fishing community so that they feel more free to bring forward such information and have a better idea of what observations might be more useful or important to note and to report on. And then having that validation through the ESR with those ecosystem indicators, we also think would help validate the information they're providing.
Thank you. Further questions? No hands, correct? Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Michelle. Next, we'll have the Habitat Committee report. Dr. Corey Green is online. Corey, you are up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'll be reading agenda item H1B, Supplemental HC Report 1, the committee report on the California Current Ecosystem Status Report. The HC received an update on the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Report. The HC commends the IAA team in producing another excellent report on ecosystem conditions in the California Current and the very informative presentations to advisory bodies. In particular, the HC was interested in discussion on the influence of temperature on harmful algal blooms along the coast, variability in upwelling and habitat compression, and potentially integrating additional ecosystem indicators such as kelp canopy being evaluated by other agencies. The HC also looks forward to continued efforts to refine the appendix on climate change. In addition, Corey Green led a discussion on Klamath River Fall Chinook salmon, Sacramento Fall Chinook salmon, and Central Valley Spring Run Chinook salmon stoplight productivity indicator tables, which are included in appendix, it says E here. In general, 2023 showed better conditions for salmon than previous years, with relatively poor adult return and incubation conditions, but improved freshwater rearing and outmigration conditions. Marine conditions were mixed. Recent analysis of process and metrics used to generate the stoplight table sought to ask how well productivity tracks with the indicators, whether the direction of the indicators was as assumed, and whether the correlation shows stability over time. Results of those analyses indicated that some indicators correlate strongly with productivity while others don't. Those that don't might be removed from the indicators list, which would simplify the process. Overall habitat predictors are correlated with population condition. There is evidence for non-stationarity, a change in the correlation of particular indicators over time, for some indicators, which, unless it can be characterized and modeled, would lead to a loss of predictive capacity for a given indicator. For example, in early years, there was no correlation between temperature and productivity, but in recent years, it has become a substantial driver of population productivity in some systems. Moving forward, there are plans to address autocorrelation among indicators and to incorporate non-stationarity into the modeling framework. There will also be efforts to reduce the number of indicators tracked within the stoplight table. This will reduce both data input demands and analytical effort. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. I know you wear many hats on this agenda item, and I don't see it. I might have missed it in the Habitat Committee report, but did you all discuss the topics for that, for the, I don't know if you heard me ask the SSC about the topics that proposed for review this summer, including salmon, stoplight, and risk tables being candidates. I was wondering if the Habitat Committee discussed that.
We did not, primarily because we were sort of concurrent, I think, with that very discussion in the SSC. And so we didn't know the outcome of that until once they submitted the report. However, I had been in discussion earlier with amongst the IEA team, and so we did have some discussions about what that might entail.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
I just follow, and then with your willingness to share, could you what that might entail? Would you be willing to elaborate a bit?
Well, some of the discussions I've had with members of the SSC have included this question about characterizing, say, individual indicator anomalies and how best to calculate those, given that many of these indicators are non-normally distributed. So that's one example where best practice might tell you to transform the indicator before actually putting it into anomaly space.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
And one last report, the Groundfish Advisory Panel report. Mr. Louis Zim is here to deliver that. Good morning. It's still morning. Good morning, Louis.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Louis Zim, and I'll be reading from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report on the California Current Ecosystem Status Report, agenda item H1B. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, the GAP, attended the briefing held during the Ecosystem Working Group webinar. In addition, many members attended the Marine Planning Committee virtual meeting, during which time Dr. George Waters, Northwest Fishery Science Center, and Kelly Andrews of the Southwest Fishery Science Center reviewed the offshore wind portion of the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Report, particularly Appendix Q. The GAP always respects the work that goes into the report and the results. The results frequently mirror what fishermen observe while at sea. As in the past, the GAP appreciates the interest in characterizing conditions in current and future offshore wind energy areas and the oceanographic processes contained in those areas. The GAP continues to believe that future work in this area, as planned by the Northwest Fishery Science Center and the Southwest Fishery Science Center, will become increasingly valuable to both establishing baselines of human uses, both fishing and non-fishing, and the effects of those uses on the California current ecosystem and its changes over time. And I'm ready to accept any questions.
Thank you, Louis. Are there any questions on the GAP report? Doesn't look like there's any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
That completes our reports. I know you've been here for a long time, but we do have some public comment. One sign up here I would like to get through. Mr. Joel Kawahara. Joel, can you hear us?
Good morning. Am I on the air?
Yes, you are. You are live.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Joel Kawahara. I'm a salmon trawler from Quilcene, Washington. I would like to comment regarding the use of the potential use of the salmon stoplight to inform salmon harvest and management in the future. One thing that I know is being used already in the Oregon Coast Natural Coho Harvest Matrix, Marine Survival Index is already included to set harvest. And also, I think it's Shelton, the 2022 paper that uses sea surface temperature to predict distribution of Chinook stocks off the West Coast. And that affects the estimation of the SRKW Chinook abundance that we use to set a threshold for our Chinook management. So I know those two instances where we use some ecosystem indicators already in salmon forecasts. I further note that the SSC has been asking the salmon technical team for more transparency on salmon forecasts because there, among other things, and pertaining to this, there are ecosystem factors that various salmon forecasts rely on already. The point here is that applying the salmon stoplight might be applying some of the ecosystem factors twice to the salmon forecast, and we should make sure that that makes sense before we do that and just rush in and try to develop a risk table from the current stoplight tables without examining actually how applicable that is. That's the comment I had, and thank you. I will take a couple questions.
Thank you, Joel. Any questions for Mr. Kawahara on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Joel, and thanks for paying attention on a Saturday. And I don't know if you'll be continuing to spend your Saturday listening to the next agenda item, but I think the questions you're asking are the very ones that the council has been hoping to get being asked as part of the next initiative, which has only been focused on groundfish release so far, but the potential to apply to salmon. And so I think that topic, you're raising very good questions of the sort we've heard in the groundfish context. But I would say, yeah, I think that next agenda item is where you'd want to hear how all those questions, what the process would be for taking those questions up in the salmon context. And it did note the SSC raised some of those same questions under this agenda item. But yeah, thank you again for paying attention and being engaged here.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Joel. All right, that completes all our reports, the public comment. Because we're close to lunch, not to rush it, but just to, I think if we can get through this before lunch, we'll have a good lunch break. So with that, we'll move to council action and review any discussion on the report and consider ecosystem science review topics for 2024. I'll look for any hand to initiate discussion here. Corey Ridings, then John Ugeritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. While we get our thoughts together, although it looks like Mr. Ugoretz already has some, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Ms. Yvonne Duranier again for her years of service that are still going to continue, just not in the capacity of the chair, but she has played an incredibly active role in what she's done at the at NIMS and has, I think, helped us make progress on this and brought a lot of good thinking and energy to that work. So I'm sure the new chair, vice chair, co-chairs, as our chair sees fit to place them, will do an excellent job as well. I just wanted to know all that hard work that she had done in supporting this work over the years.
Thank John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, as always, we've got an excellent report that gives us a lot of information. I heard some good recommendations in a variety of the advisory body reports to us. I don't know that we need to take specific action on those, but I think the team has heard them and will certainly reflect on those in their next go round. And then also, as the last public commenter stated and Mr. Niles pointed out, there's some things in those reports that I think tie directly into the next ecosystem item on our agenda. And I look forward to discussing those at that time.
Thank you. Further discussion, comments? And as we heard, there, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Ugoretz stole a little of my thunder there, but that's okay. I don't think we need a specific motion on this since it's just guidance, but would like to endorse the SSC's priorities in the review of potential topics section of their report. And if we could ask the ESR authors to include a broad overview of short-term forecasts in the main body of the report and to continue providing long-term forecasts in the appendix as recommended by the EWG and supplemental report 2. This is a very large document that's got a lot of good information, but again, we can find ways to make it just tweaks, make it just a little bit better for our uses. Would appreciate that.
Thank you. With respect to all the recommendations and comments as we were going through the reports, I did see our Science Center presenters here nodding their heads quite a bit. So I do believe they heard everything that was said, but let me not shut off discussion. Corey Ridings, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, just I think agreeing with Lynn and John about endorsing the SSC recommendations for the SSC-ES meeting and work by the NOAA IEA team this summer. I also wanted to add to that, I don't want to add to their workload necessarily this year, but just as a little teaser for the future, some other things that I've been thinking about, which might be useful to see in the ESR report in future years, might be an ecosystem optimum yield metric and some expansion of reporting on non-target and ecosystem component species status reports. Something we've been thinking about at this meeting has been how we report on and how we use stock assessment. And I think the ESR is also a good place to bring in information to help us make those decisions. Especially if we're looking at constraints that the agency is having in their ability to do stock assessments, bringing in information in other ways will be helpful. So thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion, guidance? I don't believe Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate all the comments and suggestions to date. I do think the IEA team typically hears the different advisory comments and takes those into account as well as the comments provided by the council. I did note in the SSC statement on potential review topics, they mentioned a potential to add the wind indicators as part of that. I wasn't sure if the council was also suggesting by sort of the moving forward with that, the SSC report, if that was something they also wanted to take on. I would note, I think from the agency perspective, And I know there'll be discussion of this under the next agenda item that likely to, including that would take away from moving forward on the review of those other indicators that might be more ripe for sort of council use in the future. And that regardless of a SSC review of those wind indicators, that's something that is a priority for the agency. And we are actively working with INCOS and BOEM on that work. And so that might be also something as Ms. Ridings noted for future ESR products, that might be something more ripe for future years if the council did have some desire for the SSC to dig into those wind indicators. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look around. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair and Mr. Lindsay. I had a list of talking points, but I chose to skip those a few minutes ago. But on the offshore wind modeling review, given the current timelines for additional offshore siting off the West Coast, maybe there might not be justification for prioritizing this review to happen by the September meeting, especially if it would just risk the other priorities happening. However, a review of the offshore wind modeling should be conducted as soon as practical, just maybe not in time for the September meeting, was what I know I was hoping for.
Okay, thank you. Further guidance on this? Taking my time to look carefully. I don't see hands. I'm going to look to Dr. Dahl. See if you have everything you were expecting on this and we've completed our work.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, you have. You have indicated that the CCIA team should take on board the comments that are found in the various advisory body reports, as they frequently do in terms of continuous improvement of the report and its contents. You also endorsed the SSC proposal in terms of the review meetings coming up later this year. And there was some discussion here at the end about potential review of those suitability model, ecosystem suitability model for offshore wind. And perhaps that's less of a short-term review topic. The development of that methodology is ongoing, as Mr. Lindsay indicated, but perhaps sometime after the September meeting or into next year would be a better time to put that on the docket for SSC peer review.
All right, with that closes out this agenda item. Let me consult with the executive director if we have an idea what we will be coming back to after lunch here. All right, we are going to break until 1 o'clock. Right now, it's likely we will continue with our ecosystem topics, and we will come back with agenda item H2. But respecting your flexibility, it could be salmon item C7. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
Okay, this is our 1 minute warning. Okay, welcome back. On the C7, I'd just like to point out today that this afternoon that Kyle Addicts will be remote. With that, I will turn to Robin to start us off. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item C7, further direction for the 2024 management alternatives. We met yesterday and the council gave the STT some guidance on how to change some of the alternatives. And so we're back here this afternoon to hear the results of those analyses from the STT and hear of any other additional guidance the tribes or states would like to provide. And you have Dr. Michael Farrell here, and he will give you his STT report under agenda item C7A. And I do believe we have some public comment signed up as well. That summarizes this agenda item.
All right. Any questions for Robin? Okay, not seeing that. So Dr. Farrell, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. I'll be referring to agenda item C7A, supplemental STT report number 1. The team took into account the guidance provided by the council yesterday and have a new set of results beginning on page 26 of the package. I'll just skim through the areas where there still is some attention needed to meet our management objectives. On page 26, sorry, 1 second, please. Okay, yes, on page 26, down with the Sacramento River Fall Chinook, alternative 3 does not meet the minimum escapement of 180,000 adults. The other 2 alternatives do make that. Moving on to Coho. There's still a couple Coho stocks that are not meeting their objectives. As I mentioned on the first day, some of these will be changing with as the North of Falcon process goes on. For Lower Columbia River Natural, alternative 1 results in an exploitation rate of 17.5%, and that is below the 15.3% guideline at this point, or higher than the guideline, I should say. And then further on, we do have those additional appendix tables that show the distribution of impacts for the California stocks. We did update the Sacramento River winter Chinook alternative one that was all zeros the last time we were here, but that's been fixed. And I believe that concludes my overview of the report.
Okay, questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the STT report? Okay, I stand by though. All right. That'll take us to public comment. I believe we have 6 or so people signed up. Okay. All right. All right. First up is John McManus. John, are you there? I don't see him. Look at the tower in the back of the room here. Okay. Next is John Richardson. John, you're muted.
Do you have me?
We do. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to comment. First of all, thank you guys for all your time working on this for us. I'm a lifetime fisherman since I was a kid. I'm about 40 years old, a guide here in the Sacramento Valley area. So I just wanted to voice my opposition to allocate inland numbers to support an ocean fishery. It seems apparent that the ocean or the fishery in general doesn't have the numbers to support moving any of the fish in one way, especially to exploit, ocean take. I feel that ocean take has a higher exploitation rate than river, just in my experience being a fisherman in the river and the ocean. When we go out, ocean fishing, we experience, long wait times at the ramps, hundreds of boats on the water in any given spot. Everybody catching fish while on the river, on any given day, we might see as many as 20 boats in a given stretch with only a few boats, really catching any fish, So it just feels irresponsible. Feel like the alternatives are superficial. The obvious reason, is that there aren't any, it's hard to find a realistic alternative. So I think we just have to look at what's real, and that might be going to a closure again, so we don't have further problems like this down the road. If we go to open it and we end up seeing the numbers be off again, where we end up not making our escapement, then we're just going to be in 2026, 27, 28, right where we were. So the idea that the model shows greater impacts in river fisheries than ocean, it kind of seems ridiculous. So I think that, by managing it to zero, we're really just, shooting ourselves in the foot as a fishery. So my recommendation would be, model as much as we can for the future, not for the present, not just to catch fish right now, but to have fish for our future, for our kids, and for everyone. So, I like the idea of, obviously raising to the 180,000 was good. I would be for raising the model even higher than that, try to get more fish back up in the river, back spawning, raise more fish, release them as fry, keep the water releases favorable for fry and for smolts getting back down the river. It has to be all encompassing, right? We have to do everything on all facets to help get the numbers back to where they are, so that we can have it, in 10 years and 20 years again. So yeah, so I appreciate you guys again for all your hard work, and thank you for your time. That'll be it.
Okay, thank you, John. Questions for John on his testimony? Okay. Yeah, thanks, John. Next, we're going to go to John McManus. I see his hand up. John? Are you there, John? Are you muted?
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay.
Welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the California ocean salmon fishing season options. You know, over the last few days, we've heard plenty of people talk about the poor state of the fishery, and there's no doubt the fishery is in pretty poor shape. I think a lot of people are distressed at the fact that, on the one hand, NIMS can come in and ask for 180,000 as a conservation objective, which makes some sense. But on the other hand, NIMS apparently can't follow through with the rewrite of the biological opinion that could save us millions of salmon throughout the Sacramento Basin. And as I stated earlier in the week, NIMS hasn't been particularly helpful in showing up and interfacing with the state of California to protect fall run salmon, the salmon that we rely on. It's kind of interesting to hear the status of the fishery discussed at the PFMC, because obviously you guys are set up to manage a fishery, which you cannot do if there aren't fish. But the problem that we're talking about is really not in the fishery. It's not the fishermen who have put us in this position. It's the status of the habitat, and specifically flows in the Sacramento Valley. Having said that, I just like to say that there are many businesses that are hurting very badly because there was no fishing last year. Some have gone out of business. Some are looking at a second year of potentially no fishing and wondering if they can make it through. We heard earlier in the week that the jack counts last year were very low. I kind of expect that we've got 2 more bad years of drought returns before we have much of a chance to get back in a healthy fishery. But as we've done in the past with climate stocks and with winter run, it seems that the council is uniquely positioned to craft responsible de minimis fisheries that would allow ocean fishing at least to go forward in 2024. I also just want to address a comment. Many people have called in and basically said or suggested that they're under the impression that if there were a fishery in 2024 and escapement was less than 180, somehow that would hurt us in the future. In the past, the escapement target and even the floor have not been met, but that really didn't have a tremendous bearing on the future, except in the case of overfish status, which is a separate thing. But there have been many times when the conservation objective was not met, and what really mattered for the following season was the jack count and the ocean abundance forecast. In other words, if there's some fishing allowed in 2024, and let's just say for argument's sake that escapement is 160,000, I would suggest that a year from now, you all will be sitting back where you're sitting right now, and you'll be looking at crafting a season based on an ocean abundance forecast, which in turn is based on jack counts. So this idea that we fish under the conservation objective in 2024 and it ruins the future forever, I think is really mistaken. So I would encourage the council to move forward with its work, some kind of responsible season for 2024, and understand that we have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of hatchery fish swimming off our coast right now. And there are a lot of businesses that and individuals and families that would benefit greatly if there's some limited opportunity to get at those fish. I mean, you can imagine all it takes is even a single opening and boat mechanics and tackle shops are going to find themselves busy with people trying to get ready to go salmon fish again. So I will leave it there and look forward to seeing the process unwind.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Questions for John on his testimony? All right. Tom Markey? I don't see Tom on the thing. Okay. Kevin Godes? Is that Godes or Godes? Okay.
It's Goddess.
Goddess. Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kevin Goddess. I am a recreational fisherman, basically fishing out of the Golden Gate and surrounding areas, north and south. First, I'd like to thank the SAS and the Greater Council for producing alternatives this year, as opposed to simply starting with a position that there is no fishing available. That being said, there's been a lot of complicated arguments that are difficult for some of us to follow. Some of us clue into some of the major benchmarks that are issued. So the 213 returns and, a range of 122 and 1 to 180 for escapement. And it seems that there may be some opportunity for a season here. John McManus said much more eloquently than I think I could manage that it doesn't seem like the fishermen who are the least responsible for the impact on the state of the fishery should bear the major brunt of some of the consequences of the poor status of the fishery. And I would hope that within the conservation objectives and within the additional new guidance provided by NIMS for the constraints on the various runs and ESUs this year, that we could find a reasonable approach to allowing some opportunity. Understandably, it's not going to look anything like it has in the past. And it seems like there is a great desire for the opportunity, at least among the people that I talk to and in our club members. I'm a member of Coastside Fishing Club, but I am speaking as an individual, not representing the club in this capacity today. So I think I would just like to sum up by requesting opportunity if it could be crafted responsibly. It doesn't seem like the potential for controlled fishing opportunity this year would truly endanger the future of the runs. But again, I will defer to the councils and the expertise that is put into making these decisions. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. Questions for Kevin on his testimony? All right. Next up is Captain Cameron Smith. Cameron, are you there? Are you muted? He's muted. You need to unmute yourself, Kevin or Cameron. Okay, we'll come back to Cameron once he gets that figured out. We're going to Larry Nevels. Larry?
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, so as a sportsman angler, I've been around the Sacramento Valley area and watched the salmon runs for years. And, I see some real controversial information and data being provided by agencies that we're seeing as questionable. And I'm not the only one that feels this way. I mean, the frustration level of everyone across the board, whether we're sportsmen, anglers or not. I mean, I can remember as a kid running up and down the American River and there were fish everywhere. And we all know this is relative to water flows. And last year in the 2023 meeting, he sat up there and tried to say water quality was there in the Sacramento confluence. And we all know we were on the water. I mean, I had pictures and I tried to present them at the 2023 meeting of dead salmon that were cooked in the river by water that was not quality water meeting the required temperatures. I mean, we're talking bright chrome looking fish that were dead. And I mean, I tracked temperatures across the board. You know, I look at this and I'm real confused at the situation here and what's being presented by members and staff. And I appreciate all of you being on this council meeting, but I see, you know, and I'm not the only one that see, and I'm frustrating because we have public servants that are in office that we don't feel are protecting the fishery, and the numbers provided in escapements, the jack counts, I mean, whoever's responsible in taking these, there's some controversial data being presented that a lot of us are questioning whether it's legitimate. The fact that we are in an overfish status, the jack counts are low, and now you want to, after admittingly the ocean harvest being over harvested and not properly monitored in previous meetings, it's in public record. You want to open the fishery, take away that 14% from inland fisheries, if you're going to open the fishery at all with the low numbers that are there. History shows when that has been done in the past that anything less than 300,000 fish, it hurt. It hurt and decimated the salmon that were out there. Right now, we're not in a position to act in a manner to be reckless. This is almost reckless endangerment of the species, and where this is headed if we open everything across the board. And if you're forced to do so, and if you feel so obliged that you need to open the fisheries, it needs to be a fair and balanced take, not a priority going to ocean harvest and totally taking away from the inland fisheries. That is seen as unbiased and being favoritism towards the ocean harvest model, when inland fisheries, these fish are already in the system and they're going to die anyways. When you take them from the ocean, they don't even have a chance to get here. So I would hope that in the decisions and the final process being made, that those of you being responsible can do the right thing in this manner. And if not, you're going to make haste judgments. If you're public servants, please don't embarrass yourself anymore. And, you know, you are public servants. So, you know, we all want to act in a responsible manner and fair manner in treating everybody across the board. I think most of us across the board and businesses are all hurting enough as it is. Thank you all for your time, and I hope you can make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Questions for Larry? Okay, seeing no hands. All right, let's go back to Cameron Smith. Cameron, did you get unmuted? If you're on a cell phone, try *6. Okay, let's go to Joshua Thomas. Joshua? Nope, he's not there. And then Chris Howard, who's in person.
I guess I need glasses. I didn't see my name up there. But Chris Howard, Del Norte County, glad to be back with you today as part of this very complicated learning process that I've been in a steep curve on for the week. Got up early this morning, 7:30, wandered into our regional meeting for California, and then blended into the SAS group and had a chance to really watch Oregon, Washington, and California talk about salmon. And it was unique. It was complex. It was convoluted to a certain extent, but it put people together in the room to have conversations. And more importantly, I watched California come together with very opposing views, not only from representatives on the council, which I saw yesterday, but also with our groups that represent various constituencies that you guys have to make hard decisions on. And I reflected back on that and trying to figure out what I may or may want to say to you today. And what I want to say is I'm extremely proud of at least the representatives I've seen from the 3 states, and more importantly, the folks that advise you and that effort that goes into making very tough decisions based on management and conservation objectives and trying to provide that equity. And I don't think I've ever observed that before until today, but I do want to say I'm proud. And then you guys have a tough decision to make. But what came together, I think, with the alternatives that you'll be presented, I think is a very reasonable approach that only protects the species, but does provide that opportunity. So I'm glad to say that right now, Delaware County can be very supportive of what will be presented to you. And hopefully we could get through it with our friends in Oregon just across the border. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris on his testimony? You're good. Thank you. All right, back to Cameron Smith one more time. You're still muted. Okay. Well, I'm looking at my, okay. All right. Well, that'll conclude public comment. That takes us to council action. So open the floor up for discussion. Mark Grolick.
Thank you very much, Chair Pencher. I don't have any guidance at this time. I think that'll be coming from Marcy Remco. But I did want to address some of the comments we heard during our public testimony. And the common thread was we have a water issue. We don't have a fishery problem. We're in this fix. So I think all those folks who took the time to provide their input through public comment, I would suggest if you haven't already testified to the State Water Resources Control Board, that is where your emphasis should be. We can't do anything here at the council to increase water flows and improve habitat. We've written our share of sternly worded letters, and that's really all we're empowered to do. But if you are in the Central Valley and you're worried about water flows for salmon, then go to the State Water Resources Control Board and let them know that, because they're the body that can make a difference here. I also want to address, we've heard a number of comments about fish being taken from the river to the ocean. This relates to the notion that 15% of the escapement belongs to the river. Based upon that number, 82% of the fish would be in the river and only 8% would be available for ocean harvest. And I don't think anyone genuinely thinks that is a fair allocation of fishing privileges. We here in the council operate on the Magnuson-Stevens Act, federal law, and that term allocation is a defined term. And it means the assignment of fishing privileges among user groups or individuals. We do that between states, we do that between sport and commercial, and we're basically doing that here between ocean and river. And so I think we need to be fair to the river. We need to be fair to the ocean. I don't know that an 18% for the ocean and 82 for the river, I don't know anyone here who would think that is fair. We need to be fair and equitable. We don't know where we're going to end up. We don't know if we're going to have salmon seasons this year, but we have a process to reach that conclusion. And I want to thank the SAS and all the stakeholders who provided input to the process. But I just want to make clear, when you hear someone say we're taking fish from the river, we're trying to rectify this 18 to 82 sharing that some folks think ought to be in place.
Thank you, Mark. Further discussion before we go to recommendations? All right. Okay, with that, I'll turn to the tribes. Joe, you have anything for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I don't have any additional guidance to offer for the treaty trawl options.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Turn to Kyle Addix in Washington. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll be continuing co-manager discussions north of Falcon over the next through today and tomorrow. I don't have any recommendations today. I likely will on C8 tomorrow.
Okay. John North. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Oregon does have some additional guidance today. And there we have it on the screen. So our guidance for today, thank you for making the font bigger. Under agenda item C7A, supplemental STT report dated March 9th, 2024. We would like to implement the following changes, which include on table 1 under ODFW commercial management alternatives on page 5 in the Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain area. For alternative 1, replace March 15th through May 31 with March 15th through 31, April 16th through May 29. Under alternative 2, replace March 15th through May 31 with March 15th through 31 and April 16th through 30 and May 27 through 31, and remove July 25th through 31. Under alternative 3, replace March 15th through May 31 with March 15th through March 31, and then remove June 11th through 30. Moving on to the recreational table 2 for the Cape, and that's on page 17 for the Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain area. Under alternative 3, replace March 15th through June 21 with March 15th through July 31. And under the Cape Falcon to Oregon, California border section on page 18, under alternative 3, replace the paragraph that begins open 7 days per week, all salmon except Chinook, with the following 2 subsections: Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, open 7 days per week for the period of June 29 through July 31. All salmon, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip for the period of August 1 through 25. All salmon except Chinook, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip. See minimum size limits and gear restrictions and definitions. And in the second sub-area, Humbug Mountain to Oregon, California border, open 7 days per week for the period June 29th through August 25. All salmon, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip. See minimum size limits, see gear restrictions and definitions. And that's our guidance.
Okay, thank you, John. And then turn to California. Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. All righty. Speaking from agenda item C7A supplemental STT report 1 dated March 8th, 2024, implement the following changes. This is to table 1, the California commercial alternatives beginning on page 6. The California KMZ alternative 1, replace the 2,500 Chinook quota with a 7,000 Chinook quota. Remove the term landing and possession limit of 25 Chinook per vessel per landing week, and replace that language with, quote, harvest limits and landing and possession limits will be determined by CDFW and provided in the next supplemental STT report, end quote. Alternative 2, remove same as alternative 1 and replace with June 1st through the earlier of June 30th, or 5,000 Chinook quota. For the Fort Bragg area, alternative 1, remove quote, same quota landing and gear restrictions and definitions as the Oregon-California border to Humboldt South Jetty or California KMZ, and replace that with quote, June 1 through 10 or attainment of the harvest limit. Then add regulatory language stating that harvest limit and landing and possession limits will be determined by CDFW and provided in the next supplemental STT report. For alternative 2, Fort Bragg, remove June 1 through 4 or the attainment of a 2,000 fish Chinook harvest limit and replace with June 1 through 8 or attainment of the harvest limit. Remove landing and possession limit of 15 Chinook per vessel for the open period and replace that with harvest limit and landing and possession limits will be determined by CDFW and provided in the next supplemental STT report. Moving to, scroll, please. Thank you. To San Francisco. Thank you. Alternative 1, implement the same changes as displayed in the Fort Bragg management area for alternative 1. For alternative 2, implement the same changes as displayed in the Fort Bragg management area for alternative 2. For the Monterey area from Pigeon Point to the US-Mexico border, alternative 1, implement the same changes as displayed in the Fort Bragg management area for alternative 1. Alternative 2, implement the same changes as displayed in the Fort Bragg management area for alternative 2. Moving to the recreational management alternatives in table 2, California begins on page 19. For the California KMZ, alternative 1, remove May 25th through 28th, add June 6th through 9, replace July 4 through 7 with July 3 through 7, add August 1 through 4. Alternative 2, replace July 4th through 10th with July 4 through 7, add August 1 through 4, and add August 29 through 31. For the Fort Bragg area, alternative 1, remove May 25th through 28th, add June 6th through 9, replace July 4 through 7 with July 3 through 7, and add August 1 through 4. Alternative 2, replace July 4 through 10 with July 4 through 7, add August 1 through 4, add August 29th through 31st. In San Francisco, Alt 1, remove May 25th through 28th, add June 6th through 9th, replace July 4 through 7 with July 3 through 7, add August 1 through 4. Alternative 2, replace July 4 through 10 with July 4 through 7, add August 1 through 4, add August 29th through 31st. For Monterey, alternative 1, remove May 4 through 7, remove May 25 through 28, add June 6 through 9, replace July 4 through 7 with July 3 through 7, add August 1 through 4. Alternative 2, replace July 4 through 10 with July 4 through 7, add August 1 through 4, and add August 29 through 31st.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. And Dr. O'Farrell, any questions for us? You get that? Okay, thumbs up. Very good. Thank you, Marcy. Please.
Yeah, if I may, just a couple of, I know that was a lot of numbers and changes and alterations. Just want to speak to what it is expected to do. So right now, as we've discussed, California is moving to an in-season method of managing and monitoring our fisheries. And just want to acknowledge the hard work that has gone on, continued to go on this week, and appreciate the input working with NIMS council staff and our other partner agencies to explore different methods to reach our end goal, which is to cap the harvest in the commercial sector to its projections. The changes proposed here in the commercial fishery and alternative 1 show that move to in-season management that's outlined in the coastal Chinook framework that was adopted by the council back in November. In the framework method, we are going to be evaluating and implementing harvest limits and weekly landing limits that are reflective of the harvest model output of the all stock harvest. So those outputs from the Sacramento harvest model and the Klamath Ocean harvest model, and the estimate of projected effort. We'll be working to review those harvest model results and then apply the appropriate harvest limit and weekly landing limit that will come forward in the next iteration of the STT report. So we appreciate your patience as we work through the fine tuning of this language, and that's why you see the request to replace the prior language and put a placeholder in there so that we can continue to work to refine that language and provide it to you in a more complete form in the next iteration. In the recreational sector, you'll note that alternatives 1 and 2 add a slight increase in fishing opportunity, which reflects the guidance yesterday to adjust the in-river and ocean share of the Sacramento fall impacts in California. By implementing that range of sharing arrangements on the Sac Fall stock, it did free up some impacts to be included in ocean season alternatives. Also want to just acknowledge the work with Oregon to maintain that historic ratio of sharing with regard to Sac Fall impacts. Normally, we are not constrained by this stock, but just appreciate the collaboration with industry reps across the border and the hard work and acknowledging that Oregon's proposed modifications here likewise respect that 80-20 traditional sharing arrangement. So thanks for that. And we will be back with more details in the next iteration. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. All right. Any further discussion before I go to Robin? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of missed my window there, but I just wanted to thank the STT and the Salmon Advisory Panel for their work producing these alternatives through the week here. Very much appreciated. The guidance that Oregon provided today, along with what we did yesterday, is just trying to get us a little closer to our management objectives. And as Ms. Urenco mentioned, trying to further align with recent average oceans splits between the states for Sacramento Falls Chinook. Unfortunately, though, for Oregon, that required significant cuts to the troll fleet, and just wanted to acknowledge that. So.
Thanks, John. All right. See no further hands. Robin? Oh, I'm sorry, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One other thing I just take the opportunity to note. This morning, we learned that we now have preliminary information on impacts to St. Coho, and just wanted to flag that we'll be working through that process and needing to evaluate the forecasted impacts for 2024 fisheries. That work just started this afternoon, so that potentially is another constraint that we may be looking to need to integrate into the alternatives as we move along. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, take one more scan, make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay, Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have provided guidance to the STT. They will work to get that analyzed and return to you tomorrow afternoon. So that concludes your work under this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. And I guess I'll return the gavel to Pete, but he never gave it to me. So, but Pete will take over for H2. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With pleasure, I will take that gavel back. And I'm going to allow a slight pause here as the seats change again. All right, we're pretty close to a critical mass. If we can move back to our chairs. We are going to commence with agenda item H2, the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, and I will turn it over to Dr. Dahl for an overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read the summary. The purpose of this initiative is to develop on-ramps for integrating ecosystem and climate information into Council Fishery Management Plan decision-making with a focus on harvest specifications processes. On-ramp refers to the timing and method of incorporating such information. The EWG presented a work plan for this initiative a year ago, March 2023. Consistent with this work plan, in September of last year, it provided a proposed risk assessment methodology, more frequently referred to as risk tables, and an example application to 2 groundfish species. It also described a method for the council to select other on-ramps through a species selections process. The council directed the EWG to continue work on identifying on-ramps and management processes, but put a hold on further development and implementation of the proposed species selection process. Per council direction, the SSC ecosystem and groundfish subcommittees reviewed the risk assessment methodology and application and reported to the full SSC in November 2023, and their references to both the subcommittee report and a portion of the SSC report presented to you in November of last year. Since September 2023, the EWG met with the groundfish and coastal pelagic species advisory bodies to solicit further input on integrating climate and ecosystem information into those management processes. They provided a supplemental report describing the results of those consultations and making recommendations on any further work needed to address the objectives of this initiative. And that supplemental report was posted up on our website a couple of weeks ago. According to the EWG's March 2023 work plan, the council would finish this initiative and make any needed near-term adjustments to its advisory body schedules for considering ecosystem and climate information in September of this year. That report stated this initiative would be complete when the council has adopted and implemented an ongoing process for choosing new species to be subject to ecosystem and climate information products, and ensure that advisory bodies have future opportunities and processes for conferring with ecosystem scientists on the potential contents of those reports. So I will move on and just go through the materials that you have before you. There are a bunch of reports. So as I mentioned, there was a supplemental report, one from the EWG that's been available for a while. And then they met this week and produced a supplemental EWG report 2. And then the EAS submitted a report along with the Habitat Committee, the HMSMT, the CPSAS, the CPSMT, the GAP, and the GMT. So most of your FMP advisory bodies have weighed in. And so I'll wrap up by reading the council action. So it's provided in a bulleted list here of items you could provide guidance on. First, potential on-ramps for groundfish and CPS as updated by the EWG, potential use of the risk assessment methodology or risk tables in groundfish and CPS management processes, development of other methods to integrate climate and ecosystem information and management processes, further development and implementation of the species selection process, and schedule and timeline for completing the initiative. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Kit. Are there questions for Dr. Dahl on the overview? Not seeing any questions. We have 8 reports to go through here. So I will always let everyone know who's on deck as we're going through one so we can be prepared. And according to my
list, we are going to start with the EWG Report 2. Hamil Samhouri is here to do that. Good afternoon, and if I have mispronounced your name, please correct me.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You did a great job. And good afternoon, everyone. I'll be summarizing the Ecosystem Work Group EWG report on item H2 on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 and reading the EWG supplemental report on this agenda item. The EWG's previous report, agenda item H2A supplemental revised EWG report 1, for this agenda item provided recommendations and suggested next steps for the Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative, Initiative 4. We also described meetings the EWG held with the Groundfish Management Team, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team, the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, and the SSC to discuss approaches for using risk tables during FMP-specific management processes. In this supplemental report, we revise these recommendations and next steps slightly and describe outcomes from recent EWG discussions and with the GAP and GMT. So I'll begin reading from that report now. After further discussion of Initiative 4 at the March 2024 meeting, the EWG provides the below modifications to the previous recommendations and requests that the Council prioritize EWG and any additional relevant Council advisory body time to partner on these following activities to advance Initiative 4. 1. Work with NIMS to further explore development of a methodological framework for risk tables and apply it to groundfish using the pathways described in the November 2023 SSC Committee Ecosystem-Based Management and Groundfish Subcommittee report. 2. Work with NIMS to broaden the application of risk tables to fishery management plans other than groundfish. Specifically, risk tables could be developed for salmon as recommended by the Habitat Committee and SSC, and for coastal pelagic species if recommended by the CPS management team or CPS advisory subpanel as time allows. 3, meet with the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee Chair to refine the scope of topics and FMPs for the review with the SSC-ES and relevant SSC FMP subcommittees prior to the proposed meeting, including improvements to and expansions of risk tables. The EWG still supports its previous recommendations 1 and 2 and encourages development of a retrospective analysis for review on how the risk table framework could affect ABC advice from example groundfish stock assessments. In addition, after further discussion, the EWG has expanded the focus of recommendation 2 listed above to include both coastal pelagic species included in the previous recommendation and salmon based on advisory body comments received at this meeting. During review of other advisory body reports, the EWG agreed that while a process is necessary for developing risk tables for data-limited species or groups of species, we modified recommendation 3 to highlight the importance of first fully developing and reviewing the content and process for the existing pilot risk tables. The EWG greatly appreciated the in-person meeting with designated representatives from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel and Groundfish Management Team as it provided valuable advice on the risk table process and potential applications to groundfish management. Lastly, the EWG offers a suggestion for TNC consideration in the development of a workshop that could focus on identifying pathways for incorporating on-the-water observations from fishermen and other sources of ecosystem information into the risk table approach. That concludes the EWG statement.
Thank you. Questions on the EWG report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Samhouri, for your comments. I had a question about the numbered 3, which was meet with the SSC EBM chair to refine the scope of topics and FMPs for the review with the SSC EBM and relevant SSC FMP subcommittees prior to the proposed meeting, including improvements to and expansions of risk tables. That's a lot of words in that sentence there. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and sort of what that would bring to the process if we were to move forward with that?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Number 3, our recommendation number 3 is focused on providing an opportunity to talk with the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee to better scope and describe how we would work through the application of risk tables developed in 2023 for pilot species or other species and apply them using the pathways recommended by the SSC in its report this past fall.
Thank you. John Ugoretz.
Thank you. Thanks for the report and for your work on this. I've heard, and I think I saw in your report, this idea of doing a retrospective analysis of if we had used risk tables in the past, what might that have done? I'm curious if there's capacity on the work group or somewhere else that could conduct such an analysis. And if so, you know, how many years would you go back, or do you have an idea of that?
Thank you, Mr. Ugoretz. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, the question of capacity is a good one. It is one that the ecosystem work group would look to the science centers for support on developing the worked examples of application of the risk tables and work in partnership with them and other advisory bodies as they were able to. In terms of how many years to go back, there's a couple of different ways we could do this. And I think, you know, to Ms. Riding's question earlier, why we would benefit from some discussion with the SSC ecosystem subcommittee. But one approach that we have discussed is hypothetical risk scores being applied to the most recent round of groundfish stock assessments that are available. And so what that would mean is hypothesizing that risk was high or low, how would that, coming up with an approach to influence sigma or P-star or both based on the pathways that SSC suggested, and then playing that out to see how it would influence the ACLs associated with each of those stocks. So rather than us going back through a history of multiple assessments, we would use the most recent assessments, but play out multiple scenarios so that it would be very clear how different risk categorizations would influence the harvest recommendations.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for the report. And now I realize I didn't do what I said I would do. And so you don't know that the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report is next. So Michelle Conrad is here to deliver that. And I will let you know the Habitat Committee report will be next, followed by the HMS management team. So good afternoon, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I will be referring to the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report. The EAS appreciates the EWG's continued work on this important initiative and would like to offer the following comments on the pathways for the application of risk tables, the choice of species for risk tables, use of the term risk table, the need for external activities to advance the initiative, and the criteria for the completion of this initiative. On risk table application pathways, the EAS supports the EWG recommendation to consider using risk tables to set harvest specifications as the next step in the risk assessment process. The EAS had a lengthy discussion about the 4 pathways identified by the SSC's groundfish and ecosystem subcommittees. The EAS agrees with the EWG's recommendation for prioritizing pathways 1 and 3. However, we note that the suitability of the different pathways will vary depending on the assessment cycle and the FMP. For groundfish, the EAS concurs with the EWG's opinion that pathway 2, which is adjusting P-star alone, is not sufficiently flexible, particularly when P-star is set at the maximum level of 0.45. As the risk table that was in Appendix C of EWG's report from September of 2023, it includes situations for when conditions are above or better than normal, as well as below. Pathway 2 could only allow for adjustments to the ABC in an upward direction when the default P star is below the maximum level. The EAS also supports the EWG's identified next step of working with Science Center ecosystem and stock assessment scientists to develop a methodological framework for using a risk table to inform the selection of a scientific uncertainty value, or sigma. On the choice of FMPs for risk table application, the EAS would like to see the risk table methodology applied to other FMPs. In lieu of using a risk table for setting harvest specifications, we see merit in evaluating the use of a risk table via a retrospective analysis to review how past harvest levels could have been affected as a means of evaluating the risk table approach for a particular stock. The EAS is concerned that restricting the exploration of risk tables to groundfish will not reveal the range of implications of this methodology. Therefore, we support efforts to translate the salmon stoplight tables into risk tables and applying risk tables to other FMPs as suggested in the supplemental SSC report under H1 and the supplemental HC report, Habitat Committee report under this agenda item. Use of the term risk table. During our discussion, we noted that the term risk table has negative connotations for fishermen. Specifically, the word risk in a fisheries management context implies that additional restrictions will be imposed to manage risk. And because fisheries are already constrained to address the risk, for example, of overfishing or increasing bycatch, some view risk tables as tools to further reduce catch limits. While the term risk table is used by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council and may be widely recognized within the broader council scientific community, the EAS is sensitive to stakeholder perception, especially when stakeholder acceptance of a new management tool would greatly facilitate its effectiveness. Therefore, the EAS suggests the council consider renaming risk tables. For example, the Climate Adaptive Fisheries Evaluation, or CAFE, is a suggestion that we came up with. For identifying initiative completion, the EAS appreciates the inclusion of criteria to determine when the initiative is complete. We've noted in our statement the criteria presented by the EWG in March of 2023, which is also described in your situation summary. And we believe that to be the most effective, the process should take at least one species from associated indicator selection through developing an indicator-informed species risk assessment table to fishery management application before the initiative is deemed to be complete. On external activities to advance Initiative 4, the Nature Conservancy encouraged us to provide feedback on how the workshops can help the council advance Initiative 4 and better incorporate climate science into fisheries management. The EAS agrees that these workshops could support and improve the efficacy of Initiative 4 by providing a dedicated space outside of a council meeting schedule to advance our understanding of managing climate effects on council-managed species and fisheries. The EWG has provided the council with potential next steps for Initiative 4 in their supplemental reports. The council could identify one of these topics as a priority for an external workshop. The EAS discussed a number of additional topics or projects that could benefit from this type of engagement. These are understanding the capabilities of the ESR as it relates to understanding the risk table tool and identifying additional tools that may be beneficial in future analyses, broadening the application of risk tables to fishery management plans other than groundfish, and completing the risk table with a focused but diverse group of participants, understanding and revising the ecosystem and climate information on-ramp process, identifying mechanisms other than risk tables for including ecosystem and climate information into the harvest setting process within and outside the groundfish FMP, and identifying a more specific process and timeline for Initiative 2.6 and Initiative 2.8. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Conrad on the report from the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Michelle. Next, we'll have the Habitat Committee report. That will be followed by the HMS management team. For the Habitat Committee, Dr. Corey Green is online. Corey?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be reading agenda item H2A, Habitat Committee report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, progress review. The Habitat Committee reviewed the work completed to date by the Ecosystem Work Group in consultation with the Groundfish and Coastal Pelagic Species Management teams and advisory subpanels, and the risk assessment work by the Scientific and Statistical Committee. We are impressed with the work to date. The purpose of Initiative 4 is to develop on-ramps for integrating ecosystem and climate information into Council Fishery Management Plan decision-making. As noted in our March 23 comments, the HC continues to support work to develop ecosystem on-ramps for Sacramento and Klamath River fall Chinook salmon. Sacramento fall run Chinook salmon are recommended because of their overall vulnerability to changing freshwater climate conditions. The HC and other advisory bodies have suggested Klamath River fall Chinook salmon because of substantial impending changes to freshwater habitat and ecosystems due to dam removal, combined with data streams that will include pre, during, and post dam removal periods. Also currently, there are necessary changes of monitoring of spawners in the system, which supports the need for an alternate approach. Since stoplight tables for both Klamath and Chinook fall run salmon have been developed, these tables could be refined, for example, by weighting indicators or inclusion of additional indicators, such as the Habitat Compression Index, into numerical risk tables for integration into salmon management. This work could be facilitated by the efforts of the existing work groups reviewing conservation objectives for Sacramento and Klamath River fall Chinook salmon runs. Members of the HC could also work with the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team, the Scientific and Statistical Committee, or the Ecosystem Work Group to determine how best to accomplish this. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? No questions here, Corey. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report. Amber Rhodes is online. Just a note that will be followed by the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel report. Amber, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, council members. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I am Amber Rhodes. I am reading Supplemental HMSMT Report 1 under this agenda item. The team recommends 2 pathways for the council to incorporate ecosystem and climate information into the HMS management process. Pathway 1, sharing that information with the U.S. delegations to relevant RFMOs. Pathway 2, incorporating ecosystem and climate information when developing the HMS roadmap, goal, and actions. Concerning the first pathway, efforts are underway at both the IATTC and WCPFC to address climate change. For example, a standing climate change agenda item has been added to the Northern Committee meetings. If of interest, the team could offer suggestions for how the council could provide information to the U.S. delegation on climate change impacts to HMS and HMS fisheries during its regularly scheduled council meetings. Concerning the HMS roadmap, the team developed a draft goal to promote climate-ready fisheries and fisheries resilience by supporting flexibility in management to account for changes in HMS distributions, ecosystems, and the communities dependent on HMS fisheries. This is in the team's report 1 under agenda item I3. To address this goal, that I3 report includes draft action items that were jointly developed with the HMS advisory subpanel. An example of a proposed action item is to identify fleets, fishing practices, or gears that may be more flexible and/or adaptable given climate change. These are the key points in the team statement. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Rhodes on the HMS management team report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Amber, for the report. I'm looking about halfway down in your report, and there's the recommendation that I think matches the first bullet point about the team could offer suggestions for how the council could provide information on climate change impacts to HMS and HMS fisheries to the U.S. delegation during regularly scheduled council meetings. Did the team talk at all about like what types of suggestions those would be or what that process would be like? And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit ignorant about how that works exactly. So just looking for examples so I can get my head around this a little bit better. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. The team really didn't talk about the types of information so much as beginning to think through some of the management considerations and timing. So we talked a little bit about the HMS biennial management cycle process and how that is the time at which we are providing updates on stock status and considerations for the council pertaining to quota management. But because most of the assessments are conducted by RFMO science providers, I think we discussed having information come to the council, climate and ecosystem information coming to the council in advance of some of those stock assessments. And we ultimately left it at this point that we could continue down the road on those discussions and what would be appropriate junctures in time if the council had expressed interest in us doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Amber. Next, we have Mike Okaneski here for the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel report. That will be followed by the CPS management team report. Mike, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. For the record, Mike Okaneski, co-chair on the CPSAS. Be reading from agenda item H2A, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, Progress Review. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, CPSAS, reports the process moving forward to evaluate the use of risk tables to incorporate additional ecosystem information into the specifications process for CPS, which may include a pilot risk table for a species. The CPSAS cautions that in developing any recommendation to the council, input should be sought from all applicable advisory groups. The evaluation should consider the process and information used to establish the existing buffers in the specifications process and whether the additional information added through use of ecosystem indicators and risk tables justifies modification of those buffers. The evaluation, including identifying species for a pilot, should also carefully consider the information available concerning each species, its current management, and the potential future changes in that management, and the uncertainties of our understanding of the species' response to ecosystem indicators. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Okaneski on the report? No hands. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the CPS management team report that will be followed by the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. For the CPS management team, we have Greg Grudzikowski, remote. Greg, can you hear us?
Yes, and hopefully you can hear me as well.
Yes, we can.
I will be reading from the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team report on Fishery Management Plan Initiative 4 Progress Review. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team and the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel met with the Ecosystem Working Group on January 22, 2024. The revisions subsequently made to the ecosystem on-ramp diagram for coastal pelagic species management, figure 2 in the EWG report, is an improvement from the initial diagram for CPS presented in September 2023. But the CPS-MT may have additional suggestions for improvements or refinements either before or after it is put into practice. The CPS-MT notes that the work to date has been specific to groundfish, and we would like to see the metrics. Examples include things like indicators such as PDO, seal pup reproduction or weight, seabird reproductive success that may be considered and utilized to incorporate ecosystem considerations into Sigma, P-star, or if risk tables should be developed for CPS. Determination of the acceptable biological catch values that result from assessments that better incorporate ecosystem considerations may well be useful. We note that the EWG is currently recommending options 1 and 3 from their discussion with the Scientific and Statistical Committee's Groundfish Subcommittee, but has yet to have such discussion with the SSC's CPS Subcommittee. If the Council chooses to move this initiative forward, the CPS-MT sees value in exploring the best metrics and methods for implementing ecosystem information into CPS harvest specifications. The CPS-MT is, in general, supports incorporating ecosystem and climate information into CPS harvest specifications process. One example is ecosystem considerations such as those provided in the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Report that could potentially be part of annual catch limit harvest specification discussions during the check-in process as specified in the Central Subpopulation of Northern Anchovy Management Framework outlined in Council Operating Procedure 9. And that completes the report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the CPS management team report? Seeing no hands, thank you very much, Greg. Next, we will have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Louis Zim is here for that, and that will be followed by the Groundfish Management Team report. Louis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Good to be here again. My name is Louis Zim, as you just heard. I'll be reading from agenda item H2 Supplemental GAP Report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 Progress Review. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel recommends operational testing to explore the 4 pathways, management on-ramps, identified for how and when risk tables could be used by the SSC and the council in setting harvest levels. From the SSC Ecosystem-Based Management and Groundfish Subcommittees report, September 20, 2023, these pathways are: 1, informing the choice of scientific uncertainty, sigma, when an assessment is adopted. 2, informing the policy choice of risk tolerance, P-star, when an assessment is adopted. 3, informing how sigma and or P-star might vary over the course of projection interval between assessments. 4, direct specification of the acceptable biological catch. The GAP would like to see what the process and outcomes will look like for all 4 pathways laid out more clearly with examples. This was also proposed by the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team in their report to the SSC under agenda item H1 at this meeting, which you heard. After seeing these examples, we could understand the potential process and impacts, and then we can provide additional feedback. In addition, the GAP is interested in highlighting some real and or retrospective examples for ecosystem and climate information to be used in the setting of scientific uncertainty and harvest policy, so we can see how or whether this information could have predicted some real life scenarios that played out. For example, if the council were to look back to when the short belly rockfish population expanded and moved north, is this something that this ecosystem and climate information could have anticipated as a possible outcome? And if so, how would that have worked through our management process? Can we get to some numerical values of what these impacts would have been? How will the SSC determine how large or small the changes to sigma may be? Will there be a prescribed change based on a factor? If we were able to apply this concept to past examples such as sablefish or short belly, where we know the present day outcome and could go back and see how this information would have impacted the management outcome / harvest levels, this would be very useful in helping the GAP members and others more clearly identify the real world utility of how this will work in the council process. And I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Zim on the GAP report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zim. The GAP is recommending continue forward with all 4 pathways at this time. If there was a capacity issue, did the GAP have any discussion on prioritization? Say all 4 couldn't be completed. Was there any discussion or feedback on which ones should be prioritized?
Well, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for your question. We had some discussion. We seem to favor 1 and 2 to begin with, or I should say either 1 or 2, because the next ones seemed more complicated and difficult to work on.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing no hands, thank you, Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Council.
And lastly, we have the Groundfish Management Team report, and Will Jasper is here to do that. Good afternoon, Will.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hasmer and members of the council. My name is Will Jasper, and I'm here to read the Groundfish Management Team report on agenda item H2, the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 Progress Review. The GMT supports the work done by the EWG to identify pathways that would integrate changes in environmental conditions into the biennial stock assessment and management process. Members of the GMT who attended the joint session with the EWG and Groundfish Advisory Subpanel members found the in-person session beneficial and informative and would encourage further in-person meetings in the future. The GMT recommends that the Pacific Fishery Management Council direct the EWG to move forward with the additional analysis of pathways or management on-ramps 1 through 3 for how and when risk tables could be used by the council in setting harvest levels for groundfish as identified in H2A Supplemental Revised EWG Report 1. The GMT understands the EWG has identified pathways 1 and 3 as having the least administrative burden for integration into the existing biennial process, and agrees with moving forward with these first. However, the interplay of scientific uncertainty and management risk tolerance, or sigma and P-star, is an important consideration that merits inclusion of pathway 2 in any subsequent additional analysis. The SSC's Ecosystem-Based Management and Groundfish Subcommittee Joint Report from September 21st, 2023 flagged the present lack of clarity regarding which factors are considered when selecting P-star. Workway under pathway 2 could address this, as well as incorporate risk tables into setting a P-star value. The GMT understands that EWG will like to see analysis of these pathways reviewed by the SSC in August, with a presentation of that review and analysis to the council in September. The GMT is supportive of this effort as the ability of the existing biennial stock assessment and management process to respond to rapidly changing environmental conditions is a concern shared by members of the GMT. Additionally, the GMT recommends that the council task the EWG to develop examples of the integration of retrospective risk assessment tables for petrale sole and sablefish, such that the GMT and GAP might better understand how harvest specifications for the 25-26 biennium might have varied with the integration of ecosystem risk assessment tables into that process. The GMT also encourages the development of mock risk assessment tables for a range of situations, such that the GMT and GAP could better understand the impact that these risk tables may have had or may have under a range of environmental conditions. And thank you, and I'm ready to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Jasper on the GMT report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. Last time I looked, there were no signups, but I need to confirm that. There are no signups. So that completes all the reports, information gathering, and takes us to council discussion and action. And I'll wait for that to flash up on the screen. There was quite a list, bulleted list of action items. And to kick off the discussion, I will look to Mr. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I feel like I heard a lot of overlap in the statements, and I want to recognize that. I think there are still differences in some places about how far people want to go with this. But I definitely heard that there's support for using risk tables to see how things might have changed in the past. I like that. I think that's valuable work. I think there's some support for using risk tables in a real world way now in a limited fashion. I don't really think I see a lot of overlap in broadening that out to a whole host of species or all FMPs right now. But I'm encouraged. And again, I've said this in the past, but I feel like this council is really conscious of ecosystem change in everything we do. I feel like we've made great strides in seeing how we could further that. And I really do feel like we're kind of at a good place to let the rubber hit the road in a very cautious way.
Thank you. For further hands, discussion on this item. John?
Now, if nobody's jumping in, I do have a motion.
Let's hear it.
I'll wait for it to come up. I move the council task the ecosystem work group to work with the National Marine Fisheries Service, ecosystem groundfish, and other science center staff to further explore development of a methodological framework for risk tables and apply it to groundfish as described in agenda item H2A Supplemental Ecosystem Working Report 2, item 1. Include in this a retrospective analysis of how risk tables would have impacted decision-making in past groundfish assessments if they had been used in the manner currently envisioned. If sablefish and petrale sole are prioritized for assessment in 2025, or the risk tables are approved for use without new assessment, update, finalize, and include their risk tables to be considered as part of those stock assessments in the 2027-2028 harvest specification process. Task the ecosystem work group to work with National Marine Fisheries Service and the appropriate advisory bodies to broaden the application of risk tables to the salmon FMP as described in agenda item H2A Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. Delay council development of risk tables for data limited species or groups or other FMP species until a later date.
I read along that language appears accurate and complete. Do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Seconded by Mark Grelnick. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We're at a point in our efforts to further consider ecosystem changes where we are ready to start implementation. And I'll note that I say further consider quite intentionally. As I know that our stock assessments, fishery management plans, and other actions already account for ecosystem change, just not necessarily with the new tools we're working on now. In some cases, the species we manage are so directly responsive to ecosystem changes that existing management is responding more to the ecosystem than to the fisheries themselves. Given that, I support moving forward in this limited scale to incorporate risk tables for the species they appear to be suited to. I also recognize the various advisory bodies' request to conduct a retrospective analysis for groundfish to show how the risk table framework would have impacted decisions had they been used. I think this retrospective can be conducted concurrently with discussion on moving forward with the review and implementation for petrale and sole and sablefish. If the SSC review concludes that risk tables can be used in the process for sigma adjustments, prepare risk tables for petrale sablefish, and they can be used in the 2027-2028 harvest specification process, assuming that is approved. I also recognize that the Habitat Committee supports evaluating how to translate salmon stoplight tables into numeric or categorical measures of risk that adjust harvest levels and support that occurring now. I don't, however, feel we are ready to move forward with the use of these tables in other species or FMPs at this time. I'd like to see the results of the efforts I've lined out in the motion or other scientific review before considering whether these methods would be appropriate for other species.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I'm pretty new at this, but in both the GAP report and the GMT report, both spoke to the pathways. A little bit of difference of opinion between those two, but certainly some overlap. So is your motion specific to treatment of the pathways or only certain pathways, or would you essentially just kind of leave that to the ecosystem work group and the other partners to really, I saw a lot of focus on 1 through 3 or 1 and 2, not much mention about number 4 as perhaps being a little too unwieldy at this point in time. So are you implying you kind of leave it to them to really kind of dig down deep and determine really what's the most applicable pathway?
Thank you. And through the Vice Chair, yes, I would leave it to them. And of course, the SSC to review whatever is decided and determine if that is the best available science to move forward with.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification, Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks very much, Mr. Ugarich, for the motion. I had a question relative to the sentence dealing with retrospective analysis of how risk tables would have impacted decision-making in past groundfish assessments. And my question is around the term past groundfish assessments. That seems fairly broad, and I'm not, is there some limitation on what groundfish assessment would be looked at initially, or if I were trying to respond to this and I'm not sure how broad of that statement is. That makes sense. Stumbling a little bit.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. I agree it is broad, and I struggled a little bit in crafting the motion to decide what to say there. I did ask that question of the ecosystem work group about what they meant and how far back they could go. And the response I heard was that they would use a range of assumed ecosystem states on some select recent assessments, I believe is what they said, in order to best inform the council on how it would have played out. And so that's what I'm supportive of. If they need to go back more years to get a broader range and they have the capacity to do that, then I would also support that.
Phil, follow up.
So having, the exchange in your description there makes me feel comfortable. And it's going forward with the assumption we'd give them the flexibility to do that. So that addresses my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I had a similar thought to Mr. Anderson, particularly groundfish species, but I do note in John's motion, he does explicitly call out to delay council development of risk tables for data limited species or groups or other FMP species until a later date. So in my mind, I interpret that as certainly data limited groundfish species, even though we are talking the groundfish category, that we are really advising them that that's not really appropriate at this point in time.
Was there a question there you want John to respond to?
Mr. Vice Chair, I guess the question is, did I interpret that correctly?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And through the Vice Chair. I think in part, yes. I don't know that I would limit the retrospective analysis if it would be informative to us to see. The last bullet in my mind was more about whether we start developing the use of this tool beyond petrale and sablefish in that groundfish context. And my answer there is no, I don't think we should. I want to see how it plays out first. And then I think also that it's consistent with what the ecosystem work group reports asking. The details are in there. And I think that gives good guidance as well, which they've listed for themselves.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, John, for the motion and Sharon for that question. I think I'm going to ask for a little bit more clarification on that as well. The way I was reading the materials, especially those from the SSC and the EWG, where the concept of data limited species came up, my understanding was that the idea was potentially to develop risk tables for groupings as opposed to individual species. So kind of as a group or a guild of species that happen to be data limited, to sort of explore the application beyond a single species to a grouping. So John, that comes up in the context of Sharon's question when looking above at the above bullets, if that still provides latitude for the EWG and NIMS folks when they're exploring development of the framework for risk tables and application to groundfish, if that could potentially plan the retrospective analysis, if they would have the freedom to be able to go back and choose individual species that happen to be data limited species, if that were part of executing that first bullet.
Thanks through the Vice Chair, and thanks, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I do see the bullets as separate. I'm talking in one case about retrospective analysis as well as implementation for a very select subgroup of species. In the case of the third bullet, or third primary bullet, I'm talking about not moving forward with additional council work on developing tables beyond what we've already done. And I do want to be very clear about that, because I do not want the EWG, I don't want council to be spending time working on new stuff until we see the results of this existing very good work. And so, sort of going back to the initial question, the retrospective analysis could be of anything that is informative to the council. But the development of other risk tables in other contexts, either in groundfish or other FMP species, I am not supporting.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just one more question on the next to last bullet that deals with the salmon FMP. So the way I read that, the fisheries north of Cape Falcon would be included. Is that correct?
Thanks. And thanks, Mr. Anderson. I believe that is in the Habitat Committee report. So yes, it's defined in their report as to how they wanted to do that.
When we get to council discussion, I'll have a thought about that.
All right, thanks. Still under clarification. Josh, I see your hand, but Chair Pettinger, was your hand up first?
Sure.
All right, Josh Lindsay.
I think I would have clearly deferred, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ugretz, for the motion. I did have a somewhat of a clarifying question, I hope here, not a council discussion question. Noting that the motion generally aligns with the ecosystem work group statement, the start of those first two bullets task the EWG. I just wanted to ensure that sort of the intent there is the EWG serve in more of a coordinating, ensure this process moves forward versus perhaps actually doing some of this work, that this work would really fall on Science Center staff, recognizing that the Science Center has already come here today and offered to do some of this work. I think we would still need to look at capacity and things, but under E1, there was already a request to have some of this work reviewed by the SSC. And so I just want to make sure we were on the same page, if you will, on that matter. Thank you.
Yes, correct.
All right. Any further hands? Chair Pettinger?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Vice Chair Asmer. It's interesting that we're talking about euphemisms for risk tables for the cafe, as it was referred to earlier. It's interesting to talk about retrospective analysis of risk tables. We talk about past groundfish assessments, but we've had some very tough opinions about assessments the last two cycles. And there's not much confidence in those. And I'm not sure how much value you're going to get when I would say probably there's a lot of no confidence as far as the outputs of those assessments. So basically, what are you going to get here? So like people need to understand what they're asking for. Sounds to me, I think we have some real issues that need to be addressed in the stock assessment process. I think the last 2 years, 2 cycles of COVID certainly took a toll. I think confidence in the stock assessments from the fleet perspective certainly is, I don't say it's an all-time low, but I think people really have some questions. So I'd be very careful about what the outcome is going to be here. It's interesting, we talk about stable fish patrol, I'm assuming because we're doing some MSC work and that's part of the climate thing. And I guess it's because we know a lot about those species supposedly. Well, if you want to go by Petroleum Sole, you're ready to take a 30% cut next year of Petroleum Sole. We had a vessel off Monterey have a 35-minute tow and had 78,000 pounds, which is the largest petroleum tow I've ever heard of in the history of the fishery. It's like we're missing the boat there. So you think you know a lot about petroleum, but I'll guarantee you don't. I think it's great to look at it. I think it's just, I think when it comes to medical, we compare it to the medical world, we're about bleeding in vapor as far as I'm concerned, as far as this issue. Sablefish have blown up the last 5 or 6 years. We've had fantastic recruitment. Why did that happen? The stars aligned. And I mean, can anybody tell me why that happened? I don't think we do. We just know it happened retrospectively after we talked to the fleet for a number of years. And finally the the survey picks up on it last year, thankfully. I think we should really just moving forward. We need to realize we're just barely touching about what we know about the oceans and its productivity. And I think we're very mindful, very careful about adding another buffer and kind of buffered out a lot of this stuff, especially when a lot of these stocks were not even coming close to the OYs when it comes to groundfish. Anyway, I think it's great to explore it, great to look at it, like the retrospective analysis, but just understand the limitations you're going to get with that, especially given the last two cycles. So I'll stop there.
All right, thank you. I'll take that as not a question to Mr. Ugoretz, but a good segue to our council discussion here. And if there are further questions for clarification, we'll ask him. I saw Mr. Anderson had his hand first, then Mr. Dooley.
I did have one more question. And I'm back to the second to last bullet on salmon and the reference to the Habitat Committee's report, which seems to me to suggest that relative to salmon, that it should be focused on Sacramento and Klamath River Falls Chinook salmon. They talk about stoplight tables for both those stocks have been developed and so on. So my reading of the Habitat Committee's recommendation, and because you reference it here, is that would in fact restrict the work here to those two stocks as a first step. Is that a fair interpretation?
John.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Yes, what you just said is what I intended. Perhaps I misunderstood your first question, but yes, I am intentionally referencing the Habitat Committee report to restrict this motion to what they recommend.
Perfect. Thank you.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Are we in discussion now?
Yes, discussion, but if there's questions, make sure they're asked.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment in the discussion part of this. I'm glad our chairman started off this discussion the way he did. I think I'm cautiously optimistic that this is probably could work. But I'm listening to the GAP statement and the GMT statement, and they brought in this retrospective analysis, and the GAP actually touched on a real-time analysis. And my reaction to that was, yes, we're adding a whole new knob to turn with a lot of knobs that are already there to turn. And it's very important we understand the effect of this one when it's applied. And so I see the retrospective would give you a with and without comparison. Go back and see what happened as we did it and apply whatever we come up with on this to the retrospective analysis. And I think we could have a with and without comparison. But I also think as it goes forward, that same thing needs to be applied when we use it, if we get to that point. And when it's used, to be able to make a comparison with saying, okay, if you add this component to it, this is the change. This is what it adds. This is what the added buffer. And is it what we intended? I think I would suspect that all of us have a vision of what this might achieve and what the outcome might be, but it might not be that. And I think we need to be very precautionary, at least until we're confident that these changes we could have confidence in them, in the result, and understand what changes those are affecting our normal procedure. So I'll stop there, but I really appreciated the GAP's comments and GMT's comments in that regard. And I think it's good. It's good advice. And I hope we keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I know over the last few months, we've all been talking about, should we move risk tables forward for other FMPs? Should we not? I know there's been interest both ways. I think I've come around to, we need to figure out how to do it right with one small subset, get the framework in place, and then we can move forward. And I believe that's what this is trying to do. Therefore, I'm supportive of it as trying to get it figured out before we move forward with a bunch of other species. Thank you.
Thank you. Look around. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, John, again for this motion. I will be voting for it. Thinking about the data limited species and that they're still important. Noting that at some point down the road, it's probably very important to be thinking about groupings of species, especially as we think about improving our overall stock assessment and STAR enterprise. I think Brad and Bob rightly noted the concept of buffers. That's something we've heard about from various reports, as well as the SSC, who noted in one of their reports about the importance when we think about our entire sort of STAR enterprise, how we don't double count for certain aspects that come in. And that's part of the technical merit and the importance of having these figured out. I think that's reflected in the EAS suggestion to sort of change the name. I can't remember what it is now, but I think it was CAFE. So I have to think a little bit more about acronyms, but you know, on the face of it, that seems like a good idea. But I also wanted to note, you know, looking long term and in response to some of the things that EAS noted, especially in the context of groundfish, where our P stars are pretty high, we could be in a situation where they are lower. And the intent of this sort of information is not just to turn the knob down, but to be able to turn the knob up. And that was noted as part of the SSC report as well, when we think about when we're applying this in situations where we don't have fresh assessments, or we're thinking about between assessment years and we're setting specs. So like I said, I'm going to vote for this. Thank you, John, for this. I think this is thoughtful and really moves us forward in an important way. Just wanted to note, I continue to see the importance of thinking about data limited species and look forward to visiting that at some point down the road.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any discussion. I'm going to look around. Nope. So I will call the question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions?
Me.
Chair Penninger abstains, and the motion passes. Thank you. With that, before I turn to Kit and see if we've completed our work, I've been quite neutral on this. I just want to make an observation when we talk about risk in that I believe this, we're going to learn something from this. My primary interest is in the salmon because part of my prior life, I was a salmon manager, and I was doing that during the development of the stoplight tables, and we looked at those very hard to see how they inform our decisions. I see Mr. Oatman shaking his head because he was there too with us. But we had these jack predictors that told us what to do. And as I listened to the the California Current Ecosystem Status Report today, there was indication that the stoplight tables said that things would be above the 10-year average for some Snake River stocks, and that things didn't look so bad. But when I look at the actual forecast for this year, based on the tools we have used for years and years and years, they give a different story, that the returns are poor. So this would be a situation where a risk table could tell you that there's more fish coming back than what the the predictors you'd been using for 20 years and were very comfortable with tell you. So risk goes both ways, and it's not just telling you. And I think about myself in the position as a manager, where now am I going to use this one that says there are more fish that has been around for a long time versus this one that I've used forever, and the consequences of making the wrong decision there. So the point is, I look forward to seeing some of these retrospective analysis and development of these tools. So with that, I said too much. I'm going to look to Dr. Dahl and, sorry, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a couple notes. I don't think there's a motion required. I just wanted to put this out as possible guidance to take the HMS-MT up on their offer to provide suggestions for how the council could provide information on climate change impacts to HMS and HMS fisheries to the U.S. delegation during their regularly scheduled council meetings. In my mind, this isn't a big lift. My guidance would be to just add this to their next meeting with the anticipation that they would provide us a short report after that. So I just wanted to note that and appreciate their offer to do that.
All right, thank you. We've heard that. Chair Pettinger. John, would you like to speak in response to that?
I would. Thank you. The axle is now turning. That's not what I read in the report. I read that if the council directs them, they would do that. I'm not offering that direction. It was not in my motion. I don't want to add that to their task right now. I think highly migratory species are a whole nother situation when it comes to ecosystem. And if we want to see how everybody around the table feels, we can. But no, I'm not agreeing with that.
All right, thank you, John. And just note my discussion with the executive director. If we want to direct the team to do something, it would take a motion to do that. So with that, we're still in discussion on this agenda item. Chair Pettinger had his hand up.
Well, yeah, I just I didn't vote no against the motion. I'm supportive of the work we're doing. I think we need a lot more. I just wanted to I voted abstain because I just want to highlight my concerns I brought up during the discussion is all. So.
All right. See if take a pause here, see if there are any further hands on anything. And if not, let me turn to Dr. Dahl. Have you summarize and see if we've completed our work. Before you do, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just beg my indulgence here, maybe a process question. I just provided some guidance and I heard Mr. Ugaret speak against it and then did not hear any other discussion. So I'm happy to keep this open. If others would like to weigh in, I'm also happy to provide a motion if that's an easier way to get group consensus.
The floor is still open for discussion. So if anybody wants to join in, and if you have a motion, we would entertain that at any time. So I'm still looking around for any hands for discussion on this agenda item. Lynn Mattis.
I'm getting some guidance from an ODFW staff member who I think is in a Quiznos parking lot listening and helping us. The thought is that this may be already considered as part of the pathway for the international management activities. And it could also be considered as part of the HMS roadmap that's going to be discussed or that's in the process of development. It's my understanding from the Oregon HMS MT member.
John Ugaret.
And I think maybe to clarify a little more in why I'm not asking that HMS-MT to bring us something. The IATTC has a specific group that already looks at ecosystem considerations in highly migratory species management. I believe, and we'd probably have to bring the team back up here to ask, but they were suggesting that, again, if the council directs them and if they're developing risk tables for HMS species, then that could be something that could be brought into the international process. Not that they want to bring us some ideas of what sorts of information they could bring into the international process separate from that. I just don't see them as having something new right now to work on. And I very specifically didn't want to expand the risk tables into other FMP species.
Thank you. Further discussion? And not seeing any hands, I'm going to again ask Dr. Dahl to summarize.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, you presented and discussed and passed a motion that I think provides clear guidance on next steps on this initiative, and tasked the EWG to coordinate further development of risk tables. I think in the first instance, it would be focused on the two that are already developed and a further improvement of those. But there'll be some initial discussions around this sort of scoping this exercise and what else additional. Also bringing the salmon stoplight tables into consideration, and I think there's probably another group of folks at the science centers who would be working on that effort, and so those would be brought forward, and a methodology associated with those in terms of how to bring those into management to potentially, for example, adjust harvest specifications, and also that there would be some concrete examples part of that as part of that exercise that would be brought forward. Those would then be considered and reviewed in this ecosystem subcommittee of the SSC meeting that is tentatively scheduled for this summer, early enough so the results of that and a report from that could be put in the September briefing book, and then all that information would be brought back to you in September with those examples and so on, so you could consider whether you want to move this forward in any way, and sort of any real world application at some future date in a future harvest specification cycle. So I think that's about it. There was some discussion around the HMS-MT idea. I think that's maybe something that could be considered at some future date, but not an immediate tasking in that regard. So I think that's my summary. I hope it was reasonably clear and accurate.
Right, thank you. And look around if there are any closing comments. Not seeing any, I will consider this agenda item closed and pass the gavel back to our chair.
Okay, we're going to take a break, a well-deserved break. And so we're behind, so we're just going to make it 10 minutes or 11 minutes. So back here at 3:15, and we have a lot of work to do here. So, okay. 1 minute warning. Okay, I think we're close enough to being ready here. So Kit, you want to kick us off?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're on to agenda item H3, Climate and Communities Initiative Review and Prioritize Tasks. I'll read the overview. In September 2021, the Climate and Communities Core Team reported its recommendations on actions that the council could take to begin preparing West Coast fish stocks and fisheries for the effects of climate change. Their report is referenced there in the summary. The recommendations were based on work under the Climate and Communities Initiative and specifically the scenario planning exercise conducted as part of that initiative. Since that time, the EWG has encouraged the council to revisit their follow-up tasks, most recently in September 2023, that would be last year, and there's a reference to their report. I believe that was submitted under the budget committee item. And then they have provided an EWG report that was in the advanced briefing materials. And in that, it presents their revisitation of the materials produced during the scenario planning process in order to produce a more comprehensive list of follow-up tasks. It also references the possible connections between these potential activities and Inflation Reduction Act funded projects. The council submitted 3 proposals for IRA projects at the end of January, and this indicates that the council should know whether these proposals were funded by the March meeting. That is not, in fact, a true statement, but I think we should probably hear within the next month or so about our success or lack thereof in securing that funding. Assuming these projects are funded, these efforts will be the focus of climate-related work over the course of the IRA grant period through 2026, with the opportunity for a 1-year extension. These efforts will likely assume the council's capacity for climate-focused work through that time. This agenda item is an opportunity for the council to more deliberately prioritize potential tasks emerging from the CCI for future work. In doing so, the council should consider potential CCI follow-ups in relation to IRA-funded projects. And I'll go through the reports that you have under this agenda item. And it's very similar to the previous agenda items. You So I already referenced there was a report from the EWG in the advanced briefing book. They also drafted a supplemental report too as part of their meeting in the past couple of days. There's also an ESA report and several other advisory bodies, the HMSMT, the CPSMT, Habitat Committee, and the GAP. And so just to finish up, I'll read the action for this item. It is to review climate and communities initiative outcomes and prioritize future actions.
Okay. Thank you, Kit. Questions on Kit's overview? All right. With that, we'll go straight to the EWG report and Elliot Hazen. Welcome, Elliot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair, and thank you, council members, particularly for the opportunity for the EWG to meet in person this year. I'll build on what was said a bit earlier, but not having Yvonne in person definitely left a blank space in the EWG, but we forged ahead. So I will be reading H3A Supplemental EWG Report 2. The Ecosystem Work Group submitted an advanced report, H3A, to the briefing book for this council meeting, describing the follow-up tasks from the Climate and Communities Initiative, including an appendix outlining possible follow-on activities from the CCI. The EWG appreciates the additional advisory body reports under this agenda item for council consideration of fishery management plan specific prioritization. The EWG recommends that council consider convening a joint meeting among the EWG, other advisory bodies, and the science centers to identify and prioritize what CCI follow-on actions can be incorporated into actions associated with pending Inflation Reduction Act funding for the council and science centers. To ensure a complete understanding exists for the ABs and the public on the scope of the council IRA proposals, a joint meeting could allow for communication, coordination, and alignment in the focus of IRA activities and clarify how they build on outcomes of the Climate and Community Initiative. So I'll read the EWG prioritization recommendations. The EWG notes the ESR climate appendices from the 2022 to 24 ESRs provide an indication of current capabilities with respect to supporting the science in support of the council process items in the compiled agenda item H3A EWG Report 1, and could be used to support implementation of council IRA proposals if they are funded. There is pending capacity. This is resources and funding under the Inflation Reduction Act and specifically the Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative over the next 3 years at the science centers to address actions aligned with Climate Community Initiative follow-on tasks. Council should consider this pending capacity when prioritizing follow-on actions related to those under science in support of the council process. Considering all of these factors, the EWG recommends that council consider prioritizing numbering for reference, not indicating priority, council process item 1 during potential council actions to select preliminary preferred or final preferred council alternatives. Staff analyses of its alternatives presented to the council should evaluate and discuss whether alternatives would create more or less flexibility for fishery participants. Council process item 6, develop mechanisms for incorporating purposefully built if-then statements into all fisheries management frameworks to allow for timely management changes. This could be part of the regular set of evaluation criteria that council and NIMS staff use to analyze the potential effects of actions taken in the council process under different FMPs and COPs, et cetera. Council process items 12A through E in future council discussions of council efficiencies and effectiveness. And then science in support of the council process items 1A and 1B, and provide recommendations around focal stocks and FMPs. These actions relate to management frameworks, especially those providing flexibility, shifting species distributions, and changing ocean conditions. It would also be helpful for the council to provide recommendations around which stocks and FMPs to help prioritize scientific research efforts. That concludes the EWG supplemental report, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions at this point.
All right. Thank you, Elliot. Questions on the EWG report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Hazen, for this. I recognize you wear a couple hats, including that you're part of the IEA program. So maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't, but I'm looking at a sentence in your report about the pending capacity over the next 3 years at the science centers to address actions aligned with the CCI follow-on tasks. In past meetings, the council has been informed of the pretty substantial amount of money that the science centers and NIMS received under the Inflation Reduction Act. And that's quite sizable in comparison to the amount of money that the council received. And there are reasons for that. So as I'm reading through your priorities and even just thinking more broadly about nexusing the council's, both the IRA proposals that the council put forward, which we do not know if we've received them yet, and also just this list of follow-on tasks, I'm wondering if part of this question and if that pending capacity at the science centers could be used to answer some of the questions and get at some of this work that actually the council probably doesn't have the bandwidth to execute on now. But I'm wondering if you feel that from a science center perspective, you still need guidance for the science center, or whether if that would be helpful. Sorry, I feel like I'm not making sense at this point. I hope you get what I'm saying.
I do. And I can't speak on behalf of NIMS or even necessarily the EWG, but I do know there is goals or, to align the efforts at the science centers with the efforts at the council. So we may not be able to take up all the additional bandwidth per se, but we do want to make sure that our activities are in support of council IRA activities as well, if that makes sense. There's still a lot of moving parts, I think, and we're trying to figure out exactly how they will all plug in.
Hey, Corey, John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the report. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with priorities that aren't prioritized. So are you saying that all 4 of the things you prioritized are equally important?
Correct. In this case, yes. We are also recognizing we're prioritizing our priorities in a non-prioritized order.
Thank you, I guess.
Okay. No more. Very good. All right. Thank you, Dr. Hazen. All right. Next up, the EAS and Michelle Conrad. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I will be reading the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report on the Climate and Communities Initiative Review and Prioritized Tasks. The EAS appreciates the EWG's efforts to fold the Inflation Reduction Act proposals into this agenda item and include a consolidated list of suggestions for action from the CCI on council process, communication, and science. Given our understanding that further work on the CCI as well as Initiative 4 may be limited by funding and staff capacity, the EAS focused its discussion of CCI priority tasks on those with linkages to the IRA proposals. Table 1 below summarizes the EAS recommendations for CCI priority tasks and describes those linkages between the tasks, the IRA proposals, and the FEP initiatives. Exempted fishing permits. The EAS discussed that exempted fishing permits can provide flexibility in the fishery management process to allow for fishing on emerging or shifting stocks, support portfolio diversification, and encourage gear innovation to respond to changes in the ocean environment or to avoid bycatch. Experimentation supports sustainable climate-ready fisheries management, and EFPs enable fisheries participants, scientists, and managers to collaboratively target new stocks, test new fishing regulations, or test gear. However, the prolonged EFP timeline and lack of EFP priorities may hinder the ability to use EFPs under changing conditions. The EAS prioritized CCI tasks 9, 10, and 11. Those relate to the council process. And we note that they also apply to all 3 of the IRA proposals. Development of a comprehensive EFP program from conception to implementation that identifies the council's goals for EFPs, streamlines the application process, and evaluates the results can help support sustainable fishing in a changing ocean ecosystem. At sea observations, as we noted in our report under H1, the EAS discussed the value of fishermen's on-the-water observations, and we support finding opportunities to incorporate that firsthand knowledge or other qualitative information into management processes. The EAS prioritized the CCI data collection item 3A because of its relevance to all 3 IRA proposals and multiple FEP initiatives. Fishermen's real-time data could be used to make responsive management decisions as fishing opportunities arise, which would bring additional ecosystem information into the council process. However, the success of this type of tool is contingent upon building trust between managers and fishermen to provide consistent and accurate data and a repository for the information. Communication, the EAS chose to highlight 2 CCI communication priorities. Those are items 2 and 3, because of the impact of management transparency and communication on vulnerable fishing communities, which again is relevant to the IRA funding proposals and the FEP initiatives. On council flexibility, in September, we recommended the council pilot approaches to improve the nimbleness of the process to respond to interannual variability and long-term climate trends, consistent with FEP objectives in Initiative 2.8. By incorporating environmental drivers into management and improving our nimbleness and responsiveness to climate change, the council can take the comprehensive work presented in the annual ecosystem status report and use it to promote more healthy and resilient fish stocks, fishing communities, and coastal economies. And we note that CCI tasks 11 and 12 align with both the IRA proposals and the FEP initiatives. And again, we refer to Table 1, which includes our recommended CCI priority tasks, and then cross references them with the IRA proposals and the FEP initiatives. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Michelle. Questions for Michelle on her report? All right. I think you're good. Thank you. Next up is Amber Rhodes, HMS Management Team Report. Amber?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Chair, council members. I'll be reading supplemental HMSMT Report 1 under this agenda item. The team reviewed and discussed the CCI task and projects proposed for IRA funding. The team recommends that the council, 1, consult with the team for input on future development of IRA projects related to the HMS roadmap, and 2, consider aligning the goals and actions of the HMS roadmap with relevant tasks from the CCI. Given the time the team and the HMS advisory subpanel have invested in discussing a transition from the swordfish management and monitoring plan to an HMS roadmap, the team requests to be included in the development of the IRA related project focused on climate-ready fisheries methods that mitigate bycatch of non-target species in a changing ecosystem. Additionally, the team reviewed Appendix A of the Ecosystem Work Group Report 1 and identified several tasks that have a nexus with the HMS roadmap, the roadmap workshop, as well as the IRA funding proposals. So these tasks were council process items 9, 10, 11, and 12C, and science and support of the council process item 1C. The team recommends that the council align the goals and actions developed for the HMS roadmap with these items. And that concludes my statement.
Okay, thanks, Amber. Questions for Amber on the management team report? All right, seeing that. Thanks, Amber. Next up is Kirk Lynn in the CPS management team report. Kirk, are you there?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. Good afternoon. I'll be reading from supplemental CPS-MT report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team considered the ecosystem work group report on this agenda item and in general supports the suggested tasks from the Climate and Communities Initiative listed in Appendix A. The CPS-MT prioritizes the following tasks. The items listed under Science sections 1A through 1D for shifting stock distribution can greatly improve understanding CPS stock dynamics in fisheries as related to environmental changes. These fall under Inflation Reduction Act funding proposals 1, 2, and potentially 3. Item 2A under effects of fisheries management will help better prepare fishing communities for changing marine ecosystems and as part of IRA funding proposal 2. The team notes that the information in Appendix A was put forward several years ago and that some tasks under Science in support of the council process have since moved forward as part of the Future Seas project. Review and implementation of items 12A through 12E of council processes can assist with achieving greater flexibility in responding to a dynamic ocean environment as per IRA funding proposal 1. The team notes that these items will be taken up under the council operations and priorities agenda item at the April and June 2024 council meetings. And that concludes our report.
Okay. Questions for Kirk on the CPS management team report? Okay. Thanks, Kirk. Next up is Dr. Scott Appel on the Habitat Committee. Scott, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pettinger. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Council members, I will be reading Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1 for Agenda Item H3A, Habitat Committee Report on Climate and Communities Initiative, Review and Prioritize Tasks. The Habitat Committee received a briefing from Kit Dahl regarding this agenda item this week, including the council action to review the initiative outcomes and prioritize future actions. The Habitat Committee provides the following recommendations related to the list of ideas identified in Appendix A of Agenda Item H3A Ecosystem Working Group Report 1. We'd like to reiterate the importance of focused research to evaluate the effectiveness of areas closed to certain fishing activity or gear types. This task would be consistent with number 5 under council processes. To account for ecosystem considerations in salmon harvest management, the Habitat Committee supports evaluating how to translate salmon indicator information, i.e. the stoplight tables, into numeric or categorical measures of risk that adjust harvest levels, as per the comments just discussed under item H2 related to salmon indicators. This challenging task would benefit from some of the available Inflation Reduction Act funding and would support number 6 under council processes in Appendix A. We support the actions identified in number 1 under Science in support of the council process related to shifting stock distributions, as this is the clearest indication of how stocks are responding to changing ocean conditions. A better understanding and accounting for non-fishing effects will become increasingly important, especially as emerging uses like offshore wind energy development increase. Therefore, also under Science in support of the council process, we'd like to highlight the importance of 2C, 2D, and 2E related to effects of fisheries management. The collection of high-resolution fisheries data for all fisheries, particularly commercial, should be prioritized to complete these tasks. And that ends the Habitat Committee report on this agenda item.
All right. Thanks, Scott. Questions for Dr. Appel on the Habitat Committee report? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, Louis Zim in the GAP report. Welcome back, Louis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, members of the council. My name is Louis Zim, and I'll be reading from agenda item H3A Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Climate and Communities Initiative Review and Prioritized Tasks. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel looks forward to hearing whether the Inflation Reduction Act climate-related projects proposed by the council will be funded. The GAP reviewed the list of climate and communities initiative ideas for council processes and communication in Appendix A, and and that's in agenda item H3A EWG Report 1, March 24, and identified several priority items. Council processes. I want to note that there's a slight correction here. Council processes number 5, 6, 10, and 11. We don't say 11 twice. Communication, all items, including MREP, and science in support of the council process, items number 1, 2, with particular emphasis on 2C, 2D, and 2E, and 3. And that completes my report, and I'm ready for any questions you all may have.
All right. Thank you, Louis. Questions for Louis on the GAP report? All right. I'm not seeing any.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger.
You bet. That takes us to public comment. And we have 0. Okay, moving right along. All right. So our council action is before you on the screen. So I'll open up the floor. Oh, excuse me, Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. Just some, I don't know if pontification is the right word for me on this agenda item, but that's the word that comes to mind right now. When we put this together, we were under the impression that this agenda item would have the information available, letting us know which and whether our IRA projects had been funded, and that we could be moving forward at this point and planning and coordinating and starting to make some headway with those projects. And of course, we don't have that answer in front of us. And as we heard on the first day, we don't expect to hear until about May. And so we are continuing to tread water. I'm reluctant to execute without the resources to execute. And so I appreciate all of the information and time that everyone has put into the thoughts about how to move forward and how these things connect with the work we've done to date. And that's all good information. But the big picture is we are still waiting. And each time we get an update on the proposals, it's another month or two where we're waiting. So we're still in that unfortunate position. So what you do here, I guess I'm not exactly clear. Maybe this is just a discussion for us all. Maybe you do have guidance. I'm happy to take it. But I'll just leave it there.
Oh, okay. What do you?
We're both deferring to each other. I'll get it started.
Heather Hall.
Thank you. I was just noting that in the ecosystem working group's second report, the report number 2, they suggested a meeting to help put all these ideas and information together, help really understand the requirements of the IRA funding and received by the council, and then the plans of the science centers, bringing those all together. And so wondering if that might be a helpful way to package this and do it in a way where we're not trying to choose priorities now when we don't have all the information. And also in a way that could, as suggested in the working groups report, include the advisory bodies, include others. And so maybe coming back, council staff could come back, bring information to our April future workload planning agenda item to see what a meeting like that how that might work.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the suggestion, Ms. Hall, and I did make note of that suggestion in the EWG's report also. I think it's a fine suggestion. There are a lot of attempts at synergies between, what Mr. Hazen indicated, the Science Center projects. A lot of those align with what the council has proposed. And for that matter, when I have spoken with Mr. Wolf about how they're staffing up, he indicates that they are trying to staff up in a way that aligns with our work too. But we haven't actually sat down and talked through any of that. It's all unfolding in a very, I'll just say, very uncomfortable way. It's going very quickly and not able to work through the usual council process given the timelines we have in front of us. So I would certainly welcome that kind of a discussion, and planning for it, I think is a good thing. What I would like to do is make sure that the new staff officer, who we still have not identified yet to staff this work, is available to make that meeting. I think it would be important for that person. So we're close to identifying that person, but not quite there yet. So that would also go into that thinking. And I believe we could have some thoughts available for you in April. I think that's a reasonable request.
Okay, thank you, Mark. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I agree with both what you said and the suggestion to have a workshop. What you said being, it's really difficult for us to make a decision on anything without knowing what arena we are playing in. So that was going to be my recommendation in discussion, that we hit the pause button on this, noting the good work that has been done and the advice. I will note that at least a very quick tally on my part, looking at what the 6 advisory bodies recommended, there's at least half of them, half or more of them recommend the same 5 items as a priority. So there's some overlap there that could be looked at, mostly in the process, and one science item to consider. But more importantly, it would be helpful to the council to know what we applied for the IRA funding. And I know we saw a draft of that, but having a full understanding of what we asked for would help us in then making the decision once we know what we get. So perhaps it's a request to get that. I don't know why we wouldn't have that now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ugritz. That's a fine suggestion. I would just make note that the drafts you saw at the committee of the whole meeting, they are basically what we submitted. So you have almost all the information. I'm happy to share all of those with you. Can plan to bring those back for that April item if that's the ideal time to do it, and have those materials available for you then.
Okay. Further discussion? All right. Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess in the theme of discussion related to Mr. Ugritz's first point, it does seem like the advisory bodies, at least the ones that took the time to provide statements, did do some prioritization that in my mind was in the theme of a perfect world, if you will. Some of it was related to IRA, some of it was just if and when we ever do get funds and time to do some of these things. So maybe there is some value in taking a look at those, perhaps having council staff compile them, align them, and see if there are some that stand out as potentially fitting in with the IRA proposals, as you noted, Mr. Burden, and ones that maybe could be done outside of IRA funding that are maybe less budget dependent, if you will. Not remembering what 12 CD was, I can't point out which one of those that might be, but perhaps there are some. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Lunatus?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pettinger. And this may be a question for Executive Director Burden. If we do get all of this funding for all of these proposals, who is anticipated to do the analysis? Is it all going to be on the shoulders of the player to be named later? Is it expected to be the ecosystem work group, a combination of? I'm just thinking that's an awful lot of stuff to put on one person, and also thinking about the workload for our EWG moving forward.
Executive Director Burton.
Let's see. It would take a long time to answer who would be proposed to do what, because we picture a group effort. And so within those proposals, there's funding to support staff. In particular, NOAA made it clear that there was going to be funding made available for a staff person in each council to lead this work. Then we have work for contractors. We have funding for our advisory bodies. It's a mix of different resources and how we apply it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Kit. Heather.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if you thought a motion was needed here if we're clear on the path forward. Seems like we are.
Well, I'm happy to tell you what I think we're doing. So we are, as staff, we're continuing to communicate with NIMS, and best estimate we have right now is that we should hear and maybe even receive funding in May. I don't think that precludes your idea of starting to organize our planning for that in April. It's hard for me to imagine the funding being delayed further past May, because then we'll have to resubmit our proposals because we're out of time. So I am optimistic we'll have it by that point. So bringing back some thoughts in April under our workload planning to talk about this meeting of the advisory bodies and staffs. I think that's generally where we're landing for the April plan. I believe that's what we're agreeing to. And as part of that, we'd have available information like Mr. Ugretz requested the actual proposals, so we can make those available. If I'm missing something, let me know.
I think you got it. Thank you. And with also the input from Josh too about the what we heard here might feed into that info package as well. Thank you.
Okay. So everybody's good with that? Okay. No one else? Kit, how are we doing here?
I think you've done what you can, Mr. Chair. Mr. Burden just kind of provided a summary, so I'm not sure if I want to step on his toes, but anyways, basically we're kind of waiting for this funding. There'll be a bunch of staffing up and resources available. You've taken up the thought of once that funding is secured, we've brought somebody on board to manage these projects that we could organize some kind of meeting / workshop to engage with advisory bodies and others to look at these intersections between these various ideas coming out of the Climate and Communities Initiative and the projects and maybe more generally ideas around developing those projects, and that staff would be prepared to bring back some sort of description or proposal for the council to take a look at under workload planning in April, concept of what this might be, this thing we're talking about here. So we're holding off and probably revisiting this in a concerted way once the funding is in our pocket.
Okay, thanks, Kit. With that, that'll close H3, and I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hasselmer to finish the day off.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I think we need a few seconds here while a few seats are exchanged. Looks like we're getting organized, and it's been a long 3 days here, but I'd like to invite Ms. Maggie Summer up. I believe first time we've seen you here at the table at this meeting. Welcome. And Jesse, when you're comfortable, please give us an overview.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Give me just a second here. Okay. Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item F6, gear marking and entanglement risk reduction preliminary preferred alternative. So just wanting to set the stage here and talk a little bit about West Coast entanglements. Whale entanglements have been increasing have increased since 2013, a majority of which are humpbacks. And from 2013 to 2021, 50% of humpback entanglements have been identified to the gear type, most of which were pot and trap fisheries on the West Coast. For groundfish fixed gear, which is pot and long line, and the subject of our action today, entanglements are rare. We've had 5 known entanglements in sablefish pot gear from 1982 to 2022, with no other interaction in that period in another groundfish, pot, or longline fishery. I do want to note that in 2023, preliminary estimates indicate that 1 humpback was simultaneously entangled in gear belonging to both Pacific halibut longline and sablefish pot fishery, and this is expected to be published in the 2023 West Coast Whale Entanglement Summary Report available this spring. And in terms of how we got here, a little history on this action. So in 2020, the National Marine Fisheries Service completed the biological opinion on humpbacks for the groundfish fishery. And one of the terms and conditions of that biological opinion was that NMFS and the council investigate methods and feasibility with implementing additional pot gear marking regulations and encouraging testing and development of gear modifications. And due to that, we move forward with holding a gear marking workshop in November of 2022 that was held by Sea Grant virtually. It had a lot of participation of both council members and advisory members and other members of industry. The results of that workshop were brought forward in March of 2023. And from that, the council recommended scoping gear marking and entanglement risk reduction measures for the groundfish fixed gear fishery. And at that point, it was expanded to just looking from pot gear to including bottom longline gear. And that was from the Southern Resident Killer Whale Concurrence Letter. Following that, we just started scoping out measures in June of 2023. At that point, it was combined with our LE fixed gear follow-on actions. After that, we had split those actions into 2 distinct processes and began with our adoption of a purpose and need and range of alternatives for this action in September. So your council action today, we have it broken down into 5 main themes. So is it to adopt a PPA for gear marking, including buoy and line marking alternatives, provide guidance relative to staff proposed clarifications and questions as described in attachment 1, adopt PPA for entanglement risk reduction measures of surface gear requirements and surface line limitation, adopt a PPA for escape panel regulations, and provide guidance relative to the development of a best practices guide. The materials you have in front of you. So attachment 1 was a revised gear marking alternatives. So that's kind of a summary of the options and alternatives at hand. Attachment 2 is the analytical document of the ROA you adopted in September. There is a revised NMFS report for consideration, as well as GAP and EC reports and supplemental public comments. So I first want to start with our scope of our action. So we are looking only here at fixed gear. So that is pot and trap and bottom long line when I say fixed gear during this presentation and any of the documents. So this does not include other types of fixed gear such as vertical hook and line anchored to the bottom. We are also looking at groundfish only. So IFQ gear switchers, limited entry fixed gear, and the directed open access fishery. For that fishery, for these fisheries, there's been an average of just over 300 vessels annually participating from 2019 to 2023. And most of these vessels are either directed open access, and the majority of which fish longline gear. Next, moving on to some terminology, because there has been a lot of different terms used for the same gear component throughout this process that we've heard in public comment and reports. So on page 11, we define key terms related to gear marking. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you to Sea Grant and Tom Crestodina for creating the diagrams and the pictures that you see in the document. That'll be also really helpful in moving forward with outreach materials as a result of this action. So here you have an example of our groundfish pot gear with the different components. Just wanting to call out that the components seen here, so the high flyer, the trailer buoy, and the main buoy, anything between these points, including the surface line, is what we're considering our surface gear. And then we also have our vertical line, which you sometimes may have heard as a float line, and we're considering this as the main buoy down to the ground line. So next I'm going to get into our we have this kind of broken up into three main categories, and I'll stop and probably take some questions at different spaces because I know this can be very detailed and can get a little confusing. So gear marking. The purpose of this is to, as noted in the purpose and need of this action, is designed to improve NINS's ability to identify the gear involved in an entanglement. So there's no immediate direct impact on entanglement risk, but it can help in the long run. With positive attributions, we're able to improve our ability to target management measures more effectively. But more importantly, however, might be the ability to have an entanglement not be attributed to the groundfish fishery. So being able to say that this was not a groundfish entanglement. With 50% of unknown entanglements being of unknown origin, being able to prove that entanglements are occurring not with groundfish gear will be overall beneficial by not having to put in unnecessary mitigation measures. Note that this fact is not currently in the purpose and need. It only refers to positive attributions. So you may want to consider amending the purpose and need, as this is key to this item. And thinking about how and where we mark gear, you want to consider what is typically seen on documented entanglements and what might be needed to attribute or not attribute an entanglement to the groundfish fishery. The graphics here are in the document from the NIMS report on the gear marking workshop back in March 2022. In terms of the amount of line available to identify, we have estimates from 2013 to 2020 in this graph here that were attributed to the pot trap fisheries, and that's in the blue, and unidentified fisheries, which are orange. The majority of known entanglements have had less than 20 feet of line, or about 3 fathoms of line available to identify the entanglement. But more of interest to our gear marking alternatives is the part of the gear or line seen in entanglements. So in this table here, on the first column, you have the area of the line, followed by the pot trap fishery, the percentage of entanglements and what the line was available in. And then the next is the unidentified with the total at the end. So some key takeaways here, 64% of all entanglements were thought to be from the top or upper portion of the line. The top portion, so that's that second row, was defined based on available evidence such as photos, videos, and any recovered gear as the main buoy and any other part of the surface buoy and gear. The upper portion of the line was defined as within 5 fathoms of the main buoy. And for the portion of the line that was unknown, so that's the second row up from the bottom, this was typically only when the line was observed and there was a need to know more about its relative location to the surface or bottom gear to be oriented. And just to note that these are figures 3.1 and 3.2 in attachment 2 if you want to take a closer look. So we have 2 items under our gear marking alternatives. There's buoy marking and line marking. These action alternatives are gear specific. So there would be one set for pot and one set for long line gears. The council could choose to select an action alternative for buoy marking, line marking, or both action alternatives. So currently under no action, fixed gear buoys must be marked with an identifying information about the owner or operator, such as the vessel number from the U.S. Coast Guard. Under alternative 1, there would be gear specific buoy marking. Suboption A would have a gear specific large patch, shape, or letter on the buoy. Or suboption B, we would have cattle ear tags attached to the molded eye of the main buoy. And if you select suboption B as the PPA and eventually an FPA, the council should identify the color and shape of the tag. Currently, staff is proposing that these tags be static in shape and color, but the council should confirm that intent. I did want to note that we did make an alteration on suboption A from being sablefish specific to gear specific and removed a reference to it being a polyform buoy just to meet the intent of the action. In terms of impacts, looking from 2013 to 2020, buoys were documented in about 2/3 of entanglement reports. However, only about 1/3 of the current markings were legible and could be used to identify the gear. We do note that cattle ear tags have been helpful with identification in state Dungeness crab fisheries. Overall, the negligible expenses are thought to be associated with buoy markings under either suboption. And for cattle ear tags, a web search, I did a web search that's showing that tags can range anywhere from 20 cents to about $2 per tag. Moving on to line marking. Currently, there are no requirements to mark any lines in the groundfish fishery. And under alternative 1, there would be gear specific line marking. We've broken this down into 4 components that need to be chosen for this action alternative that describe different parts of the line marking alternative. So there's the portion of the line marked, the distance of the line marked, the method of marking, and a transition period. Okay, so first up is the portion of the line mark. And this is referring to whether marking requirements are applied only to the vertical line. So you can see here in my little graphic here coming down from the main buoy, which is on the right-hand yellow circle, recognizing that, or whether it applies to the vertical line and the surface line. So you can see the different marking schemes in purple, and these are just examples. Next up, we have the distance of marking. So for vertical lines, this would be marked for how long we would be marking the vertical lines for a specific length of line, starting where it attaches to the main buoy closest to the ground line. So there would be at least the top 5 fathoms, at least the top 20 fathoms, or at least the top 50 fathoms as your 3 options currently in the range. For method of marking, there are 2 options. There could be manufactured line or the allowance for temporary markings. Staff is currently proposing a 12-inch mark for the temporary markings. This is based on some evidence from the East Coast as well as what's currently required in the Washington Dungeness crab fishery. And these temporary markings would be at specific intervals from the main buoy. At no more than 5 fathoms of unmarked line between the marks, no more than 10, no more than 20, or no more than 50. And I did want to note here that for manufactured line, For whatever the distance of marking chosen, it would be continuous for that entire length of the distance. For temporary marking, it would be more in this segmented where we would have 12-inch marks, again, with your temporary options noted here at your the specified intervals. If the council did choose to also mark the surface line, we are proposing that the mark be at least 36 inches within the first 2 fathoms of the main buoy. Again, this is based on some research done with the East Coast, some East Coast whale entanglement regulations. In terms of impacts of line marking, so depending on the combination of the options is really going to dictate what the cost is. For manufactured line, speaking with some industry members, it costs about $250 to $300 for a 200 fathom of coil. And here I have a subset of table in attachment 2 that describes how many sets could be done with a 200 fathom coil based on 3 distances of marking. So 5, 20, and 50. You can see here in the distance of marking B on the kind of right-hand side of this table. Based on whether you're marking the vertical line only or the vertical and surface line. Now, this part of the table does assume you are marking both vertical lines, and we'll discuss an option for this to go to 1 under entanglement risk reduction. The most costly options of these would be under B3, where you would mark 50 fathoms of marking at each end and marking the vertical and surface line. This would result in 1 set of marks per coil. However, marking just the vertical line for only 5 fathoms would allow for 20 sets being able to be marked, which equates to somewhere between $12.50 to $15 per set on average, compared to the first option, which would be $250 to $300 for 1 set. For temporary markings, the more marks likely equal more cost. The cost would be dependent on the amount of distance to be marked, the frequency of those markings, and the need to maintain those markings. There's likely a higher operational cost with temporary markings compared to manufactured line, as those markings would have to be done prior to fishing and maintained at a likely more frequent interval than manufactured line. However, temporary marks would likely be able to be implemented quicker as materials such as paint and tape are more readily available. The last component of our action alternative for line marking is a transition period. So we have 4 options here. 1 would be no transition, and manufactured line would be required upon implementation. And I did want to note that this is not compatible with option C2, which would only allow temporary markings. We also put in a 5-year and a 10-year transition period. These are based on the typical lifespan of lines, based on talking with some industry. And then option D4 would allow temporary and manufactured lines to meet the marking requirements indefinitely. In terms of impacts, a transition might allow some benefits to industry to allow the procurement of manufactured line at a time that suits their operations, compared to option D1, where manufactured line would be required at the time of implementation. But allowing manufactured or temporary methods indefinitely, so D4, that meet the marking requirements would provide the most flexibility to industry, but may be more difficult for enforcement to track allowance of the 2 methods into the future. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of impact issues that came up when looking at the gear marking alternatives. And first, wanting to start with looking at just the groundfish fixed gear fishery and those vessels that use multiple gear types. So a majority of our vessels in the groundfish fixed gear fishery utilize only 1 gear type, but some utilize both pot and longline gear. And this can be seen in table 3-1 of attachment 2. However, both within sectors and across sectors, so those vessels fishing LE fixed gear and open access, or switching from LE fixed gear into the IQ fishery to gear switch, we have about 10% of those vessels that go across sectors and use multiple gear types. The switch from LE fixed gear to other sectors is likely due to the flexibility in gear that open access and IFQ has, the allowance for to use any legal non-trawl gear. And I did want to note that you could see changes in the future with these gear usage with the LE fixed gear follow-on actions that would change the endorsement flexibility in that fishery. Overall, these vessels that utilize multiple gear types would be subject to having multiple marking schemes. This would increase complexity and cost for those vessels. In addition, there is the need to consider cumulative impacts with requiring buoying line markings, not only within the groundfish fishery, but considering our crossover with other fisheries on the West Coast. Now I'm going to talk mostly about crab here, but there are other requirements for fixed gear vessels that participate in other California state fisheries, as an example, or Alaska, that are also subject to other marking requirements. So an average of just under 35% of fixed gear vessels cross over into state Dungeness crab fisheries. And the Dungeness crab fisheries for all 3 states require seasonal buoy tags, which change color and shape by state and by season. And each state requires a distinct 2-color marking scheme for lines are being proposed currently. Therefore, vessels that participate in groundfish and crab or other state fisheries would require several series of markings. And while this may be a few participants, the impacts to those individuals may be substantial. So these are just a list of our staff proposed clarifications, which I've already mentioned, and a couple questions for you to consider final action in June. But I think I'm going to stop here and see if there are any questions on buoy or line marking or my overview, just to take a break.
Thanks, Jesse. Any questions on the overview to this point? Heather Hall.
Thank you. This isn't necessarily a question, but I did want to, if we could just go back to slide 21 since we're here. For the Dungeness crab fisheries on the West Coast, on this first sub-bullet under Dungeness crab, the shape does not change by year. It is static. So just wanted to make sure people knew that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions, clarifications? Don't see any. So Jesse, proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so next we'll move into our 2 entanglement risk reduction measures. First is surface gear limitation. So currently fixed gear vessels are required to use surface gear, so the buoys and the flagpoles attached to each terminal end of the ground line. Under alternative 1, fixed gear vessels would only be required to use surface gear attached on one terminal end of the ground line. And you can see this here on the diagram on your screen. I'll note that we're likely to see this more with pot vessels rather than long line vessels, just due to the fishing, the likelihood of entangling with long line gear if there was only one set of surface gear. So for benefits, this would reduce the number of vertical lines in the water. The degree of that reduction, though, would depend on how many vessels change from utilizing surface gear at both ends to only one end, so it is uncertain. However, we did an analysis that estimated you could see between a 10 and 30% reduction annually, depending on the change in behavior based on a retrospective analysis of 2019 to 2023. Overall, there could be a potential cost savings to industry by having fewer vertical lines to operate or replace. For cost, we would there is a potential for gear conflicts with trawl vessels. So under no action, trawl vessels would be able to see the start and end of a set and could avoid fishing through that area between the 2 terminal ends. However, under alternative 1, trawl vessels would not be able to determine the direction in which a fixed gear set was laid out. While sharing information could help with this and decrease the risk of gear conflict. It's unsure how much information sharing or gear conflicts might happen, so the economic impacts are also uncertain. And there are some potential enforcement costs. EC had noted in the past this might lead to challenges with enforcing closed areas, as you would only be able to, the direction and extent of the line would be uncertain. However, the cost of these enforcement challenges and the risk to conservation is not quantifiable. So next is surface line length restriction. Currently, there's no limitation on the length of surface line for fixed gears, but under alternative 1, this would limit the amount of surface line permitted for fixed gears to a maximum length of either 5 or 10 fathoms. In terms of impacts, there's negligible cost to industry under either option. It may economically benefit fishery participants over the long term by reducing the cost to maintain and replace fixed gear surface line. An alternative 1 would likely be beneficial to protective species, with 5 fathoms potentially being more beneficial than 10 fathoms, as there would be less line to potentially be entangled in. Again, it's generally the top or the upper portion of the line that is entangled to the surface line. We have a couple other items also included in this action. So the escape panel regulations, under no action, there'd be no changes to the regulations. Under alternative 1, though, we would add a clarification to the regulations for escape panels to prohibit the panel placement of the prohibit panel placement at the bottom of the pot, with an exception for slinky pots, which do not have a bottom. This is mainly an administrative action to specify the placement of the biodegradable escape panel in West Coast regulations and provide clarity for slinky pots. It would align West Coast regulations with Alaska regulations, and there are no expected costs to industry under this alternative. And finally, I did want to talk a little bit about the best practices guide. This isn't an official alternative, but the council provided direction that the development of a best practices guide by NIMS be considered. The best practices guide could include information about methods and techniques that would be difficult to regulate, but important to fishery participants. This can include things like methods for temporary marking, so vinyl, whether it's paint or tape, what the approved methods might be, line buoyancy setups, anchoring strategies to reduce slackline in the water, or things like that. They could also include information about time and areas of known higher whale abundance, or if any of the current suite of alternative measures were not adopted under final action, but might help with gear marking or entanglement risk reduction, it could be included in the best practices guide. In terms of impacts, this could lead to future benefits to industry if it results in lower entanglement risk and there's no need for new mitigation measures. And there would be an indirect benefit to protected species by reducing the risk for entanglements. And with that, just a reminder of your council action for today is to adopt a preliminary preferred alternative, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jesse. Questions on this overview? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have 2 related questions on the impacts of surface gear limitation. Slide 25 specifically mentioned gear conflicts with trawl vessels. Wouldn't there also be concerns with other longline or pot vessels that are long-lined? I know mostly vessels set the gear going the same direction because of tides and currents, but they could still crisscross each other if somebody sets north-south and somebody else sets east-west, or even just slightly off. And then the second part is any thought or concern about ghost fishing. If one end breaks off and there's no buoy to run to the other end to pick it up, or wouldn't there be some potential for some gear out there fishing that just couldn't be retrieved? Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Bass. Yes, those are really good points. In terms of the first question on the long line and other gear conflicts, that is something that I'll admit is not in the analysis. I think we heard more about trawl when we had initially considered this back in September. So that was kind of the big focus I had there. But is something could incorporate into the analysis for final action. With the ghost fishing question, that is I think a valid concern. Talking with some industry folks, and looking at some data in terms of gear loss, while that could increase the likelihood of ghost fishing, my understanding is that, with pot gear, there's a lot less chance of that. And where we think that this alternative would likely be used because it's a voluntary action. So this is left up to the operator if they think that they're, not at risk of losing gear. I mean, things happen, but historically, there's not a lot of gear loss in these fisheries based on WICOP observer data and talking with industry. So there is definitely a potential increased risk for that, but it's something, and I can't remember if it's in the attachment at this point in the week, to be honest with you. So, but it's a valid point. Make sure that it would be covered for final action.
Thank you. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jesse, for the great PowerPoint. Those are always so helpful. On the same page, impacts of surface gear limitation. It says reduce the number of vertical lines in the water, uncertain. There's no estimate of how much total gear there is in this sector or these sectors. And it seems like it's a pretty simple math thing to have some kind of estimate to understand the risk and the benefit risk analysis of having two as opposed to one. I agree with Ms. Mattis for sure. Her points are well taken, and I've personally experienced, coming up on long line gear with the high flyers. You can see them for quite a while, and some have radar reflectors. But if you don't know where the other end is, you don't know how to avoid them. And so, and just for my experience anyhow, the whiting fishery and the fixed gear fishery kind of intersect quite often in the same depths, and those happen. Communication is there when the boats are on the grounds, but some boats leave their gear on the ground, so those issues are there. As far as the ghost fishing thing is talking about, a couple comments there too as well. My knowledge of this is a little bit limited, but I had been around a while, so I have some. And I think most of this gear has cotton panels that degrade in the water. So ghost fishing might be a time limited thing if you lose your gear, but those precautions are taken. So I know it's in crab, and I know I've seen it in the slinky pots, and I think in other pots too. And I'm sure others could verify that. But so I really like to get a better sense of, if we're talking about just having buoys on one end, what the benefit, what the risk is there over. So I understand there'd be a reduction, but I'd like to know a little bit more about it so we could make a good decision there. So thanks.
Jesse.
Thanks for those, Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Dooley. Thank you for those thoughts. And in terms of uncertain, the reason it's uncertain is because this is totally voluntary. And we don't actually have an accurate record of how many, we don't have a way to sense, because we only have 1 year of non-trial logbooks. And I actually would have to double check what's included there. But I did reach out, and there's an extensive analysis in attachment 2 that the second bullet point comes from. So I spoke with different members of industry and got a sense of how many sets of typical LE fixed gear, open access, and IFQ gears, which are typically sets out based on how many trips over the last 4 years. And then whether, focusing in on pot gear based on the assumption that those would be the vessels most likely to utilize the only single vertical line, vertical gear. and looked at if 25, 50, and 75% of those trips decided to only utilize one set of surface gear. So there is that range, but I mean, it ultimately is uncertain, but that I did just wanted to point you to that. I tried my best to find out some sense of what we're looking at in terms of a potential reduction. And that's a percentage here, but I think I have maybe number of line reductions in the document. I can't quite remember right now.
Thank you. That does help. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jesse, for the presentation and for the graphics. I very much appreciate them. They are very helpful. I am looking at slide 21. And this is specific to line marking and crossover between participants into other fisheries beyond groundfish. I'm looking at the last bullet that says vessels could need groundfish markings, crab, and other state fishery markings. There may be few participants, but impacts could be substantial. Would we or could we expect moving forward, if this is selected today, obviously as it should be, will we see the impacts of that particular bullet, or would it just be the impacts of just groundfish? And I just want to, because the statement says the impacts could be substantial, it seems like that might be important to consider. And I just want to make sure whether we'd expect to see that or not. Thanks.
Jesse.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. McKnight, I probably could have chosen my words a little better. This was more getting after what I've kind of been characterizing as the death by 1,000 cuts, in that, you know, we can look a lot at trying to cover here the state Dungeness crab fishery and how many vessels are crossing over. And like I said, looking at those vessels that utilize pot and longline gear. I know that there are vessels that participate in multiple crab fisheries, and my understanding is you're responsible for having markings for each of those individual crab fisheries for those sets of gear. So, you know, you could talk about one single vessel needing 4 or 5 different combinations. Putting a monetary value on that, I will think will be very difficult. So in terms of getting a economic impact, like a dollar amount, I think is going to be very hard to get to, especially across all these fisheries. I think the best that might be able to do is kind of what I've tried to describe in the document, is more considering like the qualitative description of that, you know, that some vessels might require like making investments in several different types of gear marking, and that those costs could add up.
Thank you. I think that concludes any questions on the presentation. So, but you have that available to you. There's a lot of information as we get into discussion. Next, we have a NIMS report. And I will turn to Maggie Summer for that. Maggie?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. NIMS has had a report in the advanced briefing book. I'll summarize it briefly here. If it is focused entirely on the options for temporary marks, for allowing intermittent marks on the line. If the council includes any options for temporary marks, we recommend larger and more frequent marks than those that were in the original range of alternatives. Specifically, we recommend 24-inch marks spaced no more than 2 fathoms apart. We also recommend removing the options for 20 and 50 fathom intervals between marks, since they would leave so much unmarked line. That's the gist of it. I'd be happy to take questions if there are any.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Summer on the NIMS report? Not seeing any. Perfectly clear. Thank you. Next, we have a GAP report, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, Harrison Eibach. Welcome, Harrison.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Harris Nybach. I'll be reading the GAP report on fixed gear marking and entanglement risk reduction. The GAP notes the purpose and needs statement for this action only identifies the purpose as positively attributing entanglements to gears, but a main benefit the GAP sees in this action is to have entanglements not attributed to the groundfish fishery. Currently, only 50% of the entanglements are identifiable to a gear type. With that, the GAP offers the following recommendations for preliminary preferred alternative. Buoy marking, alternative 1, sub-option 1B, gear-specific buoy marks using cattle ear tags, modified to mark every buoy and include vessel identification information on tag. Line marking, alternative 1, gear-specific line marking. A1, vertical line only. B2, at least top 20 fathoms. And C1, manufactured line. D1, no transition but subject to availability. Surface gear requirements, alternative 1, allow vessels to utilize surface gear at only one terminal end. Surface line length restriction, alternative 1, sub-option B, no more than 10 fathoms of surface line. Escape panel requirements, alternative 1, clarify regulations for escape panel in addition to enforcement consultant recommendation on twine size. Buoy line marking. The GAP had a robust discussion as to the correct focus of gear marking. Currently, the action is proposed to be gear specific for groundfish vessels only. While halibut is not part of the action, the GAP wants to be able to use the same longline gear for both halibut and groundfish fishing. In our discussions, it quickly became apparent that as more gear types and species-specific target groups are identified, the complication of requiring a vessel operation to carry twice as many buoys or lines would also become necessary. For example, a fixed gear vessel generally has one gear type on board, such as pots or hook gear. However, for primary tier vessels participating in the incidental halibut fishery north of Point Chehalis, a number of vessels will target sablefish with pots and then use hook and line gear to target halibut on the same fishing trip, but will use the same surface gear for each of those sets. Sub-option 1B would require a color, shape, coded cattle tag and could be used to distinguish between pot and bottom longline buoys. The GAP recommends modifying the option to include the documentation number and to require it on every buoy, not just the main buoy. Vessels could take the tags on and off the buoys for the different gear types, allowing for identification of the gear, but it would allow a vessel to need only one set of buoys. Sub-option 1A, gear-specific patch, shape, mark on main buoy, would force the vessel to have two sets of buoys if they fish multiple gear types. As an example, a typical limited entry gear vessel may have 3 to 4 buoys per buoy line and 8 buoy lines for a total of up to 32 buoys, 4 sets of gear. The GAP would like to avoid a situation where a vessel would have to double or triple their number of buoys. Cost and the area required on the vessel to store multiple sets of buoys are prohibitive for some vessels. With a modification of alternative 1B to require every buoy to have a tag, the GAP recommends the council adopt A1, vertical line only, as the PPA for line marking. Entanglements would still be able to be identified via the buoy tags, but vessels would not need to change out the surface line. As described above, this would be costly to have duplicate surface lines as well as buoys. The GAP recommends the council adopt B1, at least 20 fathoms of marking, be selected as the PPA, as well as C1, manufactured line. The GAP recommends that the council select a multiple color line for each gear type. With regards to transition time, the GAP recommends D1, no transition, but it's dependent on the availability of the line. The GAP would like some transition time, but without the need for temporary markings for the fleet to work with gear manufacturers for developing dual colored line. This would result in extra work and costs for the fleet. We would ask that National Marine Fisheries Service help the industry procure funding, line, and aid in organizing the specific ordering, etc. This would help facilitate the fleet's acceptance and use of new gear. Furthermore, the GAP would appreciate help organizing discussions with the manufacturers to develop and order the new line. With all of these recommendations, the GAP continues to ask NIMS for guidance on the adequacy of the gear marking. Entanglement risk reduction. The GAP continues to support alternative 1 for surface gear limitation, which would allow vessels to utilize surface gear at only one terminal end of their gear. Additionally, the GAP recommends a PPA of alternative 1B for surface line limitation, which would be no more than 10 fathoms. This would minimize the risk of potential whale entanglements and also cover current operational needs in cases where the ocean conditions result in a large portion of the surface gear being underwater. Escape panel. The GAP recommends alternative 1 as the PPA and recommends the council include the EC recommendation of changing the natural untreated thread count of the twine from number 21 to number 30 or smaller to match Alaska regulations. This would allow fishers who fish in both Alaska and West Coast pot fisheries to use the same gear without having to change the biodegradable twine used to close the escape panel. Best practices guide. The GAP continues to support NIMS develop a best practices guide. That concludes our GAP statement.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Ibach on the GAP report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Not a question, but just appreciate the way the GAP looked at this as a way to be positive on it and not just the negative attributions, trying to show it as something that's positive to the fishery. So appreciate the look you all had on that.
Thank you.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Harrison. Well, I sure understand the GAP has the expertise on this and around the table, and it's a good thing. I believe in your recommendations. Question on the surface gear limitation with just on one end. I'm sure you heard my discussion with Jesse about the risk of entanglements with other gear, mobile gear particularly. I also thinking about this statement that Jesse made about being voluntary. So this is actually allowing you to have one end if should you choose to do so. But if you know you're in an area where you may be having a lot of traffic, you might put two. Am I getting that right?
Through the chair. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, so in regards to only marking one end of the gear, I truly believe that most fishermen using long lines will continue to mark both ends. It makes a lot of common sense. You can hang one end, it's sometimes very beneficial to be able to have access to both ends of your long line. But in regards to pot gear, there's some people that fish smaller sets of pots that would not require two ends because they're in such close proximity to one another. And if that end were to break in regards to ghost fishing, most pot fishermen are quite capable of grappling their gear back as well.
Yeah, so I guess what I was getting at, this is because it's voluntary, you still have the option to use two should you deem you need to in a particular, whether they long line or however longer pot strings. If you are in high traffic areas, you could do that with this proposal. You're not limited to just use one. It's just an option to use one.
Through the chair, yes, Bob, that's correct. Exactly, it's completely voluntary. So it could reduce the number of lines in the water for those who would wish to do so, but also at the same time, it would allow people to fish both ends if they would like as well.
Further questions? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Harrison. And I do also appreciate the GAP's work on this report and all the time that you put into your thoughtful comments here. It's really helpful. I had a similar question that Bob had about marking the surface gear, but I think you answered it. Appreciate that. The other question I had was about the buoy marking and the idea that there already is a requirement to mark the buoy. But in your PPA, you suggest also having the vessel ID of some sort of vessel documentation on the buoy tag, and just was wondering if you could explain why you would want to have them both.
Through the chair. Thank you, Heather, for the question. It is also required, it is required at this time to have adequate markings on your buoys, but you never know. Sometimes markings may fade a little bit or whatnot, and we figured that if we're going through the trouble of putting tags on the gear, it probably wouldn't help to put the identification of the vessel on the tags as well. So it's just kind of doubling up on the information.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair Hassemer. Thank you very much to the GAP for the report. Harrison, on transition time and the GAP's recommendation for 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 no transition using temporary markings, for going right to a permanent line, and recognizing the gaps in statement about availability and need for that. But I'm thinking more long-term, and thinking of what about situations in which there just wasn't the right color line available at the time somebody needs the line to set up their gear, and having some options available for them to be able to fish. And the gap I listened to the gap, but obviously I think there were a lot more discussions that maybe I didn't hear. I'm curious if that was discussed, and if the gap may have thought about that kind of scenario. And I would not want a gear marking requirement and the lack of commercial availability of the right kind of line to stop someone from being able to fish.
Good Chair. Thank you, Maggie. In regards to manufactured line, and the reason that the cap went with manufactured line and the risks that also go along with the request of manufactured line, you're correct. There may be a time or we run into an incident where there may be a lack of line that is available. We as fishermen know that there is line pretty much almost always available. In discussions with manufacturers in other fisheries, state-involved fisheries, with CDFW and the Dungeness crab fishery, there are multiple manufacturers of line that are out there. I believe that they have reached out to roughly 5 different manufacturers that are available to manufacture custom colored line. So due to those conversations, and we believe that there should always be a suitable amount of line available, in particularly for this fishery, because it requires such little line. 20 fathoms of top shot per line in this fishery is very minimal compared to other fisheries where the similar conversations are taking place of requesting manufactured line, such as the Dungeness crab fishery, which will take a lot of line in order to achieve a custom color line for that fishery. So we did not want to go down the road of other temporary markings. The reason that we chose a manufactured line is also due to other discussions in other fisheries. The whole point of this is we want to adequately identify entanglements, and we also want to make sure that other entanglements are not these entanglements are not attributed to the groundfish fishery. And in discussions with other NIMS staff that review entanglements, and those discussions were, just as you'd stated in your NIMS report, those line markings would be so close together. And with those line markings having to be so close together, we decided that rather than splice in flagging or trying to paint or tape at such close intervals, we feel as though that with gear marking in the sablefish fishery, we can, if there's a line that is available sooner than later, we could potentially be setting precedent for other gear marking in other fisheries. And we would like to streamline that gear marking, because it's not just going to be in the federal fisheries, it's also going to be in many state fisheries. And we feel as though that this is just the beginning. And so if we were to go down the road of doing some sort of temporary markings and other fisheries saying like, well, kind of seemed like that worked out for this fishery, maybe we don't need to go down the path of any manufactured line. And our goal is to be able to, as close to 100% identify each and every entanglement that exists, which is why we went with manufactured line. So there may be some downsides to manufactured line, obviously, but there's going to be downsides to any form of gear marking that we do. The other temporary markings have not been tried. They've not been proven. And we're talking about putting something into regulation. And when you put something into regulation, that puts fishermen at risk of getting citations and violations. And a lot of this other gear marking, we have not experimented with. We have not tried. A lot of it, especially for us on the West Coast, is just an idea. And to take an idea and put it and implement it into regulation is worrisome for the fleet. What we are confident with, though, is that when you have a rope and it's already colored, it's going to be perfectly fine.
Thank you for that detail. It was very helpful.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Once again, Harrison, back again for another question. Little question about the buoy tags. You know, I'm familiar with Dungeness crab tags, you know, that we have in California for sure. And they're a certain shape and they have a certain amount of information and they're all uniform and you can, you know, red color changes every couple of years. Familiar with that. Are the ones that are contemplated in this action, are they just homemade, like just with, you know, a piece of fire hose and write some stuff on it, or what? You know, I'm just trying to get my head around that. And then second part of this question is I'm confused on this voluntary part. If it's voluntary, how can you have I guess if I'm trying to rationalize that with violations. You know, if you decide you don't want to do any of this, you just don't do any of it. And there's no, am I missing something? So 2 questions. Thanks.
To the chair. Okay, so first in regards to tags, no, we would request that all the tags be manufactured by a company through preferably NIMS or the such. I know that CDFW for their tags and Oregon and Washington, they all go through one manufacturer, whoever they may be, to get their own tags. Side note in regards to tags is that it's not in this report, but this is the conversation that took place in the gap room. I know that CDFW had a manufacturer for quite a while and the tags were very durable. They're great. They're bulletproof. They were flimsy. They're fantastic. They held up to UV. They held up to sunlight. They switched manufacturers this year. And in return, we got a horrible tag that is quite brittle. And if you sneeze on them, they break. So that has been quite problematic for the fleet. So in this fishery, you know, in the Dungeness crab fishery, the tags are on top of the buoy and mostly out of the water the whole time. Where we would be required to put these tags on these buoys is actually going to be on the underside of the buoy and it's going to be under the water the whole time because there's not necessarily on polyform buoys, which is the buoy that is predominantly used in this fishery. There's only one eye for the buoy, which will remain on the bottom side of the buoy in the water and in the current. So we would request that whatever tag may be available will be a durable tag that can withstand UV. And also in regards to it being under the water and in regards to current, we would request that it's actually some sort of streamlined shape. So rather than a square that gets caught in the current, can wobble around, we'd prefer something a little bit more streamlined. And in regards to the tags, the tags would actually be required on this gear. It would not be voluntary.
Okay, thank you. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Harrison answered a lot of that. I just wanted to clarify that the proposed action as described, the tags would not be able to be homemade. Like these would be similar to the Dungeness crab tags. Like that was not ever like proposed as an option. And yeah, the only voluntary measure that's currently proposed is the surface gear on one end. So nothing else is voluntary. It would all be required to have specific buoy tags, line markings, or whatever else the council chooses to adopt as a part of its preliminary preferred and then ultimately final preferred alternative.
Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Harrison. I've been up here a while. I'm sorry. I had some questions that others have already asked. I just want to go back to the transition time just really quickly. And I want to make sure that I'm thinking about availability of manufactured line maybe in 2 separate ways. The availability meaning the manufacturer's made it and you can buy it. But what about the availability of getting it quickly? So if maybe you're an open access boat and you're maybe far from your home port or you're somewhere else and you decide quickly to go out and drop some sablefish traps, but you don't particularly have that line in hand, and you can't get it quickly. Are those the kind of scenarios where temporary line marking could be of benefit? And did you talk about those scenarios beyond just whether the manufacturer had made it and it was ready for purchase?
Chair, thank you, Caroline. Yes, and we've thought a lot about that. We had some discussions. Not all fishermen live in areas that have commercial fishing supply stores near them. We would probably request that a lot of the manufactured line may be available at some gear stores and around. You may be able to potentially order it in catalogs as people begin to carry it, but also hopefully there'd be like a core hub sort of area. I don't know whether it be through NIMS, agency, something of the such, where someone could actually request to order and purchase said line.
Follow up?
Thank you, Harrison. I appreciate that. And just a general thank you to you and the GAP for putting a tremendous amount of time and discussion and thought into the report and selecting these very carefully. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Heather Hall.
Thank you. And thank you, Harrison. I'm going to stick on this discussion around the transition time and going straight to manufactured line of questioning. And I am thinking about it too from the discussions we've had in the realm of the Dungeness crab fishery. I do that at home in my other job. So and my question is about the discussion in the GAP on if someone couldn't afford to transition straight to this manufactured line right away, or had a smaller boat where this sort of temporary line marking, which is required in Washington and has been for a few years. So we have been testing it and have a little bit of feedback on that. If you talked about whether it provides an option for someone who, again, maybe can't afford to go right out and buy all new manufactured line, or that sort of thing. How much of that did you talk about? Thank you.
To the chair. Thanks, Heather. We have definitely discussed this as well. And also a big part of the discussion was, so I guess let's start with timing. We've always said that it will not take much line in order for the vast majority of fishermen. I mean, for the vast majority of fishermen, one coil or two coils of rope, 200 fathom coils of rope will be sufficient for them to be fishing for years to come. That's probably in the price range of about $400 to $500. That being said, we also put in a request in our report saying that it'd be great to procure some sort of funding to be able to supply this line because it will not be such a financial burden. In regards to availability and timeline as well, once the rope is available, it will not take us much time at all to get this gear marked. But if it's going to require fishermen to, paint ropes, splice in, other temporary gear markings, tape the rope, whatever it may be, especially at 2 fathom intervals, which would probably be ideal based on the information that we've heard. It's just it's quite a bit more burdensome, and we don't know what if you give us the rope, we can get the rope on the gear immediately. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just thank you for that. I really appreciate the difference in context between the fixed gear fishery and the Dungeness crab fishery. That helped me a lot. I also want to offer, again, an appreciation for your attention and focus on fishery attribution and negative attribution. I think that's a really important goal for all of our West Coast fisheries. And I really appreciate how strongly the GAP embraced it. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll look around for further questions. It's starting to look like you've reached your quota, so there are no more. Thank you very much, Harrison. And we have the enforcement consultant report, Captain Dan Chadwick. Good afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I'm Dan Chadwick. I'll be representing the the enforcement consultants. Reading from agenda item F6A, supplemental EC report 1. The enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with agenda item F6, attachment 2, fixed gear marking and entanglement risk reduction, PPA, and have the following comments. On buoy marking, the EC is supportive of alternative 1B. Durable tags that are attached to buoys provide assurance that the gear is identifiable. The Dungeness crab fishery uses these tags, and the EC has observed that years after being used in the marine environment, the letters and numbers are still readable. Buoy markings have been known to fade over time, requiring regular maintenance. The EC does not believe there needs to be a specific tag shape or color for this fishery, but recommends the identifying information be specified on the buoy tag, like the U.S. Coast Guard number, other vessel numbers. We understand why the tag shape and color would be helpful. However, there are many fisheries using cattle ear tags with designated shapes and colors. We believe having the ability to physically inspect the buoys and or tags is the most important piece to this regulation for positive identification. Line marking, alternative 1, A, portion of line marked, the EC can enforce both surface and vertical options. B, distance of marking, the EC is supportive of alternative 1B1, where marking occurs for at least the first 5 fathoms of vertical line. The EC is concerned about having to pull long line pot gear off the bottom to enforce the vertical line marking regulation. The further down the line, you go with the marks. We expect to be able to pull up with a patrol boat, grab a hold of the buoy and drive up the current and be able to pull a certain amount of line on board or inspect on the vessel. But if no vessel's around to jump on and watch the haul back, we want to be able to just grab the buoy and pull what we can on board. I don't think fishermen want us to pull their anchors up and reset their gear for them. Under method of marking, the EC is supportive of alternative 1C1, manufactured in a gear-specific color scheme for the entirety of the distance of marking option. If continuous color is used, the EC cautions to be specific to the color. For example, if using a manufactured continuous color red, some in the EC have observed a reddish pink colored line that could be argued as red or pink. For this reason, a multicolored strand line should be used. The EC is supportive of alternative 1C2A, temporary markings, require lines to be marked with a gear-specific color mark of at least 12 inches, spray painted, dipped in paint, splice a colored twine in, or use tape at specific intervals from the main buoy with no more than 5 fathoms of unmarked line between marks. The EC is also supportive of the revised F6A National Marine Fisheries Service Report 1, recommending lines to be marked with a gear-specific color of 24 inches at specific intervals from the main buoy with no more than 2 fathoms unmarked line between marks. Shorter distances between marks makes it easier to enforce on the water. Regarding the transition period, the EC is supportive of 1D2, a 5-year transition period. Regarding surface requirements, the EC is supportive of no action. Fixed gear vessels are required to use surface gear, buoys, and flag poles attached at each terminal end of the ground line. The EC recommends maintaining the requirement that both ends of the gear be marked with surface gear. Marking one end would make it very difficult to enforce, as unmarked portions of the gear could be set in a closed area. In addition to the closed area concerns, there are numerous examples of gear being crossed, tangled during longline fisheries, crossed or tangled during longline fisheries without having both ends marked. The fisher risks gear being lost when the gear is cut in the middle by a vessel's crew whose line was crossed, or another end, we went to put the buoy here, another end with the buoy on it is cut by a passing vessel. With the low number of entanglements documented in the fixed gear fisheries, the EC believes there's a greater environmental impact with gear loss. Surface line length restrictions, the EC has no enforcement concerns for any of these options. And we noted here, application to directed commercial halibut fishery, the EC recommends the gear marking provisions required for the fixed gear fisheries also be applied to the directed commercial halibut fishery. This will help eliminate confusion and ensure consistency in fisheries using similar types of gear. Regarding escape panels, the EC supports alternative 1, add clarification to escape panel regulations to prohibit panel placement on the bottom of the pot with exception for slinky pots, which do not have a bottom. The EC also recommended at the June 2023 council meeting under H4A supplemental EC report 1 that the council consider changing the thread count of the line used to close the biodegradable panel from number 21 to number 30 or smaller untreated cotton twine. This would allow fishers who fish both Alaska and West Coast pot fisheries to use the same gear without having to change the biodegradable twine used to close the escape panel. The EC supports the draft revised regulation language with the exception of the considering use of number 30 or smaller untreated cotton twine. And finally, best practices guide. The EC supports the creation of a best practice guide and recommends EC members assist in its development. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Questions for Captain Chadwick on the EC report? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have 2, and then to match the gap, I'm sure everyone else has 27 more for you. First, on the tags, the EC recommends tags with identifying marks, and we had a little discussion earlier with the gap about identifying the fact that there are currently federal regulations requiring vessel identification on the buoys. Your intent here is that the requirement to put identifying marks on a tag required for this purpose would be in addition to the existing buoy marking requirements. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Thanks. And then secondly, on the EC's comment that there are examples of gear being crossed and tangled during longline fisheries. This is in the discussion on the option to potentially allow only one gear on a surface gear on only one end of a ground line. Can you give us a little bit more detail on what longline fisheries you were thinking of in that example?
Sure, through the Vice Chair. Thank you for the question. That fishery, we normally see that in the directed halibut fishery with hook and line, not necessarily the pot fishery, but when you have a kind of that derby style fishery, we see a lot of crossing a gear and then lines being cut.
Great, thank you.
Further questions? I could wait a while, but I don't think we're going to get them. So
it's nice going at 5 o'clock.
Thank you very much. That takes us to our public comment. We have one sign up for sure. Let me just quickly find that here. Ben Entanglement, and Ben should be online. We have to make sure somebody can put you on live here. Hang on, Ben, if you can hear us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. I'm Ben Entanglement, representing Oceana. We have a letter in the briefing book with our full comments. I do want to highlight that the level of marine mammal takes in West Coast fisheries is highly concerning. Between 2012 and 2022, there were 333 confirmed West Coast whale entanglements. That includes the take of threatened endangered humpback whales, endangered fin whales, endangered blue whales, gray whales, killer whales, and others. Cumulatively, West Coast fisheries are exceeding sustainable limits, particularly for the endangered Central American humpback whale population that migrates to and feeds off the West Coast. And for individual animals that are entangled in fishing gear, this can cause serious pain and suffering, including large wounds from the rope that cuts into their flesh, infection, severed appendages, starvation, and even death. The uncertainty as to the source of whale entanglements is also a major concern. In over half of confirmed entanglements, it's not possible to confirm the gear type or fishery. So with the combination of high levels of takes and uncertainty as to the source of those takes, it's really imperative that fishery managers implement both gear marking requirements and risk reduction measures. To the gear marking requirements, we agree with the proposal for buoy marking that was recommended by the GAP. For line marking, Oceana supports a requirement for a gear-specific color scheme that is manufactured throughout the entire length of the vertical line and the surface lines. This means that we support line marking alternative A2, vertical and surface line markings, and alternative C1, manufactured and gear-specific color scheme. We would ultimately like to see line marking throughout the entire length of the line, but we do recognize, at least for this fishery, marking the top 25 fathoms as recommended by the GAP will be a really good start. To the entanglement risk reduction measures, Oceana supports adding a new alternative to the range that would require pot vessels to use surface gear attached on only one terminal end of the ground line. And this is different than the alternative that's optional. We believe it's insufficient to rely on only one voluntary action alternative to reduce the number of lines in the water that are the cause of entanglements. And for the surface line restrictions, Oceana supports alternative 1, sub-option A, limiting the amount of surface line permitted for fixed gears to a maximum length of 5 fathoms. I mean, really what we're trying to do here, the less line in the water, the less slack line allowed in the water, is going to be better for reducing the number of entanglements. Those are our recommendations for the decision that's before you. We do have recommendations for future actions, either as a trailing action to this one or in conjunction with the nascent take reduction team. These include the development of time and area closures, development and testing of pop-up gear, 100% gear location monitoring, and that includes virtual gear marking, which could really help with that uncertainty of where the gear is, so other fishermen and enforcement can know the location of the gear. Entanglement triggers for management action, including fishery-specific and cumulative limits, to ensure that there are effective management measures in place that limit take levels to ultimately promote the conservation of protected species. And finally, I just want to urge the council and NMFS to also develop gear marking and risk reduction measures for the halibut longline fishery. It doesn't really make sense that the halibut fishery is not part of this action, especially since there was a humpback whale entangled off the Oregon coast in longline gear this past year. And that concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Entanglement on his testimony? Looking around the table, no hands. Thank you very much, Ben. That concludes all our reports. The public comment is going to take us to council action. Let's take a 5-minute break. I know that sounds short, but try and be back here as quickly as possible so you're comfortable when we get into the discussion on this item. Thanks. All right, 1 minute warning. Okay, I think we're all back here. And we're ready to get into council action, which is adopt the preliminary preferred alternative for this agenda item. Look around and see if there's a hand to initiate discussion. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Groundfish fixed gear marking remains a priority for us. And I just wanted to appreciate the efforts by council staff, the GAP and industry members and council members to develop the alternatives put forward for our consideration and the recommendations we've heard today. It's taken a lot of effort, a lot of discussion to really consolidate, I guess, work through a lot of details and a lot of options and get to a good point here. We recognize that there are a lot of details and that there's a lot of evolution and learning going on. As we heard in just some of the questions after the GAP report, some of these methods haven't been used out here. Some of them have been used, but not very much. We know that there will be a lot to learn. We want to continue to support and appreciate coordination in particular with the states as they work through a lot of gear marking efforts for their state fisheries and the industry. We've seen that coordination leading up to and at this meeting. It's been very helpful. And I just wanted, again, to emphasize that while we know we might not get it right the first time, we might learn that we want to come back and consider some modifications in the future. We do hope that the council can stay on track for final action in June on this. And even if it's not perfect, it will be a very important step forward in this. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion. Lynn Mattis.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Summer started to hit on part of what I was thinking about, and that is the coordination with the states. All three states have been working on their Dungeness crab fisheries for quite a while and are quite a ways down this process. We've been having good coordination with NIMFS, the Protected Resources Division, and with the Sustainable Fisheries folks. It is challenging, though, trying to coordinate people who participate in multiple fisheries, given our state processes on one timeline and one process, and the council is moving at a different pace, and NIMFS is at a slightly different process. So that gets a little confusing about who's where and how we're doing things. I think it's going to be very important for, as we move forward, if we choose the permanent line marking, whoever is tasked with recommending colors in June, please coordinate with the states because the states already have colors they are going with. Maggie, that seems like it might be you and Heather and just Caroline and maybe Mr. Ainsworth. But just make sure we're coordinating and keeping it. I know I've heard some hallway conversations that talking about the colors of lines seem somewhat silly in this overall process and given everything else we've got going on. But there are things to consider, the fading, the contrasting colors. And one of our salmon people in the delegation this morning used to work lobster fisheries in Maine and said, don't forget about colors that stand out against the color of a whale. I hadn't ever thought about that, but not just stand out against the color of the other gear, but if it's wrapped around a whale's fin, a color that has to stand out against the color of the whale is important. So really want that coordination. And I know as we've been moving forward, NIPS thus far has said, follow what the East Coast has done. That's sort of our benchmark, that's our rock. It would be really good to get further guidance before we get too much further down this, that we don't have the right rock. The analogy that seems to come up in this process a lot. We don't want to say in June, we're going to use these colors and these marks. And then we get started on the TRT process. Oh, that's not good enough. And now we've invested time and effort and money in gear, and our fleet has to do something very different. So the communication and coordination piece is going to be important as we move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Further discussion? Heather Hall.
Thank you. I'll just echo the appreciation for how the alternatives were put together, all the presentation materials. Again, thank the GAP and the EC for their really thoughtful input on this, public comment as well. I think it sets us up to be successful in what we put forward for public or preliminary preferred and public review here at this meeting. When we're ready, I do have a motion.
All right, thank you. Let me just look around and make sure there's other comments. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Lynn and Heather, for your comments. I agree with them entirely, and I just want to acknowledge that I too had some confusion about who starts first with color decisions and how we go about that, and so thank you for bringing that up, Lynn. I also just want to say that I've very much appreciated some of the conversation, discussion, and public comment in the GAP report that really helps illuminate that while entanglement risk and line marking is very important, that there are a lot of differences between Dungeness crab gear and groundfish gear. And I'm trying to keep that in the front of my mind as we proceed and move through this process. And I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other general discussion? Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And just a thought here, I'm thinking about Dungeness crab pot tags and the renewal of those, at least in California, every couple of years. And I know it's not cheap, but there's a lot more tags involved. But I'm thinking of the whole process there, that they got to give some thought to that so that we know who to get the tags from, who's authorized to get them from, and who supplies them and what they cost and all that kind of stuff in the analysis when we get down the road here, so that we have a plan. I don't think it's 5 fishermen get together and find somebody to make them their tags and somebody else gets other tags and you don't have consistency. It should be at least thought through a bit. I'm sure people will think of that, but I just wanted to bring it up. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Looking around, Heather, I think we're ready for your motion.
All right, thank you. Right, I move that the council revise the range of alternatives for temporary line marking as described in agenda item F6A, supplemental revised NIPS report 1, March 2024, and adopt the alternatives below as the preliminary preferred alternatives for fixed gear marking and entanglement risk reduction measures. Starting with gear marking, buoy marking, alternative 1, sub option B, gear specific mark with cattle ear tags as modified by the GAP in agenda item F6A, supplemental GAP report 1. Line marking, alternative 1, gear specific marking, portion of line marked A1, vertical line, distance of mark B2, at least the top 20 fathoms, method of marking C1, manufactured line, transition period D1, no transition, manufactured line required upon implementation. Entanglement risk reduction, Surface gear requirements, alternative 1, surface gear required only at one end. Surface line length restrictions, alternative 1B, limit the amount of surface line to 10 fathoms. Administrative or other items, alternative 1, clarify regulations to prohibit panel placement of the bottom of the pot except for slinky pots. And guidance, request council staff revise the purpose and need to clarify that the line marking can contribute to both positive and negative fishery attribution. Request NIMS develop a best practices guide and coordinate with the GAP and EC on that. And coordinate with West Coast Dungeness crab fishery managers to identify line and buoy colors that are unique to the federal fixed gear groundfish fishery.
Thank you. So I read through, that appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. There's a lot in here. I'll start with adopting the revised NIMS report, March 2024. I know some of those are beyond the PPA that I mentioned in the motion, but it does add those revisions to the range of alternatives that the council will be able to select from when we get to final preferred alternative in June. Relative to the buoy marking, appreciated the GAP report and the rationale that they described for the cattle ear tag and the providing the flexibility to switch between gears more efficiently. I appreciated that the GAP was looking for effective solutions. Relative to buoy marking, this I spoke to this a little bit in the guidance, but I do offer a recommendation for a static color and shape. And I don't have that color or shape as part of the motion, but there's already been a great deal of coordination with state managers on these types of things, and I think we can follow up to identify unique shapes and colors for the pot and long line that aren't already being used. We have the Tri-State Dungeness Crab Committee. That's a really effective group, and I think that can make the conversations with NIMS on that pretty efficient. Relative to line marking and requiring the vertical line marks and marking the top 20 fathoms, I think this acknowledges that observations of entanglements are more likely in line. It's near the surface, and we saw that in the presentation that Ms. Dorpinghouse gave us, and also in the analytical document in figure 3.2. Let's see, I already covered adopting the revised NIMS report. By adopting the revisions in NIMS report 1, I think that also removes the 50 fathom option for line marking, but just acknowledge that here specifically. And on this one, this motion adopts the GAP recommendation for manufactured line and no transition. That one, again, I really appreciated the good discussion and feedback from the GAP on this one. I guess was thinking about flexibility and the flexibility that alternative C2 and D4 that allows for temporary markings and manufactured line indefinitely might provide to the fleet. But again, recognizing this is PPA, I think this would be a great place to look for more input on this before FPA in June, just to confirm that. relative to alternative 1 in the surface gear requirements and requiring surface gear marking only on one end. This is another place that I really appreciated the conversation. Recognize this is PPA. I think the issues with derelict gear and potentially lost gear by not having that second end marker requirement is something to think about. But I also balance that with the idea that the goal here is a risk reduction measure, and that's achieved by reducing the number of lines in the water. I mean, it's just simply getting another line out of the water that could potentially entangle a whale. So that's kind of the thought process I got to by, at least for PPA, going with alternative 1 here. For the surface line length restrictions, and alternative 1B, this is limiting the amount of surface line length to 10 fathoms. This is again per the GAP's report on this, minimizes the risk of entanglement, but also covers their operational needs, and acknowledges that sometimes with currents that can take some of their surface gear being underwater. On the administrative and other items, and this is the clarifying the escape panel placement on the bottom of the pot, except for slinky pots. I didn't include this in my motion, but I would like to ask staff to look at EC's recommendation to consider changing the thread count so that it's in line with the requirements in Alaska, and just maybe come back with more information on that. I don't know how that affects the regulatory process. So just put that out as a request to please consider that. And then on the best practices guide, I think this is a really good tool. It's a tool we used in West Coast Dungeness crab as a first step. Get people thinking about things that, you know, may not be enforceable in regulation, but that are really important things to remember. And I know the EC requested that they be involved in the development of the best practices guide, and I also included the GAP in that. And then again, on the guidance is just requesting council staff to revise the purpose and need to clarify that line marking can contribute to both positive and negative fishery attribution. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions to the maker of motion for clarification? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much, Heather, for the motion. I have 2 questions for clarification, really just for, I think I know the answers. We've had lots of discussions around here, but for the public who might not have been as involved, I want to make sure this is crystal clear. Your motion would include putting vessel identification info on the tags as recommended by the EC and the GAP. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Great. And then once again, I just want to make sure everyone is clear about this. The only voluntary component of this package would be then the option to use surface gear on only one end of the ground line. Both ends would remain an option if you want, but every other component of this, setting aside the best practices guide, but everything else here would be required in regulation.
Yes.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? Sharon Kiefer.
I'm just wondering, your line there to coordinate with West Coast Dungeness crab fishery managers to identify line and buoy colors that are unique. to the federal fixed gear groundfish fishery. Yet I thought what I heard in the GAP report was some implementation that did not force them to have multiple sets of buoys. Did I? They talked about not having to put a shape on the buoy, but in effect, if you require them to have a different color of buoy, if they also fish Dungeness crab, then would they have to have two different sets?
I think what you see there, that should say buoy shapes or buoy tag colors, excuse me.
That clarifies my question.
And should probably also say buoy tag colors and shapes. Thank you.
It's a substantial change from buoys to buoy tags. Maggie Summer?
Vice Chair, may I offer an amendment?
Yes, you may.
I think it's there.
Before I look for a second, I want to make sure everybody's clear. I think we know, but go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The amendment would be to add the words tag, colors, and shapes after the word buoy in the motion in order to clarify exactly what the motion is seeking coordination on.
All right, it's up there. That appears to be accurate, complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Speak to your motion as necessary.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think I have.
All right. Thank you. Discussion on the motion to amend. Not seeing any discussion. I will call the question on the motion to amend. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Back to the main motion as amended. Discussion on that? Bob Dooley.
More of a question.
Oh, sorry, we were in questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Heather, your intention of including the gap in writing the best practices, I assume that was intended to make sure that industry has a voice in this process and can weigh in on what the best practices could be. I just wanted clarification.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other questions for clarification? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. As I've said, we really support the work that went into refining the alternatives and identifying this preliminary preferred alternative. I will be voting for the motion. I do want to speak to the issue that Ms. Mattis raised of NIMS guidance and the need for that, and some thought of following the examples in East Coast gear marking requirements. Our approach and the approach of our West Coast Protected Resources Division has been really to try to work with the council and seek a solution that is operationally feasible for industry, works for, keeps costs and the labor, et cetera, required reasonable, and still results in marking requirements that will make a significant improvement in our ability to attribute entanglements. And so that, we have not, NIMS has not come in and said you must mark X feet of line and the marks have to be exactly this, because we really wanted it to be a process with significant industry input. We recognize that that has maybe extended it and made it a little more difficult, but in the end, I think it results in something that is going to be more, more workable for the industry and hopefully more durable. I specifically want to speak to the gap recommendation that was picked up in the motion here to, instead of marking the surface line, to leave the surface line unmarked. That's the line that would be at the surface in between the main buoy and any trailing buoys and the high flyer at the end. And put a marked tag on every buoy at the surface. We have heard some information that quite often it is surface line that is observed in an entanglement, but we also recognize the operational concerns, the desire expressed by GAP and industry members to be able to switch their buoys in between halibut fishing, for example, and groundfish fishing, and not have to take two sets of buoys. That was expressed in the GAP report. And so we think this compromise of putting a tag on every buoy instead of just the main buoy will give us a good chance at making an identification when that surface gear is entangling, because when it is that part of a gear, there's a good chance there will be a buoy there along with it. So really appreciate that. And I think maybe actually that's an example of one of the first things I said, which is I think we got to a good solution here by hearing what industry suggested and wanted to do rather than coming in with a NIMS recommendation. So again, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Obviously, I'm going to support this since I seconded it. But over the course of the last couple of days, I've been having some consternation about the no transition piece that the GAP was recommending. That is very different than what we've been hearing in our state Dungeness crab fishery. They want as much transition time as possible, but based on the GAP report and the very good exchange we had with Mr. Eibach, and a reminder to myself that what we're talking about right now is only the groundfish fishery, not all fisheries. I can support that piece since that is what industry is supporting. Just needed to talk that out, why the rationale behind that specific piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have one more comment on that topic of transition. I think that's something that will be very important, and Ms. Hall noted this, but something very important to get public comment on before final action, just recognizing that there may be a wide range of views out there. In terms of timeline, the motion here does not speak to when implementation would occur. I think we can have some more discussion on that. If the council adopts a final preferred alternative in June, we would proceed with the rulemaking process. We would expect to have that complete by spring of 2025. So probably the earliest implementation could occur would be sometime around April 2025. There is not a hard timeline driving this. We could potentially consider a later implementation, for example, January 2026. Again, just noting that, I think we can have some further discussion on that as we come in for consideration of final action in June. Thanks.
Thanks. Caroline McKnight, then Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for this discussion here. And I'm going to start first with the guidance provided under the purpose and need. And I appreciate that we're paying attention to the details and making sure that that accurately reflects what we're trying to achieve here. And with that, added a revision to note both positive and negative fishery attributions and the purpose and need. I think that the suite of alternatives in front of us here does in fact create a complete package and comprehensive. And I'm very pleased with what this looks like. Thank you, Maggie, for your comments you just made, because I was going to make a comment as well about transition period. And my comment was going to be that I think as a PPA, I'm comfortable with this no transition manufacturing line required upon implementation, noting that we had in between now and June to get a better update on where manufacturing might be, but now hearing that the timeline isn't mandated immediately or on that timeline makes me feel even more comfortable about that. So I think I will be supporting the motion. Again, I just want to say that the input from the GAP and the creativity to change out marking or tagging each of the buoys instead of marking the surface line is a fantastic trade-off. And I appreciate that discussion. We ended up in a great place there. And thank you for the motion.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Vice Chairman, my thought was already addressed.
Thank you. Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I had a little angst about the implementation and the, requiring the manufactured line right away. But now that I think about it a little longer, we're going to have a final action on this, and it'll be a while before it gets published and implemented and required. So there will be a ramp there for people to adjust to that. That doesn't cause that much of a hardship to get there. So I really like that better than temporary markings and all of those type of things. I think that's so I'm really comfortable with. I'm glad you addressed that, Maggie. That was good to hear that part. So kind of brings it back to reality there. So anyhow, thank you.
Other discussion? Looking carefully, not seeing any, so I will call for a vote on the main motion as amended. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Any further discussion on here? While you think about that, I will just look to Jesse and if we need a refresher on what needs to be done here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Unless there is any other discussion or motions, you have completed your action for today. You have revised a range of alternatives, adopted a preliminary preferred alternative, and have provided some guidance to council and NIMS staff. We are scheduled to take final action on this in June. So we will return with that updated analysis for PPA then.
Thank you. I am going to look around to see if there's any other discussion before we leave. And seeing none, we'll close out this agenda item and I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Okay, well, before we close out here, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Burton for some announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm the bearer of some bad news. It is daylight savings this evening, so don't forget. Otherwise, see you back here tomorrow.
All righty. With that, don't enjoy your evening too much.